toddler, then things can get a little crazy. So yeah,
Yeah, kind of like trying to do that without the board that goes across the seat to make them taller. Yeah. I feel like that half the time, anyways. Like bent over weird, where like your back's just like straining, trying to get under animals around them. That's one thing that I took for granted until this job is like your body has so many muscles in it, muscles that you don't ever use at all, or you only use a very specific way associated with standing vertical and just walking. And when you start like having to like be it like a 50-degree angle a lot of the day to lift while in that angle and stuff like that, you really find out how many different muscle groups you have. It's something.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Marcus.
Well, thank you. We appreciate you liked it, even though we just got started. Believe it or not, we will not be talking about FOC today either.
Hasn't Marcus turned a show into an FOC show?
Well, I tuned in the other day for it, but they never got around to it. They ran out of time.
It's been a busy time of year for me. This past Tuesday, I didn't get to pop in at all, but I think the past couple times I was there from that, it was definitely an FOC show. I credit Razor. Razor steered his content into being FOC and chill. Yeah, Scott had to have been. But yeah, good to see you in here bright and early, Marcus. It's 6:30 for him. Where are you at, Rob? Obviously, you're not at home.
I'm still in California, so I'm just in the desert part of California, down in Anaheim.
Are you moving kids?
No, I'm here for WinterCon.
Okay.
So
and I think I should put some context to that, though, in case people aren't aware. Rob has children that are in college.
I do, yes.
He often has to move them in and out of dorms.
I'm not a human trafficker trying to moving kids to rich Republican donors. No.
Not happening.
My kid actually, the one kid who's left in college drives themselves now. Matter of fact, I was just sending a message to my wife to say, hey, because they're home for spring break, and they go back on Sunday, and there's a big weather advisory that just hit that the mountain pass between where my kid my kid has to go through is expecting a huge, massive storm this weekend. Or coming up and leading into the weekend. And I told them, hey,
y'all ain't really built for heavy rainfall, right?
Well, this isn't rain. This is legit snowstorms and stuff because this is a mountain pass, so it's elevation goes up 8,000 feet. This is up, man. This is up at the.
I hope you have just enough food to survive.
Well, that's up. It's actually up at the pass between California and Oregon. So it's when my youngest is driving home. They have
to
drive
just enough time to get there.
Morning, guys.
So, anyways,
get there before the storm and hunker in.
The storm is like today, yesterday, and today is when it's supposed to be hitting. So I was just telling my wife, I said, keep an eye on this, make sure that hopefully it clears out and the roads get a chance to get cleaned and stuff before Sunday when Comicx drives home, or drives back to school, because if they have to drive through it, they got to make sure that they have their chains with them and everything else and be prepared to deal with all that. But yeah, no, I'm actually from my window here, I can look out. I was watching the fireworks show at Disneyland yesterday because Disneyland is right across the street. You're muted, Mark.
You do the fireworks every day? Is that part of the regular?
I believe it is. Yeah, it's part of their over the lake or whatever, the Tom Sawyer River or whatever.
Oh no.
But yeah, no, I was like, oh, what's that? Fireworks? Oh yeah, okay, go watch it out the window. That coffee's not bad.
Izzy, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. Just moving around.
Oh, I didn't ask. I definitely didn't ask.
You didn't ask? Okay, sorry.
No, all I did was say good morning. Yeah, what are you up to?
making videos.
You don't look like it. You look like you're just moving around.
Well, now I was moving around, but I was I was
Now you look
just
like you're
finished
just playing.
watching a video from Rob Fatstacks, believe it or not.
Does he make content?
I've heard.
Yeah.
The Ohanacon one?
Yeah, I just saw it. Some pretty good Spider-Man books that you picked up. Let me
Is
say
that
goodbye to my
is
daughter.
that the small one or whatever?
Yeah. At the it was at the Elks Lodge in Fremont, and it
Oh,
was
that's cool.
so yeah, it's it's not very big at all.
I like those kind of shows, man.
I mean,
That
they're
was
great.
that was not a Comic-Con. That was a
I wish that people would stop using the term Comic Con.
that's when
Just a comic show,
And
it's
I
not
say
even a
that
comic show.
a swap,
There-
a meetup.
it's had
It's an anime show.
yeah. Well, I mean, technically, I mean, the thing is that they use Comic Con on their flyers and stuff, but then they will say anime and this and that, and when you go to it, and it's there's 20 something vendors probably, and
3 of them are
know,
comic vendors.
4 of them had comic books. They weren't even comic vendors.
Oh,
They had some boxes. Like the guy I picked I picked 27 spectacular Spider-Mans that were actually in pretty good condition that I needed for my run. And I got all 27 of them for $75.
so there are no Turok ones there.
I didn't see a single one.
Definitely not a comic convention.
And but that guy only had 4 boxes of comics.
Yeah,
The rest of his stuff was all Star Wars toys and whatnot. But I mean, it's a lot of toys, but not even really. There's like modern toys and modern plushies and the plastic swords and the Pokemon card vendors and stuff. I mean, they're great cons. I think if you have young kids and they're into that stuff, because it's not super crowded. It's about the attention span that they're going to have.
yeah.
Because they can't go
I
walk
think
around all
that's
day.
exactly probably why I enjoy those kind of shows, because those are the ones when they do, I end up taking the kids, and by the time they do that one lap, they figured out what toy they want within the first 5 minutes, and then you convince them to take the whole lap and look at everything. Then they go back to that first one, and then they're ready to go, and you can't do anything at that point, anyways.
Yeah,
Look,
I
that's
mean,
wrong.
that's
All right,
exactly.
this man's going to the zoo.
Oh,
That's
well.
why I looked with the dolphin.
The dolphin.
Oh, cool.
That dolphin's from the zoo, isn't it? We got that one of the
No.
times we were. Oh, that's from
Which
St. Simon.
is
Yeah,
there
dolphin.
is there any animal at the zoo that you're most interested in seeing today?
Shark.
Oh yeah, they do have some sharks in there. Yeah.
Oh,
You see a shark today?
Mm-hmm.
you see a
Or
baby
maybe if
shark.
there's no sharks, I want to see a snake.
Oh, they got them big old. They got hundreds of snakes in there, and they got the big old
Snapping
ones.
turtle.
They got those too. Yep,
They have
Sharks are
cobra.
always cool.
they do. I don't know what they have planned for y'all. How y'all gonna be doing some of the stuff there that was made just for the schools that we haven't done before. Like next to where like this little garden area is, they have the Discovery Center. That's a place for the kids on field trips to go in and do activities. So you're gonna get to see something in there you've never seen before for once.
Look, this is. See these magnets? How I'm putting it a certain way, but it ain't connected.
Yeah,
If I turn it like this,
yeah, it pushes them away.
yeah,
And you turn them the other way, it brings them together.
there's pushing.
Opposites attract, homie.
South and north,
That's
Attract.
right.
but north and north repels
Mm-hmm. It is
But-
true.
That's true. It's good to know.
like this. See, I have there's a
There's
magnet.
little magnets in the flippers.
Paula Abdul sang a
Um,
song about it.
And I'm pushing on them, but they're against each other. They're connected to the side, but
Is your sister dressed yet?
she is. Let me
Okay.
put that one. Like this.
Well, that's good.
It's trying
That's
to
cool.
connect to the side, but I'm not even. I'm trying to push down on it. Magnet ain't working.
That's crazy.
If I flip
Mm.
the magnet and I do it on this side, it does this snap, and it snaps together.
Very cool.
Indeed.
Daddy ate daddy.
And that's your weekly lesson reminder
Science of the day with Finn.
on magnets.
Magnetism.
Yeah,
It makes life possible.
yeah, it really does.
So yeah, it was that was cool. I like that you got the Transformers and the Voltron book.
Yeah, that was the big pickup. When I saw that, I was like, oh, I almost passed on the Voltron because it's, like I said, it's like a 7.5. I'm like, oh, do I want to? But I mean, when I asked the guy, I said, how much you asking for it? And he goes, $45. I was like, okay, well, at least you're not asking, $100 for it type thing. And that was the deal. So these two guys were that were doing the booth. They weren't asking outside of reality prices, the 125 for the Transformers book I wasn't sure on, and when I looked it up and saw it was like selling for 150, and then the Voltron book was selling for like around $60 in that condition.
Well, Voltron 1?
Yeah.
Nice. I still have my copy that I have of that is still the exact same one I had when I was a kid when it came out.
Nice.
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah.
So it's not a $60 copy is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah. Well, so when
maybe
I
a
saw
$6 copy.
Yeah, it might be a $6 copy. Yeah, but it's complete and readable. It doesn't look that bad. It's just got like the markings of lived in a kid's room on it.
Well, you see, Mark, you would have been proud because, like, when I asked the guy, I didn't realize at first that it was like two guys that each owned one of the books, so that made it a little bit more difficult to bundle, right?
Yeah, you had to do a whole Voltron maneuver to get this deal done.
Right, but so I'm talking to them both, and I'm like, oh well, can we do, so they were asking. This guy was asking 120.
60 and 120, 180. I'm gonna need this for 150 at best.
Oh no, I asked him if they'd do 120 for the pair.
Man, after my own heart.
So I was like, you give me $5 off the Transformers book and throw in.
Yeah.
And they couldn't do. They said, I can't do that. And we came back at like 135. So I basically,
Now here's the question I have.
I'm sorry, Izzy, real quick. Which Transformer book was it?
It was the SDCC Ash Can with the color front cover.
Oh, the D-Dubs copy.
Yeah, D-Dubs. Yeah. Okay.
Gotcha, okay.
So
Sorry.
in 20 years, which book do you think would be more valuable?
20 years?
Probably the Voltron.
Probably the Voltron, right? Well, the other one would probably be like,
They could, yeah. I mean, Transformers books historically don't.
I'm about to say Transformers are this one.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. That book. Yeah.
You got the Void Rivals one already. I know you're not big on Void Rivals. You're trying to pretend like you don't need it, but
yeah, I don't have it. But like I said, so I ended up basically paying $100 for the Ash Can, and then paid $35 for the Voltron book.
I bet that San Diego Comic-Con one really keeps good value because Transformers 1 holds really good value. There's very, very similar to G.I. Joe, a lot of Marvel's first Transformers runs, they're keys, like first appearance of tons of character stuff, but they don't command like crazy value, but they command consistent value where they're at. And with it being relaunched and madly popular with Image, you're going to have to assign a book to be a book, the book. Because something's going to be the one that the people that want to collect this want. Like, if I'm going to have this, I really want this one. And that's the only one that really has any scarcity to it, this kind of manufacturer. So I think that might be good with that one. I don't know if it'll be 100.
A bunch of exclusives that have some scarcity, but
yeah. It's weird, like in the broader sweep of things, like retailer exclusives don't seem to have the same I guess exposure would be a good word for it as the convention exclusives do.
Yeah, no, that's true. There's like one company that's been doing a bunch of exclusives for the Transformers run that are fucking amazing covers, and I go, oh, I'd like that, but then I go looking for them, and apparently the only way you can buy them are from their Whatnot sales. They do
Yeah.
mystery packs and
Mm.
stuff. And it's like, oh, I'm not playing that game.
Mhm.
And then we go look online, and because of that game that you have to play, everybody wants hundreds of dollars for them.
Yeah, that,
You
that
know,
manufactured scarcity, which it legitimately is manufactured scarcity.
I say, it's not as cool as I need it to be. So
Dude, the biggest hoop that I jumped through to get a cover, Department of Truth did it was like they were doing like every issue was a different like topic that the department was having to cover, like
Yeah.
flat Earth or the moon landing, this, that. The first time it was in the teens, I believe, they did a 2-issue story arc on Bigfoot, which was like big deal for that book. And there was a shop that did an exclusive for it by Jang, and you had the regular trade dress and the Virgin pair, and they were slightly different images, but they also did a third one that was the most rare of the 3. And the only way to get that third one is if you were a member of their private Facebook group, and then on top of that, you were a paid member of the shop's monthly, like kind of like the BTC gold member thing, except their thing wasn't like you're getting a monthly mystery box or anything. If you just get like first crack at exclusives and a 5% discount, 10% after this long kind of thing. Granted, it was only like $5 a month to join it. So, but you had to join it like if you joined it, you're doing it like block
A perks club.
3 month, 6 month, 1 year. You couldn't just do it for 1 month. So I had to go get into a Facebook group, join this stupid thing for 3 months just to get access to buy this book. And I'm like, but this was also in like 2020. It was also at like peak comics. So, but it was a lot of hoops I jumped through to get that book. But while I was there, I got multiple copies.
yeah,
You got to make the journey worth
It gets to a point where it just gets tiresome because you don't look at those books the same way as you look at those classic books. You just get to this point where it's like, okay, it's cool. It's a good artist. I like that guy's work. What does this really mean? And
for me, it's a very unique chase because even then I had 100% of this guy's covers. Haven't missed a drop. Back bought the few that I'd missed. So it was like trying to keep this complete collection together. That's kind of fun to.
Mm-hmm.
And what broke that streak was that shop, Rated Comics, worst shop on all of planet Earth. Predatory prices, have no clue about the market that they're working in and operating in. And I refuse to support the insanity that they have going on. Just go look up their website. You'll understand. They ended up doing a lot of covers with him. So the only way I get those is a secondary market, i.e. eBay. But the bad thing is no one buys their books and puts them on eBay. They'll do an exclusive and it'll be typical exclusives like $30 to $40. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Theirs start at $80, and then the Virgin version of something will be over $100.
Yeah,
and if you do a set, they don't do a set breakdown or discount. It's just add this number and that number. It's absolutely insane. So since no one buys them, there's none on eBay ever. I watch all the time. So just at Heroes Con last year, I just got them all from John, because he has copies of his books that are comps that he sells himself at his booth. So this year I'll be picking up a stack of books from him again that are Rated Comics exclusives.
Got it. So I'll go talk to him today, and I'll go take them all from him now.
Yeah, dude. See if he has the one that look. You know what that movie Real Steel is with Hugh Jackman and the robot.
Oh, yeah.
See if you'll recognize it in a heartbeat. It's not a Real Steel comic, and I'm not sure the name of it. I don't remember. But if you see a book that looks like Real Steel, grab it because he didn't have it. I don't think last time I was there. Is this the Vault show? Chris does the Vault show multiple times a year. And if he's doing it April 12th and 13th, I most certainly won't be there because you know what that weekend is, Sledge. Yeah, the Vault show is super fun. Almost picked up the first appearance of Turok last time I was there. April 12th and 13th, you can already assume where I'm going to be.
Doing his taxes.
No, those are already. I'll be sitting there running dogs. That's the last couple of days of the tournament right there.
Oh no, I was just.
Yeah. You watch Reacher from this week?
It didn't come out until yesterday.
All right. Well, let me rephrase the question then. Have you watched Reacher this week?
I did not yet watch
Okay.
the season finale of Reacher. No.
It's the finale. Oh, dang! I didn't realize it was the finale.
Oh, wow, it's the finale.
Yeah, it's the
How
last
many
episode.
episodes?
8.
Okay.
Yeah, they started. They dropped 3 at the premiere day, so I guess that kind of moved it fast. I haven't watched it yet either. Jim says it was meh. I've been enjoying it. That first season hasn't been topped yet. But I've definitely been enjoying it. I saw where it's Amazon's biggest hit ever. Like this is
That makes sense.
well.
I will say that the
don't know if
last
it makes
week's
sense, but
episode
I get
definitely
it.
left me wanting.
Yeah, I'm ready to
ooh,
see him and Big
things are
Dude
gonna
go at
go.
it.
Things are gonna happen.
The with how what this show requires and how much is put into it, it's very interesting that this is their number one show when they're spending millions and millions and millions and millions on stuff like Rings of Power, a lot of money on Wheel of Time. They've got numerous properties and projects that they've heavily invested into and haven't got anything back out. Have actually lost a lot on them. And then Reacher, it's got no visual effects, no crazy space battles, no heavy green screen sets,
Just
and
pretty much on location.
Yeah, it's on location, just absolutely sending it for this platform. I hope that's a message that gets noticed by the producers and the people that make a lot of these decisions. Can't put lipstick on a pig.
I just hope there's a few more Reacher books. I've never looked.
I think there's a lot, kind of like the Alex Cross thing.
Cool. Oh my goodness gracious!
Yeah. So, I did watch Daredevil, both episodes.
Hold on, yeah, Rob.
Okay, yeah. Oh, good.
It's blurry.
I can see a lot of books. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
Mm-hmm.
That's normal for her and y'all battle.
Did you talk to your dad about that?
Oh God, I completely forgot he was here too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get it to him. Daredevil 2-episode drop. Smart on them. They dropped 2 episodes and did a casting announcement to try to bury any kind of news that this show was going to get this week. Yeah, sure.
Well, the first episode, which was the bank heist, that was actually one of the original episodes. It was supposed to be the series premiere episode. You could tell too by the styling, how he's even acting. And then the second episode, which is the Muse episode, that was the newer episode, which felt awkward. Like
Everything felt.
It was displacement with the episodes
from the very beginning. Like I gave high praise to episode 1, high praise and calling out, despite the awkwardness of the feel, like little things like the foggy insert, the extreme ADR use, stuff like that. You could see from the very beginning of the show where this is a Frankenstein you're looking at. This is a Frankenstein's monster here, where it's an amalgam of two different creative visions that are chopped and put into one. It's got some decent stuff to it, but ultimately it's falling super flat. That bank episode, I enjoyed. I don't think it served any purpose. It made no sense being there. But as Rob likes to say, just judging it on just the episode, starting and finishing, nothing, just what's in between, nothing outside of that. Mm-hmm. Dude, it was a slapsticky, fun filler episode. Yeah, it was a poor placement for a filler episode. It drugged the series down, but just on its own merits, it was campy and fun.
I think it's intent in its being where it is. If you look at the story arc as we are being fed it in this chronological piece, it's him, another step in him taking that step back into putting on the costume.
Yeah,
the fact that he puts the hood on it and then go beat the crap out of the at the end. Well, it's at the end of that thing where he goes off and pulls a mask down, right? That whole bit is kind of like, now the next episode, it's like, okay, now let's just go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
I
the
can see
bank
what you're
heist
talking about,
episode.
though, Izzy. With this originally, are you saying this was potentially originally episode 1, or
It was
most
episode 1.
Are you
It was
sure of that, or is that
I'll
just
tell you why.
speculation?
Because it was set in St. Patrick's Day.
Now, I thought about that too. And when I saw that, I'm like, why did they two episode this one this week? Why didn't we do that 2 weeks ago?
So that episode was originally intended to be based on what I've been hearing. That episode was originally intended to be the series premiere because it was set in St. Patrick's Day.
But the show didn't start on St. Patrick's Day.
It didn't. That was the original intent, that it was supposed to start on St. Patrick's Day of last year, I think, or something like that. So you could see it because his attitude is different.
He was acting like Foggy hasn't been
he's acting like everything's cool, like he's doing okay. He's cracking jokes.
Daredevil. It wasn't a struggle or an issue to put a
jokes.
mask on and go fight somebody.
Yeah, so there's that part of it. And then when you get to the next episode, it's the tone just a 180 shift, right? Where he becomes mopey Daredevil again. And which I liked that episode because I thought there was a lot of, especially for me, I thought the Kingpin scenes was really good with him and the axe. And he's like, I thought that was cool. And you could see
he's transforming,
that they're literally turning back into their old selves at the same time.
Yeah, for me, I've said it before, Kingpin has never not been his old self this whole time.
But they're reverting back to their old selves as their personas, as opposed to their
what they're showing on the
wearing.
outside. Well, I think from where I'm watching, from what I pick up on, Kingpin has just been Kingpin this whole time. There's never been anything different about this character other than he's having to refrain. He has to cartel some of his actions because of this public image he's trying to keep.
He is who he is, but he's trying to be legit versus now realizing that he can't, or he doesn't really want to.
Well, I think that's my point. And I've said, I don't think he's trying to be legit as much as he wants this job. Like I'm an illegitimate crime lord, but I want this job. I'm still going to be this crime lord, but I want this job. So I have to refrain from certain activities in front of these people, but I fully intend to find a better time and place to partake in these activities that I refuse to put down.
What's the biggest thing that to me just really, like, for the most part, I give these shows a wide pass. I mean, it's well known that I'm not nearly as critical as Mark on these things.
I'm not critical, am I? I'm just kidding, Rob.
But Daredevil knowing exactly where to go to find Muse's lair.
Muse's lair, Frank's lair.
Don't forget Angela too.
Okay, well, no, now I will give Frank's lair, that one I'd be willing to pass because they know each other, and that potentially he's been keeping tracks on them. I'll give the benefit of.
It was his first time there, though. It was his first time there. We don't know if he knew, but it was his first time there.
He may have known. I did whatever. I give him some benefit of the doubt in that, but I mean, Muse's lair. I mean, come on.
He ran straight through it too.
Yeah, it's just like, oh yeah, you're right here. Let me just show up. It's like, wow, okay.
Yeah, the fight scene was pretty fun. I do like the new safety protocols that they've instilled to make sure that the actors don't hurt each other. They're having to stand really far apart while they're fighting, and it shows. But even that, it was still an enjoyable fight.
How does Muse know how to fight?
Apparently he has like super abilities, but they don't look like they're like touching on him in the show. And I've put up some posts and stuff, and I've had people responding. There was one that responded like, dude, Daredevil cannot walk Muse like a dog like that. That was crazy. Like they're upset that they just kind of crapped on Muse as a formidable villain, just letting him get bodied in one fight.
Well, he disappeared. He didn't catch him.
He straight up almost killed him and he let him go because
he was hanging him. But he had to let him go because the person he was trying to save was dying.
Yeah, this girl, Angela. Or Angie.
Yeah.
What was that?
Angie.
No, I already paid for you.
Angie.
Mm-hmm.
I love that song. Good
Yeah.
morning, MJ. How are you today? Flo said the show definitely was saved because I don't know where it'll be without some of the action in episode 1. Yeah, the show's been terribly
Well,
lame.
we've seen the trailers, so we know it's coming.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was episode 6. They have this weird formula for this show. It's like, let's do a boring show about stuff nobody wants to watch, and that way the people that hardcore defend our shows can have fun fighting upstream to pretend like this is awesome. But at the last 3 seconds, we'll do something to give them something to attempt to argue these conversations with. But this one gave you a little bit more. Like that fight scene at the end was like full on.
Yeah. The 2 episodes
But we
were
went over 5
intentional.
hours straight with nothing burgers just to get to a fight. Because like him,
Wait, we
back,
went 5 hours straight to see chairs, didn't
like
we?
well, to your point, Izzy, about that episode bank heist, because like it was tonally so different. Matt was not struggling. Matt's pretty happy to be there to be able to help these people out and stuff. Like it kind of like the show didn't have it to begin with, but it broke any kind of internal struggle this guy's having to put back on the mask to get out there and fight. He's like, oh, kid's in danger, time to go. Which he's not born again, he's just doing his thing. I missed its mark.
I still thought the best fucking line in the whole goddamn thing was Kingpin when he's talking to the chief of police and says, well, we need sanitation workers to find out we get a mass murderer before the cops do. It's like,
and restructuring is in order.
That's a
So I want to know if that's like, I want to know, scientifically speaking, if you cannot take did he pretty much say he can't take the paint off?
Dude, like I was sitting there laughing. We can't remove it because it's epoxy, so it's there forever. It's got blood on it.
It doesn't just pressure wash off, is what they're saying.
Yeah, pressure wash.
Think it's permanent. They said it a few times, but it can pressure wash off.
You
it
can over.
Can. And not only that, they did a sand. They went and sandblasted it. You would literally peel the building off. Like you can definitely get it off.
Well, he was trying to do it without ruining the facade.
And I gotta give Muse, man, he could work. He works fast. I've never seen a graffiti artist work that fast with the precision that he has in his artwork.
Well, he's
like
special. He's special, man.
I'm willing to accept, all this, there's no way he could have done that painting in the amount of time he's taken to do the paintings that he's been doing, but it's like, come on, man. I can't believe this. This guy does this painting overnight like this.
Oh, yeah.
Out of nowhere,
that was
out of left field. Like there's no setup to the scene. Matt's just sitting in a room and Cherry walks. He's like, all right, Matt, there's a serial killer out there. Don't do anything about it. Promise me, don't do it. I'll see you later. Like,
that was
He
really
walks in and then leaves, right? That's what his whole purpose.
I was trying to figure out from that. Was he trying to say, he's trying to actually push him back into being Daredevil?
That's the thing. Does he know? I don't think he knows.
Oh, he does.
It's definitely a scene that's out of time and place. That they just
he does, because
again,
if you go back to like the beginning, that was the very first episode. That was Cherry was supposed to be retiring, right?
Yeah.
And then when Daredevil's up on the roof after he throws Bullseye off and he takes his mask off, Cherry's the cop who comes up on the roof and sees him and goes, Matt?
Yeah, and that's how that whole flashback or that whole scene ended.
Yeah, and then there's another episode earlier on.
And then they don't do anything about it. They don't address it. They don't talk about it. They don't have any scenes of them.
There's like there's one other scene where they kind of mention. There's a little bit of talking about when they're talking about the vigilante, when they're talking about White Tiger and stuff, and so there's some conversations in there that if you read the subtext, they're referring to.
He's talking as if he knows. Did y'all notice too? Like one thing that again, like anybody that tries to tell me that this show is doing anything good, I don't know what they're watching. Like when people are like, look at the courtroom drama is great. It's just great courtroom drama stuff. No, it's not. There's hundreds of examples of great courtroom drama shows. This show will never be talked about in that conversation. Another huge point is not just like the Matt not being Daredevil, but like the big key part of this character is how religious he is, his ties to the Catholic Church, how big of a part of that is, and him losing his faith in the beginning of this that they don't really address or care about. It's just something that's gone as part of Daredevil that's gone. But now he's praying again, just in passing, like just, oh, look, he's got semblance of his faith
Well,
back.
I think, and that's where I think she says, "Oh, you're checking in or something." He's from
He
time
said,
to time.
because
Yeah.
you pray. You
Yeah,
pray like
yeah,
it's a crazy concept. You pray.
from time to time.
He's like, from time to time I check in. Like, dude, that for me, that was the most cringe part of the episode when that ridiculous insert girlfriend character goes, "You pray?" Like, like millions and millions and millions of Americans pray. The city that you're in has hundreds and hundreds of churches. Like,
again, if you're gonna
not everybody
argue
attends them. I live in the same city.
I'm not saying everyone attends them or not, but that's just the concept of like being.
But
like, you pray.
But if we assume for a moment that Disney is doing a poor job of delivering a show, and we've lost a lot, and we've edited it out or lost some of the context stuff, if you're trying to convey this element that he's lost his religion in all this and his faith after Foggy, but you forgot that because this is this butcher hack meal piece thing, you forgot you haven't really talked on that. Then all of a sudden you had some dialogue that was written to relate to that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's another Frankenstein episode moment, and for all we know, they could have had conversations
right
that aren't in here necessarily, because granted they've been together for this year. We haven't really seen them do too much together. There hasn't been like prolonged scenes of them.
Yeah, she hasn't even whipped them out yet.
Here and there, you know. Come on, Disney. Full send here.
She spends more time with Kingpin than him.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that weird stuff. Like another cringe moment with Kingpin sitting in the bedroom talking to Vanessa. I told him it's going to be 1.8, and he said no, so I tacked on another million. And weird smile. I'm like, what? Like, but no one cares, bro.
You don't like his Kingpin?
No one cares, dude. I haven't liked D'Onofrio's Kingpin from the start. I don't think I think he's a phenomenal actor. I don't like the way that Kingpin's written. He's an inconsistent, insecure, weird. It's weird.
Yes,
he doesn't like give off power vibes. He doesn't give off leadership vibes. He doesn't give off boss vibes. He gives off like your number one henchman vibes to me, like the big dude. Look, like bring Wilson in here. He'll handle this for me. He gives off those kind of vibes to me. This guy's way too unstable mentally, physically, everything to be a boss of anything. And I tacked on another million. Like, no one cares, bro. No one cares.
I just love when he puts the jacket on and it ripped.
Oh, I'm getting
just like he's turning into Kingpin. He's getting
literally.
fatter. He's getting fatter.
Oh, it looks like I'm gaining some weight.
That's how you know he's turning back.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
I do enjoy.
Oh, we have to buy you a whole new wardrobe.
Even if it's kind of Frankenstein else, I do kind of enjoy all the little Easter egg segments to the other rest of the Marvel universe. Bringing in the tracksuit mafia, having the swordsman, having Kamala Khan's dad, and having all these things.
But that's what I think it's what they were doing originally. Yeah. I think originally they were trying to tie them all together.
Yeah, this was another
because the sword project. Kamala, I love Kamala Khan's dad. I'm not going to front. I love that guy.
Disney that they've done with the modern Star Wars stuff is like, as much as people have not been like very happy with it and stuff.
As much as Mark hasn't been very happy with it. Yes, okay.
Rob, you don't be happy with it. They keep pushing and leaning into it. They're really committed to their stuff. Like with the MCU, they're really committed to the post D+ characters. They really want to sell them, so they're keeping them out there, kind of thing.
Yeah, because they're pretty much doing the same thing they did before, where they have the movies stay over here, the TV stay over here, and there's not that much of crossing.
There's a whole bunch of street level heroes to be street level heroes. They don't need to get involved in the macro, universal, earth-ending type things, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the only real connection to the street levels and the rest of it is Spider-Man, because it's Spider-Man.
Did you notice the extreme? Well, we got those announcements for the chairs following this
Chair Watch?
Wampus 2 weeks. Chair Watch 2025.
I'm
So
so
we got
glad
the
I was
Avengers-
working and so busy. I never got a chance to see a
Bro,
piece of it.
I was watching it because I had it on my phone.
Yeah, I was about to say anybody that wasn't like multitasking while that was happening, they need their browser history checked. Like something's not right.
I was multitasking, but
Yeah,
I
I
still
mean, a lot
didn't
of
have
people
time.
can be working and doing stuff with that just on. That makes
No.
sense.
I mean, I was multitasking and still didn't have time to put that on and have it going.
Yeah, but the because especially how like every time like they do an announcement, it's just going to pop up everywhere on social media instantly. So no big deal. But with the 20, what is it? Is he 26, 27 actors announced?
27, yeah.
You're not seeing a lot of D plus characters. It looks like Marvel's moving away. Like
There were no D plus characters.
Bob Iger said we're moving away from however you want to label it, whatever the goal for Disney has been for the past 3 to 4 years. They have publicly said we're moving away from that. Whether they do it or not stands a reason, but this looks like a sign that they potentially could be, because nowhere on there did you see a lot of characters that are not well received by fans. No Captain Marvel, no Monica Rambeau, no Miss Marvel, no She-Hulk. All these like female characters that they pushed to the front to replace the actual ones that were there and established, they're not there. They weren't in this announcement.
Yeah, but the other half that was missing was the core Avengers, with the exception of Thor.
Well,
Pretty much the core Avengers were all gone.
Yes, I mean, we know where Robert Downey Jr. is. Iron Man's dead. We know where Captain America is. He's old. Those have been written out. So those are written out. So all you can do is Thor and Hulk to begin with. And you got
no Hulk. What? Don't forget Hawkeye. Hawkeye counts.
Yeah, Hawkeye's not there, but I'm there's a part of me that assumes you can't.
War Machine.
You got it. No,
War Machine's not there.
You got to hold some back so that Secret Wars can be bigger than Doomsday, and I think they're going to throw the whole kitchen sink in there at that, obviously. But it looked like we had what would be the modern Avengers if you put them all together, the Thunderbolts and a handful of X-Men cast members, and that was pretty much it, right?
And Fantastic Four.
Yeah, Fantastic Four. So that was interesting to me because this announcement did a couple of things. Ghost was not in there.
She was.
No, I'm sorry. Ghost was there. Taskmaster.
You mean Taskmaster?
Yeah, the one that was very ill received by fans was not in there. So you have the entire Thunderbolts team here, save for one of them, which implies that's going to be who dies. I mean, we don't know for certain, but we can make a good guess that that's who's going to, like, if anybody on the team is going to not make it through this movie, it looks like we know who it's going to be now. We definitely know who it's not going to be. And the same thing with Fantastic Four. Part of the appeal to that was that it's on its own world and its own thing. And, a lot of the speculation is that this Fantastic Four team went up on a rocket on the regular Earth. Events took them to this weird world, and they're trying to get back to this regular world. In this movie, they're back.
I'm fine with that. At the end of the day, it doesn't really upset me as much. I'm more of, there was a chair for Sentry. The actor who plays Sentry, he has a chair.
Bill Pullman.
I think what I found interesting as I was watching it, and the names that were missing, obviously the core Avengers are not part of it, and I'm okay with that.
Though. That's not the only one. Like,
yeah, but the core
Avengers are not missing.
It's all part of where they're going to be, because
Hulk is missing. Just one person.
Who was missing?
The other two are not.
There's no chair for Fat Stacks.
Yeah,
that's no travesty.
That's terrible.
Hugh and Ryan not mentioned.
Hugh was. I don't think having no Hugh was missing. I think that's saving for Secret Wars. I think a lot of these characters are going to show up for Secret Wars that everybody's missing. The one that I thought was the weirdest was not having Halle Berry Storm. That was the weirdest.
Having any of the 20th Century Fox characters is weird. So for me, at least, so not
like they
having
threw Alan Cummings in there, which was cool, but in comparison to the other people that they added, like how is he in it?
Marsden Cyclops is dead chronologically, but I mean, this is multiverse.
No, he's not.
Malarkey.
Days of Future Past, he lives again.
Oh, that's true. Yep.
It's probably. I think I read it somewhere, and I guess with all these people in it, it's obviously going to be like Flash level cameos.
That's what I said in my post. Like,
is that where I read it? Maybe
I think a little bit of
both.
Yeah, I think it'll be a little bit of both.
We'd be expecting Flash level cameos. There's no way to ensemble this many people into a functioning script. But I get a couple of I'm excited for it. Don't get me wrong. Like I am the target audience for nostalgia bait when it comes to like these 20th Century Fox characters and stuff like that. Ooh. I'd rather see those in the current stuff, but The flash level cameos is what I'm definitely expecting, like kind of hopping worlds or people entering a big scene kind of thing. But it kind of gives you red flags when you think like, okay, they know everything has fallen short since Endgame. We need more people than we had in Endgame, and we need nostalgia bait, and we need this, and we need that. And this is only the stepping stone for Secret Wars with no buildup. We're just jumping
Yeah,
straight.
so
to
what they
Infinity
did
War.
for Endgame and Infinity War was, if you recall, they put them in like pocket groups. So there was like 3 stories being told, and in those 3 stories you had this set of characters, that set of characters, and then the other set of characters.
Yeah,
I think that's exactly what they're gonna do here. They're gonna do pretty much the same thing, where you have 5 or 6 of these people
mix up the
together.
teams and send them out.
Yeah, not even at teams, but it's just like, this is their scene, this is their scene,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
put them all together.
You had the group
like
going
Star
to
Wars
Titan to
does.
prepare for Thanos. You
Yeah.
had Thor going to go.
That's
light
how
the
you can
sword.
get that
had
kind of
Steve Rogers
ensemble
doing his
cast,
thing.
right?
To what Sledge says, I have an idea on this.
Okay.
Because we don't have to have everything be connected necessarily. Can we do an Invaders series?
Oh
film
my
or something?
God! Just do it. World War II Invaders.
Exactly.
Straight up. We know Cap was there. Just do a movie where he runs a mission with them.
We get Namor, and then we get anybody to play Torch. We don't have to have. We can get anybody to be Torch because it's a different Torch than
Mhm.
Fantastic.
Well, the Torch exists. Android Torch exists.
Yeah, he was in Iron Man or Cap 1.
He was in Cap
at
1.
the World Fair.
Okay.
Remember, they had him on
Oh.
display, so he's canon in the MCU. We can use him. We got him.
I mean, I think that could be a great standalone film to do a freaking Invaders film.
Raider said, "This is why I'm glad I don't have anything to do with Marvel. I predict a hot ass mess incoming." I think you're right. There's no way not in the again, the timing of this chair release. Obviously, they already had it filmed and planned. I wonder when the original plan to drop it was, though, because you had the they try to bury stuff when they know it's going to be bad. We've seen them do it with Echo. We've seen them do it with Agatha. But they did the same thing with this Daredevil. They buried one episode by dropping 2. But what was going around the press this week, what was in all the articles, is all the how scared Kevin Feige is about the Avengers movies moving forward. These are big budget films, and the Russo brothers have not been a successful directing pair outside of the MCU. And then most recently, they just did that $300+ million flop for Netflix, The Electric State. So there's been reports coming out that Kevin Feige is going to be actively working on set and involved heavily in the making of this film because he's nervous. So
I don't think he has to be that nervous because he has the writing team. Well, he has one of them.
Have you seen Disney Marvel writing? That should make you more nervous.
Yeah, but McFeely is the writer of Endgame and Infinity War, so they got him doing the writing chores with the Russos.
Yeah, the Russos are the directors.
I think their biggest worry has to be the reception of how Robert Downey Jr.'s Doom is going to be.
They said they want to challenge the audiences with these movies, and
yeah, but they already they made the confirmation. I think it was the Russos who confirmed that he is a variant of Tony.
Again, now if they had fat stacks, I mean, more mustache equals more money.
Well, yeah, they can't afford you, man. You're too.
Used to be surprised. I whore myself up pretty
They've
cheap.
given us a lot already. I wonder what they're holding back for the movie. Obviously, there'll be some characters that we don't see. And
Robert Downey did say there's more.
Well, of course, there's more. They're not going to tell you everyone right out the gate.
There's
I sure hope
Evans is going to pop up in some way.
27,000 extras. We didn't name them.
Yeah, I think Chris Evans is going to pop up. Tom Holland Spider-Man, I could see him show up towards the end.
Also, May says a Fantastic Four bombs. I'm going back to silent penny films on the old Nickelodeon. I don't blame you, my man.
Nickelodeon.
What is going on, Tate? There's a lot riding on Fantastic Four and Superman. Dude, all these studios, all of them are in such bad places right now. They are all super nervous, and no one to blame but their own. I mean, there's a lot of crazy factors that went into things that made their jobs more challenging than ever in the past 5 years. There's no arguing that, but they made all the wrong decisions all the way through it. That's not limited to Disney.
Well, they both were going through some kind of power struggles that they were going on both ends.
Structuring shake up, the whole lockdown thing that ruined
Zazoff.
Theaters still haven't recovered. They're still struggle busting, and this year's been terrible. The worst year in history for theaters to make money. They don't care if your movie succeeds or fails. They just need people to come and watch it. They need to sell popcorn.
The theater thing is a bigger problem because that's coming from the theater. You raise ticket prices, you make it impossible to buy any type of meals. Like I go to the movies and I buy popcorn and a drink, and I'm spending $30 on top of what I spend in my movie tickets. You don't make it easy. You make it terrible for me to go to movies. So therefore, I go sparingly. And I only go in times like a Superman, like an Avengers movie. I'm not going to go to the movies the way I used to go, where I would go see a regular movie.
Yeah, it's only an event.
The theaters are the ones. Yeah, no, the theaters are the ones. They sell the concession stuff, the prices they do, because that's where they make their money.
Yeah, I agree.
The movie tickets. Most of the ticket, a good portion of that ticket price goes, if not all of it, goes to the studios and whatnot.
50%. Theaters get 50%,
and I get all that
on average.
The problem is you're not making it easy for me to go to the movies. And then you dropped this. We'll get it after about 2 or 3 weeks. It's gonna be on streaming, so you could watch it on streaming and pay the same price that you would if you went to the movies. And you got a system that, for some people, they got a system in place where it almost feels like the movies.
No, they don't. They don't. But you could tell yourself that.
I turn off the lights. I put on the surround stereo. I'm good.
Multiple subwoofers, and nothing but large tower speakers all around.
I'm a huge
fan. And my popcorn is free.
Surround sound systems. After the first time I watched Star Wars Episode 1 in a room with proper surround sound that my brother hooked up in the pod races in surround sound, that's some of the most enjoyable movie experience you could get for the audio. Like that was just
forget that. Actually, what you're missing out. Actually, Cutthroat Island, the pirate ship battle. The two pirate ships come along side by side, cannonballs flying directly over your head diagonally, all kinds of shit going on around you. It is fabulous. I used to demonstrate. That was my go-to for demonstrating back when I used to sell that stuff, because
House X can't remember when the last time they went.
Wow.
Yeah, because
we got a House of X. That's
not only was the scene so good for home theater, but it was also a non-offensive movie. The other scene I used to use a lot for demonstrating home surround sound to people was from Fifth Element. The selling of the ZF-1 is not bad at all, especially when the net comes around you. It's pretty damn cool, but not as good as Cutthroat Island.
That's funny. Watch him try to sell that like a used car salesman.
Yeah, exactly. It was great because
talking about the button on the side,
and that's what I liked about it. Because as a salesman, when I was selling something, to have somebody on screen selling stuff, right back in the day, it was
putting it back in there. Make the sale.
But
hopefully the surround sound system you were selling didn't have the red button on it.
Yeah, no, and to have a good surround sound system, you need to have the right speakers. Unfortunately, a lot of people have like little itty bitty speakers, and so I have these towers, big full tower speakers.
And Shane's got a good point here. He's got a 7.2 system, and Disney's stuff doesn't come close. It's brutal. You can actually hear the clipping. I gotta tell you guys,
I don't know if you have a good sound system, and it shouldn't be clipping.
Well, that isn't the sound system doing it. That's like the sound editor.
The recording is.
Yeah. Dude, I go back regularly, and this is no secret to people who know me. I regularly go back and watch Michael Bay Transformers.
Oh, streaming. The streaming does
streaming.
Okay, no.
Streaming does not come
that I could get because of the it's not because
it's the best I don't know why, but cinema definitely peaked in that 2010 to 2015 era. And I don't mean like the best movies in the world came out. I mean like the highest quality of product was happening at that point, from visual effects, the sound, specifically like the Transformer stuff is very impressive to check out the different sound editing. That's an actual art form, because every single moving part has its own distinct sound. Every single weapon, which all of them regularly have different weapons, they make different sounds. It's just ridiculously impressive.
I'll agree that the Transformers movies, the Michael Bay Transformers movies, the sound quality is great. I can't
Sure.
a huge headache
Yeah.
watching it.
That's how I feel about their story line too. But Sledge, you're right. Saving Private Ryan, is great for surround sound, especially the Normandy beach landing. But unfortunately, because of its nature, was not very good for demoing in store. You start triggering. Your customer comes in, has got PTSD, and you trigger them.
Or you are creating something, right?
Yeah, exactly. Disney should not
But
play
you
by
know which
screens.
movie? Dunkirk is really good for the sound.
I think there's a lot of really good movies that have.
Yeah.
So,
Well, most war films are like that though. Like the
shootout scene at the end of Heat is good too.
Heat is good. I saw Heat in theaters. I love that movie.
Yeah, surround sound can definitely. I mean, I think it's definitely good. I mean, surround sound has been a game changer for people who. I mean, I remember early days when I was selling this stuff. Some of the stuff that was just game changer, like watching Twister on a surround sound system versus not. I mean, was just so.
So there was one scene. There was one, and if you remember X-Men 2, not that X-Men 2 is known for its sound quality. It really isn't. But when you had the Blackbird just like fly in, and you could hear that
individual scene. I'm talking about a movie as a whole, where like in Twister. I mean, imagine if you can't hear any of those tornadoes with that effect or whatever. So it's like, and it
that's why I said Top Gun. Top Gun is like that.
Well, it's actually surprisingly not. I went back and rewatched the original Top Gun recently.
I'm talking about the new one. I was talking about Maverick.
Oh, okay. I say because the original is not as cool as I remember, but from a sound aspect.
I'm going to take Monkey to school real quick, guys.
All
right, cool.
So,
Mark, I probably won't be here.
So,
where are you going?
I have a work assignment, so I'm only doing early time. So I got about half hour.
I'll be listening from the phone after I drop her off. But on the way there,
did you drop the invite in the groups, or
I put it in the 2 Legion chats?
Can you drop it in the Goon Squad too?
Yep.
Thanks.
I'll grab it for you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So
you got it, Izzy?
Yeah, I got it.
All right. Well, I'm taking Monkey Squad.
All right. Take it easy.
Hey, if anyone's in the chat, and if you ever want to hop on, just DM me or Rob, and we'll get you the link to hop on.
Yeah, although I'm not very good today. What was that? What
DM Izzy, me or Rob?
I don't even remember what I was saying now.
Sound quality or quality of sound.
Oh, throughout the whole movie type stuff, I guess. But I think I'm done with that thought. All right, moving on.
So,
I know what it was. I was thinking. So it saddens me that so many people today. I mean, just like in the early days of home theater, there was a lot of people got into it, but all they wanted was like the stupid Bose speakers or little itty bitty speakers. And it's like, okay, yeah, you got some sound behind you and stuff, but it's not the same kind. You can only do so. You can't change the laws of physics. Scotty said it over and over again throughout Star Trek, and you can only move so much air with a small speaker. And so there's limits to what it could do in reality. And today, now, so many people I know just have like a sound bar, and they rely on essentially virtual surround to be their thing. And it's like, okay, that's fine if you're sitting in the sweet spot, sort of, but I mean, it's not the same. So it's always funny to me when people come over to my house and they see these massive tower speakers front and back and multiple subwoofers and stuff, and they go like, what is all this shit? Why do you have so much stuff? And it's like, well, if you want to do it right, this is more of what it takes type stuff. I mean, that's what I did for years and years and years, was work in that industry.
So what's more important to you? I know you work in the industry, but what's more important, the visuals or the audio?
To me, it's the audio, because I always used to say, look, when I used to sell this stuff, I used to say, look, if I put on a movie and I turn off the sound, it's got limited engagement. If I turn off the picture, but I turn on the sound, and we have great sound system.
Because even a silent film, right? So, and not the traditional silent film from the early 1900s, but when they make movies that require Quiet Place. I use Quiet Place as a good example, where it's like they're toying with the sound as opposed to it just some vaudeville musical something in the background, right? I think that's where sound really is an important beat, because as you're watching a movie like Quiet Place, you're like every single beat has
Yeah,
definition.
whether it's the sound, the sounds of the set, or whether it's the music that is setting tone and
Mhm.
other types of things. I mean, I think if you have a good sound system and stuff like so the analogy is, look, if I turn off if I turn off, let's say go take your Saving Private Ryan in the Normandy beach landing. If I turn off the sound and just have it on a screen, it's like, okay, you're watching, whatever.
Mhm.
You lose interest at some point. But if I turn on the sound and you're sitting in the middle of all that going off around you,
Mhm.
even without the video,
Yeah.
it kind of pulls you in a little bit. So, I mean, I
Mhm.
think that to me, I think that the sound's always been better. And I always felt bad for, like, although I think it's great when I talk to some of my friends, I have one friend who's deaf, and, he enjoys going to movies because he gets, they have um,
Mhm.
the, the descriptive audio and stuff. But I've always think to myself, man, I can't, you're not getting that. Or even still with the descriptive audio for some of those things, like if you've never, in his case, he's never had hear, he was born deaf.
Mhm.
So having descriptive audio is limited because you still don't even know what that sounds like, right?
Mhm.
It's all imagined. So
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, yeah, I guess there's certain movies that I'm just thinking to myself, man, you can't get the
Not the same.
same. Yeah, you're never going to get that same impact and whatnot from.
That's why
So,
unfortunately that's why the disability, right?
yeah.
Um, onto a subject matter that I guess we could talk about that no one else will talk about. How are you feeling about Jey Uso's chances of winning? Because it doesn't sound like he's gonna win.
Well, I mean, that's obviously the reason why he's going to,
You
right?
think so?
Is
You think they're gonna?
yeah, I
They got
don't.
Goldberg in the wings waiting for Gunther.
I don't think that there's any Goldberg. If Triple H is smart, he doesn't bring. They don't bring back Goldberg for anything.
Goldberg's coming back. He has one more match. It's SummerSlam.
But he's shown over the last couple last matches that he can't perform.
But you're giving him his final match. He wants to go out in a bang. Let him go out in a bang. He deserves that at least.
I
You
don't
get what
know.
I'm saying? It'll be a showcase. It'll still draw attention no matter what.
They'll
It's one of
probably
those
will
situations.
him. Well, whatever they will him out
Like a
for.
Saudi show.
I'm not. Yeah, well, the Saudis should even be going like, please don't bring him back. We've seen what he's done the last couple
I don't
times.
think
Thanks.
I think the Saudi just wants to get every dead character back.
But
they requested Yokozuna. They were like, "Yeah, we can't bring Yokozuna back."
so my thing with Jay is, I'd be with this. It's such a weird thing to have him come, and obviously he's got all this hype and power behind him right now. But to not have him win after having given him the IC strap for all of only a week or so, and have him constantly get beat down and stuff before these shows leading up to this, it would be just ultimate squash at the end.
Mhm.
No matter how good he does in the match, if you've led up all this time of him getting beat, leading up to this, and then all of a sudden he doesn't walk away with it, that is just like, you know what? F
But I
you.
could see him. I could see him lose. And here's where I think WWE made a mistake. And this is probably going to be Triple H's first big mistake. His first big mistake was not going all the way with LA Knight, because LA Knight has the pedigree to hold a world championship.
I disagree.
I think he does, especially with his time in TNA. He's earned it.
I think he may have earned it, but I think we're already seeing his reaction and stuff is dying out.
Possibly.
And I think that he's where he should be.
Yeah, but that's why they
Mid-card
gave him the title back too. That was one of the
Yeah.
reasons why they gave him the title.
Well,
So
Shinsuke shouldn't have ever had the belt title.
well, Shinsuke got the belt, and then his friend passed away, so he took time away to do that. And I think he's actually going to take some time. Shinsuke is one of those guys.
I'm not a fan of Shinsuke.
Yeah, he's his New Japan days were definitely better days. I think the whole Jay thing is too much too fast for him. He needed progression, and he didn't get progression.
Well, like I said, he blew up, and the react, and so they're trying to learn. I think their lesson from what they did with the LA Knight, where they drugged it out too long. But at the same time, I just look. I expect fully at WrestleMania here for Cena to win.
I see that. There's no way you can turn him and heel and not have him win.
Right, and so that way he can continue his feud with Cody for a bit before Cody gets it back. You know, and so if that belt is gonna change there, then I just don't see why they would
other belt.
If you're gonna give one belt to the heel, then I think you're gonna give the other one back to a face. But here's the thing that's really got me crazy, man. Is like them they tried to bring this when they brought this title back after combining the two titles. They've really made this just another mid-card belt practically. It's like, oh, this other one, because they have the Universal Champion coming on both shows, all this stuff. So it's like, I am the face of the company. I am this. I am that. And it's like, I get it that he's super popular. He's your Hulk Hogan now, and you want to use him like that for everything. But you've done so at the expense of the other championship belt.
But you did that because of. But that's Netflix. They're looking at.
But still, I mean, it's it's
here's
your brand. Regardless of Netflix, whatever,
Yeah.
it's your brand. You're doing it to your own product.
They caused it, but here's where the problem lies. Is as you said it, he's showing up in Raw, he's showing up in SmackDown. If that's going to be the case, switch him already. Switch him. Make this guy your SmackDown champion. Make this guy your Raw champion, and leave it at that.
Even showing up, though, is not the problem. It's also in the way that they talk about the championships and the way that they market the championships, everything else. It's Cody is your face of the throughout them all. It's
and there's no denying that.
But they say it. The commentators say it and everything. You're the face. You're the face of the company, and you're this and that, and this is the champion or whatever. And then it's like, oh, but by the way, Gunther's over here, and after everything he did for the IC belt, making it, something again
relevant.
Yeah, which of course then they turn around and give it to Braun Breaker, and it's irrelevant as all hell because I think that I like Braun Breaker. I think he has shown in his 2 runs, his time is done with this belt. He's not, to me, he's not connecting. It's like, okay, cool. You can.
I think with Braun Breaker, they don't know if he's a face or a heel.
Well, and I don't think he has to be one or the other. I'm fine with there being the characters that exist that are in between.
Yeah, but that's like Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins is more of a tweener, where Braun Breaker is like, is he a heel? Is he he's a weird type of tweener where
I just don't like
clearly supposed to be one or the other.
My issue with him is he isn't connecting. He just is running through his moveset, and his moveset is limited. Even though he has capability, what he basically shows on TV is let me spear you, let me clothesline you, let me shoulder tackle you, let me jump up and do a Frankensteiner, and that's about the extent of what he does. Maybe he throws in a suplex here and there once in a blue moon, but he's definitely not his dad. He's definitely not his uncle, and he's not making the connection to the crowd, in my opinion.
Well, I think he hasn't had a marquee match just yet. He's had some high level matches, but none of them has been like name me a match that Braun Breaker has. I was like, that's his match. You know what I mean?
Well,
he hasn't reached that level yet.
I don't know if he has that capability. That's what I think.
I think he does. I think he has the pedigree for it.
Who would you put him with?
He was doing a great job in NXT.
Trying to get that out of him.
It's taking time. I think he should have that match with Sheamus and like give it to Sheamus to win, but make it
I don't want to watch that because that's just another.
but
That's
make
just going to be another beating. Let's clothesline and beat each other type match. I mean,
but make it meaning. Make
I
it have
wanna
meaning.
I'd rather see him, have a great match with like Chad Gable or something. Show me him wrestle put on
Yeah.
some wrestling moves.
Well, Chad Gable's
and
too
show-
busy being a luchador, which I'm actually loving it. It's hilarious to me.
I get it, but I mean, somebody like that has some technical ability and stuff. Show me something beyond clothesline, shoulder tackle, spear.
Yeah,
because
he's a modern day Goldberg or Warrior or something like that.
And maybe that's my problem, right? Is I don't want that. I'd like to see something more.
You're looking for a Bret Hart type,
Gunther. Yeah, maybe,
or Angle or something.
Any number of things. Yeah, I just like to do some more. I like them to do something more than just I'm bump into you. And yeah. So I mean, to me, he's not connecting. So I hope they pull the belt off of him and they move him and they do some work with him, because I think he's like Austin Theory right now. He may have all the talent in the world, but he just wasn't connecting.
Mhm.
And so you take it off of him and let him get some more reps in and figure out what you're going to do with him.
They dropped the ball with Austin Theory a long time ago, but I think Austin probably dropped it himself. Because you had your match with Cena where you beat Cena and it took you nowhere.
Yeah, but he also got ripped apart on the microphone by Cena, and
That's the thing. He was nowhere. He's nowhere in that level. He was definitely a big man kid.
McMahon was trying to shove him down your throat, and he became the next Rocky Maivia.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel bad for him, personally, because it's like, there's something there, but it's just not working for him. And this whole tag team run that he has with what's his name? I can't even remember his name, but you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, the
That's
Thunder
not
Down
working.
Under kid.
Yeah, Down Under kid. Yeah, which I think he has more charisma than Austin Theory.
Waller, what's it? Something Waller.
Oh yeah, it is Waller. Oh well, but with that, you got this whole Rhea Ripley, Bianca Belair, Io Sky thing is just stupid to me. How they've been treating Io like shoving her, like taking your hand and shoving her face. To me, is just stupid. Like, that's your champion. That's who you want to go after. Who cares about this other person? Like, Rhea's position, I get it, because she never got a chance to get her rematch, blah, blah, blah. But the way you're treating Io as an afterthought character when she's supposed to be your champion, which you should have never given her the belt in the first place, if that was going to be the case. If your intention was going to be Rhea versus Bianca, and now you throw in Io, I think that was bad booking. I think Io should have never been part of that storyline. Because she's like, she can't defend herself with them because they're out of word of mouths, and then they're,
I'll say to this, Sledge, I understand it's not for everyone, but I will tell you that I'm watching the view ticker, and the number of people watching actually is increased. Not a lot, but
wrestling fans, we love talking about wrestling, and this is my only opportunity to talk about wrestling before someone else comes in to talk about comics.
Yeah,
but
look, it's who knows? It's a weird time of season. I can't keep up. I'm thinking I'm about ready to completely abandon AEW because I can't keep up anymore, because not only there's just too much content, but I was only watching Rampage anyways, but now I can't get through an episode.
Yeah,
I fall asleep every single time, but halfway through the second episode, and not because I'm tired when I sit down, but because it's just so mind-numbing and I can't tolerate it anymore.
Yeah, I only watch
Ladies and
Dynamite.
gentlemen,
there he is.
To get us back onto lettering, or to get us back onto comics, we bring in letterer extraordinaire, Justin Birch.
If you're counting on me to get you back onto lettering, then
actually no, to get us onto comics maybe, but or comic tangent. How you doing, JB?
I am well, thank you.
I know you felt that I was cheating on you coming out here to WonderCon, but yeah.
So you're doing all 3 days of WonderCon?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Sunday I'm only going to be here for a couple hours, and then I'm going to head out probably around noonish, midday, noon or 1, because it's a 6 to 7 hour drive home, depending upon LA traffic. Once I get out of LA, it's not bad, but
Yeah.
I have to get through LA. And I will tell you that when I was coming down, so it was just under, the GPS told me it was just under 6 hours to get here. The last hour and 40 minutes was to go the final 62 miles.
Sounds like my trip to Terrificon every year.
That's how long you drive, because you're coming from Michigan, right?
No. I'm coming from like the Pittsburgh area, but it's that last, like, once you hit Connecticut, I-95 is just a shit
It's
show.
the worst. I never take I-95 when I go to Terrificon. I go take the Sprain to the Teutonic, and then from there go kind of like around it. That's easier, and it's a parkway, so as opposed to an expressway.
I wanted to
less commercial traffic.
I wanted to fly down here and just get like a car take me here, but unfortunately the flights were so expensive I just couldn't.
Right, because that's considered a quick flight, right? Like that's like New York to Boston, where it's like a 30-minute flight where you spend more time waiting to get on the plane than actually flying. Right? For you, Rob, right? Would that be the case?
I'm sorry, I was reading a message and I didn't listen to a word you said. Please repeat that.
That's okay. That's just the same way at home. So a flight from where you're at to WonderCon is a short flight that you actually spend more time getting to the plane and out of the plane that you would being in the plane.
No, but that's because I have Clear.
Even so, it's just a waiting game.
Well, yeah, if you get to the airport early, proper amount of time, but because the flight is like an hour and 20 minutes, I think.
Wow, that's a long flight then.
Maybe not. Maybe it's an hour.
Yeah.
But it's like around. But I mean, that's like includes taxi to taxi time, right, and stuff like that. So, because it's from where I'm at to here is just under 400 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Is this your first time at WonderCon?
Yes.
I wonder if this will be your last time.
Probably not, only because this is the home con for the West Coast chapter of the Fiend Club.
And speaking of, hello, madame.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Izzy. Hello, how are you this morning?
Doing well.
Hi, Rob. I'm not used to seeing you without your wall of China behind you there.
Wall of China?
It's actually a green screen he's on.
That's what it's like. That's how big it is.
The wall's there. It's just a green screen now.
Yeah, that's right. I put a generic homeroom or a suite from the Hilton there. Yeah. I got upgraded. I got this room is weird, but it's like it's so big. But it's all one.
How big?
Give us
it's just
tour.
one room. Well, it's just like it's way.
Ooh,
so there's
look at that.
There's the couch and something and the bed back behind it.
Cartwheels in there.
And then the bathroom is like massive too, but there's a lot of empty space in it. And the thing I started realizing is I think that part of it's because this room I think is also ADA compliant. So there's because there's a fold up seat thing in the chair in the bathroom and stuff. So that's part of the reason why there's probably so much space. But there's like one wastebasket in this entire place. There's no wastebasket over by the wet bar at all. And then this room is like in a corner between two hallways. So it actually has two connecting room doors. So there's like two different. So like you could, in theory, you could rent the other two rooms and have them connect into this, and have like 3 rooms connected, with this one being in the middle, which is just kind of weird. I don't like having 2 connecting room doors. It means I got sound coming in from 2 different ones.
Means you
And
have to
it
worry
means-
about some infiltrators coming in through both doors at the same time.
I don't
See,
worry
Rob has
about
always
that.
been about the sound. He's all about sound.
I'm not worried
We
about
talked about that for
infiltrators.
like a half hour.
I have taken care of securing the premises. Don't worry about that.
Excellent.
He got the bear traps ready.
That just doubles your chances for making new friends.
Exactly.
Well, he'll make friends.
No wet basket by the wet bar. I agree. Yeah.
Did you get a
well,
rose in your toilet paper at least? Or a triangle?
No. Well, yeah, the triangle tip. Yeah.
Okay. At least you got that. That's worth the
But I
money.
will say, so it was like yesterday when I went down to their shop and I was picking up some snacks and whatnot. They put it into a brown paper bag. So that brown paper bag is now the wastebasket over by the wet bar.
So I would like to share this information. It's completely out of topic, but it's something that's relevant.
Hold on. Breaking news coming.
No,
through.
you don't have to take. You don't have to blow me up.
Okay, we got breaking news. Here we
No,
go.
you
Go
don't,
ahead.
you didn't have to.
Go, Dizzy.
It's something a good friend of mine. So no, it's not a birthday. But it's better news than a birthday. Better news than a birthday. Okay, my good friend Tony, who's part of NRG Comics, he was diagnosed with cancer, and as of today, he's officially in remission. So congratulations.
There you go. That was worth making.
That's why I said the best news you could hear.
That was worth making you big. Congratulations,
That's
madam.
happy
What's your
news.
news?
That's happy news. I don't have any
That's
news. I have a blow pop here. I'm going to enjoy later. And that's about it.
Suck on
Got
that
it.
pop.
So, madam is going to blow pop. I mean, have a blow pop. Justin, what about yourself?
Nothing. I got nothing.
Justin, your hair looks great.
Matt Stacks, what do
I
you
like how
got?
short it is on top.
I got nothing. All right, well, back to our regular.
And Rob, you look strange because you're not at your usual angle. You usually at a slightly higher angle.
Yeah, my camera is usually my monitor. I have normally have a monitor that's up, and then the camera's on top of it, so it comes down. This is on a regular laptop, so the laptop is low and it's coming up. So now I look big instead of looking like small. Everybody thinks I'm short and everything because normally the camera's coming down, where now it's looking up, so people think
I've met you, Rob. I don't consider you short.
No, people when they see me on camera, they think I'm shorter than I am. So when they see me in person, they go, "Oh, I thought you were short," and it's because the camera angle is shooting downward. Whereas this now makes me look bigger than I am.
Yeah, if I was to see you right now for the first time, I'd say like, "Oh, you're a pretty tall guy."
I'm also really close now. I fill up a lot of the screen and everything else. So I'm trying to be Justin Birch, but I can't.
I wouldn't wish that upon anyone.
Well,
Justin, are you getting some pictures taken soon or something, or are you getting some modeling shots done or something? Because your beard looks very trim, your hair looks very trim. I'm just saying this is the best you've looked. I say it in a long time.
Ooh.
I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or be.
You should, because I'm very critical, and I have an eye for such things.
Focus on the part where she said you look good.
You look great.
You know, I'm sorry. I'm a product of my upbringing, so I don't focus on the compliments.
Right. All you heard was normally you're an ugly chud.
You look good today, okay?
Yeah. Normally what he heard was normally I'm an ugly chud, but today I'm looking less chuddy than usual. Got it.
There you go.
Yeah. I got a haircut last week because it was my daughter's birthday party. Birthday yeah, so I got a haircut. And
what was this birthday present for her?
It's more of it's a family gathering. People were coming over, so I didn't want to look like a homeless person.
Because you want them to know you belong there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they were like, "Who's this bum?" It's like, that's my,
Nothing's worse than when you invite people to your house.
They're gonna still call you bum, though.
And they call the police because they think that you're just squatting.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to avoid. Yeah.
But you got squatters right if you live there long enough.
Can I tell that to the mortgage company?
I agree with Austin. Clean Justin is not my favorite Justin.
Clean Justin, not my Justin.
Oh,
She
man.
says you look like a bum.
Feel like a bum. Sound like a bum. Gotta be a bum.
A bum whose wife carries a meatball sandwich.
My wife calls me a bum every day.
I wonder where you're going with that,
Wow.
Rob, because I was really happy you ended with meatball sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a joke, inside joke with Justin and I.
Okay. What time is it where you are?
Based
right
on real life experiences. Same time it is for you.
now? Is okay.
Yeah, I'm actually closer to you than ever.
Oh my god! I
Because
feel
I'm
the
in
closeness.
Anaheim.
I feel the closest, Rob.
I'm across the street from Disneyland right now.
Oh my god! I can practically touch your hand.
I'm sorry.
Right. Well, compared to being in Northern California, Southern California is closer to your desert.
Yes, 5 hours more. You can come out here and visit me.
That's right.
I'll take that ride.
Ooh,
Except I have to drive past my parents' house and they'd expect me to stop.
They don't have to know.
I posted on Facebook I was coming to Anaheim. I already got like, oh yeah.
Look at that.
Are you hunting any specific books, or do you not want to say because that's a topic for a future video?
No, I never. I've been pretty open about the fact that I try not to focus myself on anything anymore. I have a large list of books that I'm interested in, and I like to allow the cards to fall where they may, depending upon what's there, so I don't become hyper focused and end up overspending stuff. I said I will go for the deal. This particular con affords me greater flexibility than Heroes does. When I go to Heroes, because I'm flying, I pretty much focus on big books because I need quantity doesn't help me. Here, I drove. I have greater cargo capacity and no check-in bag check fees. So I can focus on bulk if I want, if that's what presents itself, or I can get big books, whatever. The only thing right now that I'm really focused on for the most part is I have 5 commissions set up. So I have those to deal with. I mean, 2 of them are done. One of them's in progress. The other 2 I have to get started dropping them off. So those commissions, and I kind of would like to get one more. I just don't know that it'll happen. But so anyways, yeah, that's the plan. The plan here really is just to hang out, have some fun with the fiends, and then to see what there is. Friday or today, this morning, first thing I have to go to do stuff for other people though, because I gotta go get this Spawn exclusive so I can satisfy Durs and Spidey and Austin.
Thank you for reminding me.
And then if I'm lucky, I'll have 1 copy left that I can then.
So they got you getting the Spawn exclusives. See, I just want a Todd signature.
Yeah, I'm not waiting that horse shit.
Trust me, it's way too late for that.
I had put my they had this thing where you register your badge, and like there was random drawings for one of the things was for VIP signing with McFarlane, and then there was one that was a signing with McFarlane and Jim Lee.
I saw that.
Wow.
I did not get either of those. What I got was a Sunday morning VIP Funko exclusive. I'm like, oh, okay.
Because we know how much you love Funkos.
Right, exactly.
Buy those to sell. Flip them.
But that's exactly it. I'll probably go
Funko.
Either I'll buy it and sell it, or I'll buy it and donate it to C3. One or the other. Depending on what it is. I'll go take a look. Who knows? Maybe it's some super rare exclusive Nightmare Before Christmas pop, and then I'll be super happy. It won't happen, but man, could you imagine?
Do you have other Nightmare Before Christmas pops?
Yes, I have
Okay.
a lot of Nightmare Before Christmas.
Okay. I was just gonna say, like, cool.
I'm a little embarrassed, Rob.
It is
Trying
the
to make
only.
that deal happen. You know what I'm saying?
It is the only Funko Pops that I own. My wife owns some Maleficent ones. I have Nightmare Before Christmas. Way more than any man probably should, but then again, we know how many Funkos are made. So, and it seems that every fall, Disney releases another 5 or 6 Disney or Nightmare Before Christmas Funkos. So, yeah,
We got you wrapped around
I did finally stop picking up new ones just because I ran out of space. I was like, I'm done, I'm tapped out. Oh, I take that back. I do have also a Natasha and Boris and Fearless Leader Funko Pop.
What are those from?
I will forgive you because you are
Thank
so
you.
young.
Thank you.
From Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Oh yeah, that is pretty young. But I do remember them.
Another Todd Sig is the last thing my collection needs. That's right. Well, I figured at Austin you could, you get the Spawn if you want it signed. You'll just have him sign it when you're at happy hour next week with him.
So I have a Incredible Hulk 340 signed by Peter David and Bob Wycheck, and I just need that Todd McFarlane signature.
No, you don't. You're missing one other person on that book.
And who's that?
Rick Parker, the letterer.
Rick Parker, I could probably grab.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Justin's here to represent letterers everywhere.
I'm just
Unless
is there any editors I need to look out for?
Hold on. Let me finish. Unless it's Stan Sakai.
My copy of 340 is signed by Peter David and Rick Parker. It's just waiting for that Todd McFarlane.
And Bob Wycheck, he's always here in New Jersey.
He's been showing up a lot at Baltimore, so if I really want to, I could probably just get it there.
Get it in there, man. You got to get that inker, and Todd McFarlane. Good guy.
He's a relative of Chris McFarlane.
Yeah, I've been working on my dialect a little bit better, more better. But you gotta keep it there. But yeah, I need that Todd signature. That's the one signature that needs to go in that book, and then I can just shoot it out.
Todd's the one who writes his signature like really pretty, right? Like he takes his time, like a 5th grade school
He
girl.
just writes his name.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't. You're thinking about Clayton Crane. Clayton Crane has this. He does a rainbow signature where he takes he writes the piece, and then he takes another pen and he keeps writing it.
Mayhew's done a bunch of weird ones now. He's got like spiderweb signatures, and he's got he's got a whole like list. It's like, oh,
like just give me a signature. That's all that matters. At the end of the day, when I get it slabbed, it's gonna say signature. Bye. It's not gonna say anything other than that.
I'm surprised they haven't come up with some sort of like 24 gold pen, that they could sign in gold on top of the.
Oh, they will.
That would be amazing.
Give it time. I'm sure Rob Liefeld is working on it.
So that's what I need. I just need that one signature, and I guess now I need Rick Parker's signature as well.
Yeah, there you go. See, that
it's
was
not going to be the same without Rick Parker's signature.
I had put my name in for this signing, but I was racking my brain. I said, if I actually get this, what am I going to have him sign? Because realistic, I'm not cracking out any of my slabs to get it. So, like, I guess I could have him sign a Spider-Man 1 or a Spawn 1, but I mean that's just so.
Which signature which book deserves the biggest signature though? Would a 300? Will a 340?
I wouldn't crack my 300 and have it signed because that was my brother-in-law's book.
Okay, so now we got 340.
He wants you to crack it open and get it signed. And
would you do the Batman 423?
I sold my Batman. Oh wait, that 423. That one. I know what you're talking about. I was thinking about the Detective Comics ones.
Yeah.
I just no, I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm not. I recognize that those covers are iconic and
Mhm.
stuff, but I'm just not. And I'm gonna risk Austin deciding not to like me anymore. But I'm just not a McFarlane guy. I'm like, it's like
and that's, you know,
and I'm not a hater. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate on him. I just don't see that big of a deal. He never grabbed my attention the same way that he grabbed other people's. I don't care for his Spider-Man is okay in my opinion. You know,
Well, I hope he never sees this, Rob.
Look,
So-
I'm a classic. I like
and I get
Romita Senior
your point
and
of
stuff,
view.
you know, but-
I really do. I think for those of us who live through it, like in your case, you came in. No, I'm gonna explain myself for a
I
second.
say I'm still alive, buddy.
No, I'm saying we lived through it. So we were collecting during that time when you came in after the fact, right? You came in
90
collecting after the fact. You came
92.
in, right? What was that?
92.
So he was already at Image at that time. So it was something fresh, and I think a lot of people that were collecting comic books at that time, when they saw Liefeld, McFarlane, Lee come out, they kind of just came out with a bang, and it was very different. It was, in comparison to everything else was pretty much vanilla. Those three guys made something different, and
Yeah.
that's kind of where the nostalgia comes from.
And those guys, but those guys were like I get, you know, so Lee's work. I see a lot of stuff that I go like, fucking hey, this is great stuff, right? Who else was Liefeld? No, I don't understand him.
I understand it from the time period. At
Right,
that
but,
time, it was very different. Looking at it now, it's kind of hard to watch.
Yeah. Who else do we have in that group of guys?
It was those three. Those are the three. Mark Silvestri, you could add.
Oh,
you know,
Silvestri's shit. I love some of Silvestri's stuff. It's fucking amazing.
yeah. Eric Larson is another one.
Okay.
There was something about them that it just brought a breath of fresh air that was very generic at the time.
I get that when I look at McFarlane's, like his work on Spider-Man, it's very dynamic from that aspect, and I can understand an appreciation for that. But at the same time, I think we can't hit the dynamics though. Didn't conform. What threw me off is oftentimes don't conform to actual anatomy, and when I start seeing legs going in directions and stuff that just aren't possible mechanically, it knocks it down a notch. So I just go like, okay, it's cool. And I don't knock McFarlane. I think he's definitely a great artist, but it doesn't speak to me.
Yeah.
So
it's not the style that you want, but that's true.
Yeah.
That's so true.
Yeah. True.
I'll admit to that.
I have one McFarlane signed book in my collection.
Oh, look at that! That's time for I didn't do anything to him.
Was that his way of doing a
smoke bomb?
Smoke bomb? Was that a smoke bomb collection?
What?
You cut out just as you had one Todd McFarlane.
Oh. Well, it's not one of the ones that you would think. It's Marvel Tales 235 because it's the X-Men.
Oh.
See,
I like that cover too.
I think McFarlane. I think when I think of McFarlane, I just think of like it's so busy. There's so many black lines used that it becomes so busy.
He likes to keep things busy because one of his traits is to hide his weaknesses. He says it. Like, how do you hide your weakness? Well, you put smoke clouds, you do lines, you do this.
Yeah.
I do.
How do you
I
not
do
draw
lines.
feet?
It's not a weakness. The fact that I can do lines.
No, if you wanna hide your weaknesses,
Makes me feel strong.
I know where you're going.
You become a letterer.
I knew it. Anyway, I gotta go, guys. Love ya.
Bye, Izzy.
Peace.
Thanks, Izzy. Welcome back, Mark.
To do lines was Liefeld's weakness.
What up, Mark?
Not much. Taking kids to school or taking kid to school and
I'll be right back. I need to go blow.
cringing at the Liefeld hate coming from the panel. Yeah, I love Liefeld.
What's your favorite Liefeld cover?
I don't know.
It's like asking him to pick his favorite child.
You just
I mean,
said
think
you
how
love
many
them. Can
covers
you throw up one, for example, that you think is just awesome?
Hey, buddy.
So I can tear it apart?
Okay.
Because that's always
Oh
fun
no!
for me.
What? There's no. What does that benefit?
Hold on, I got you. I'm gonna show a Liefeld cover for stuff to tear apart. All right, go ahead, commie.
Yeah.
Go ahead, you communist. Tear this piece
Now,
of freedom
please
apart.
don't call me names. Why I am critiquing your work. First of
tell
all,
my wife.
it's very central composition.
Yeah,
the
I think
white
that's the intention is when they add the big circle behind him. You're going for
And he has too many tendons in his neck. I don't know what's going on there. His right
He's a
arm
super
is
soldier.
really tiny, right by his elbow. If you'll notice, it's really like unnecessarily tiny. And if you move it up a little bit, I can see the rest of them. I'm not going to mention the crotch, but
don't even pretend like you're not going to mention the crotch. You specialize in crotches.
they should have done something there, not just left it like blank, you know. And his hand looks really tiny. His hand over there, it's a little tiny fist.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd mention the lack of wrists. The man has no wrists.
Yeah.
Some people skip leg day. He skipped wrist day. All right.
Yeah.
All right, let me give you the full shot.
It's a little dark. I kind of like that one though. That one's not bad.
I'm in a dark room.
Yeah, I know, but I like the dark background. I like the diagonal. I don't like him pointing the gun right at.
He's in front of Cap.
It's kind of insinuating other stuff. I don't know. Other than that, like Deadpool's done well. The anatomy looks okay, except for Deadpool's hand looks really tiny too. And his wrist and his elbow
from the elbow to the fist is very Liefeld.
Yeah.
Elbow to the wrist is very Liefeld. All right. Next up.
Now this one, I just want to throw up because there's so much going on. I can't even.
I was about to say, you see, I'm increasingly getting more and more characters here.
This is
horrible. That Shatterstar.
This is so busy. Like, what am I looking at? Where's Waldo? You know,
he's not on the cover. It's Deadpool, Cable, Major X, and Shatterstar. There's no Waldo.
Oh,
I would expect to see him in there though.
What is it, JB?
That Shatterstar is a work of art.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I disagree. I think that all three of them in the background are all like stagnant.
No, I love this.
And then that one person in the front is really taking away, is really dragging my eye towards it, which is not.
I think that's why I put him there so you can see him.
No wonder I'm not even on the screen. I'm talking Rob, and I'm like, oh, why is everyone talking over me? And
I thought you.
I was like, oh, that book. There are two things that stood out at me. One was the baby chibi looking Shatterstar, and the two was what the hell was up with freaking that forearm.
I got some lights on here
on Cable. Look at Cable's forearm.
Thank you. What's up with the forearms?
What is
we've addressed that. The forearms to the hands have to be off. He's got the little metal arm. See how this arm appears to be smaller than this one, which is behind it.
Massive bicep and then like half a forearm.
Yeah.
It's
like kind of like a T-Rex. Like a T-Rex.
He lost.
Billy says Rob Liefeld is one of the most influential comic book artists of the 90s and still is. I do love because
it's good.
I'm a Rob Liefeld apologist, but the difference between me and some people is I will acknowledge the flaws in his art that other people aren't fans of. It's definitely there. There's no getting around it. But the guy still has hundreds of thousands of followers across multiple platforms. He runs whatnot shows that are ridiculously successful. He goes to a con. You're going to be waiting in line forever. If he puts out a book, it's going to sell like hotcakes. Until Energon, he was the highest selling G.I. Joe comic creator in history. Like it's crazy how wildly popular he still is. Go
None
ahead,
of
DJ.
those things, though, make
What?
him good.
What
No,
G.I.
I'm not-
Joe book?
It was a Snake
Morning,
Eyes book.
Marcus.
It was the highest selling G.I.
sorry.
Joe book
Hold on.
out there.
Let's
It
do
was
this
it
right.
Snake
I'm
Eyes
sorry.
Dead End or something.
I did that.
The chair recognizes the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr.
We do gotta pause the chair for 1
Mr.
second.
Corn Muffin
you say
DJ.
You are
JB,
out of order.
JB, you did that book too?
Yeah, I lettered Snake Eyes Dead Game.
I'm not 1,000% sure that was the one, but I think it was. So if that's the case, you worked on the highest selling G.I. Joe book with Rob Liefeld.
That's amazing. No, I wanted to ask, has anyone ever gotten the statistics of sold hotcakes? Because the phrase selling out hotcakes, I just don't get it. If there's
Selling
no,
like hotcakes, you mean?
yeah, if there's no statistics to back,
Hotcakes.
no, I'm just saying if there has to be statistics to back up that claim.
They
Well, let me
generally
ask you this: anybody that ever ordered hotcakes, did they ever order just one?
They come in a set.
well, but they're also generally reasonably good and
Rosada.
inexpensive, and so yeah.
And hot. So
and,
therefore
and,
they're
and cakey.
desirable.
Cake, too.
You ever go to a pancake breakfast? I mean, like
Tell us more.
you go to like
That's
you
the
know,
thing.
like the firehouse or something is putting on
Yeah.
like the pancake breakfast, and all they're doing is serving up pancakes and
Oh no,
Maybe.
in my area they put out fires.
In my area,
Rob's
they
from California, DJ,
just
so
rub you in your
they do
thigh.
hotcakes.
Everything is hot over there.
this was actually usually like the volunteer
Oh my
fire
God.
department back when I lived in the mountains, where we didn't have, the town had a volunteer fire department instead of so one of the raise money and whatnot. Or
Okay,
they'd
here
be
we go, bro.
or they'd be doing it
Hotcakes
for
in
the Kiwanis Club.
1976 sold 1 million units in 24 hours, hence the saying.
Now that's 1 million units American or
Oh.
Australian.
It was metric.
Oh, so that's what, like 8?
Well, it's like a
Gotta
million.
be American, right?
A million
Hotcakes
is
are
still a million.
history's greatest selling commodity. Fact.
Oh,
All
there you
caps. Fact.
I would disagree with Austin right there.
Bo said I made that up.
Oh shit. And we believed it.
If you do so with authority,
Not a big cake
Right.
person.
With
Yeah,
confidence.
I think this is the biggest thing with Liefeld, to be honest with you, because like you point out, he's got his fans, he's got his audience, and his audience is bigger than most. Period. But Liefeld's personality is worse than his art. I think
Why?
his personality is what makes him so polarizing, because if you can manage to be popular and have an equal following of haters that are spreading your work and spreading your name and doing this, your followers is going to laugh at him and keep on following and supporting you.
Yeah, I should have taken my hood like AJ Styles.
Rob's over there getting to the bottom of this hotcake dilemma.
I'm
Oh,
trying
shit.
to listen to what Rob's what's Rob's.
In
I'm trying not to catch
1812,
a strike.
in 1812,
I
the
didn't know what it
hotcakes
was at
sold. Now I want some hotcakes. So it's
Say what you want about comic books, but how dare you badmouth hotcakes?
Now
That's
we
what
all
I'm-
know
that's what I'm saying,
Marcus
Billy.
likes corn muffins. So how is your day, Marcus?
DJ Links.
DJ Links. I'm sorry, DJ Links.
Is that?
always do that.
I didn't have a corn muffin today. I actually
Why?
just finished drinking my AG1 green juice.
Holy shit! you're
Elvis's
so
manager sold I Love Elvis and the I Hate Elvis buttons. Like, get all that money. Yeah, get all that money.
apparently the
Get that
selling like
cheddar cheese, though.
selling like hotcakes apparently originated in the 1800s.
Okay.
Where they were was popular at fairs, carnivals, and church socials. So
And
See,
not long after that, they figured out to wrap them around a hot dog and
Yeah.
make even more money.
I get carnivals and
That make
fairs.
them more disgusting.
I get carnivals and fairs, but church socials, I don't get it.
again,
It's
like
easy to make, and like you pointed
Dude,
out,
I'm
with the
just
pancake
fucking
bread,
around.
yeah.
Like this.
yeah, they're cheap and easy to make, and so they would do them like this for fundraising and stuff.
So instead of after.
Yeah, not like during church. It would be like instead, it would be some kind of
maybe because
social
they're
event.
part of a pre.
You would do a pancake breakfast.
Instead of the wafer, they just put a big ass pancake.
No.
This
That's
syrup
not-
is his blood.
Passing out little shots of syrup afterwards. Could you imagine?
Everyone going home sticky, the hymn stuck to their fingers and stuff.
Oh man, it was either the syrup or
Yeah, just tell us you've never been to church.
I don't know. I just assume like that would be
You
amazing.
Pray? You pray?
Imagine the preacher or the pastor or the like just up there just slinging hotcakes to the pews.
That's one way to get the audience in.
Well, usually churches are doing that anyway. They're usually having some sort of pancake breakfast for
Yeah.
people, and
Forget that. I keep forgetting that the 1% don't care about fundraising for the rest of us.
Yeah.
So DJ doesn't know.
So the best thing, just to put a bow in the Rob Liefeld thing, because I put up that post last week that got a lot of traction. Rob's statement on he had caught up on the absolute stuff, and he put up a post saying that Marvel needs to pay Scott Snyder whatever he wants to absolute the crap out of their Marvel universe. Just talking about putting a breath of fresh air into it, spiking sales, getting people interested, And I shared that out, just asking people what their thoughts are, which way their pool list is slanting. And there's a lot of people that didn't engage with the question. They just simply responded to seeing Rob Liefeld's name. And they're like, and one comment said, nobody cares what Rob Liefeld has to say. And I thought that was the absolute funniest comment that you could possibly write, because he has like this ridiculously popular and successful podcast called Robservations, where people tune in every week only to hear what he has to say. You don't see him. It's not a video. It's just audio. And I thought that was extremely hilarious.
Why do people hate him so much?
Because he's awesome. It's really that simple.
Polarizing personality.
It's honest to God that simple. The dude, he's like DJ pointed out, like everywhere there's like the whole cocaine jokes and stuff about him because he's so spastic and wild. He always speaks his mind. He got into this industry as a child, as a literal child, and he became a superstar as a child.
None of those things make him good.
I'm not talking about your taste. He clearly is good.
Megalomaniac, right?
He clearly
I'm going to
is
ask a
good.
random person. I just want
Definitely
a
a
random person
megalomaniac.
on the street. Bo, what do you think?
I did not hear any of the conversations.
Well, before we get to Bo, we'll tee you up. But
So Bo has no opinion.
He's always been very vocal. He's always been like a hot takes guy. You know what I mean, Stephanie? And
Takes or
that kinda-
cakes?
Yeah.
Both. And
He's
that
a hot
always
takes guy.
that always rubs people a certain way. Some people are going to love him. Some people are going to hate him. Some people are going to be indifferent. But he's always been that way, and he refuses not to be. And that's aside from loving his art. I do love his art. Again, I can acknowledge why people
And
wouldn't.
that's fair.
Yeah, I can see like what people don't like in him, but I like Rob Liefeld's personality. I like that we have a comic creator that's still like a rock star mentality. He knows who he is. Like these guys were rock stars in the 90s. They were treated like royalty. Some of them still are, and for good reason. These people are what keep the hobby alive. They're not running people away. They're getting people talking about it. They're getting people invested in it. They're calling out like what's wrong with it. Like you need these people.
They're like the old masters, that people have to have so much respect for.
Yeah, and again, they're literally calling out when the industry's doing the creators wrong. Like you just had a group of semi like lesser known professional artists take a verbal stance calling out Marvel for not treating them properly, and Rob immediately jumped to have their back, to put some like credibility on what they were saying and to put some like power behind their actions. Like you got to love people like that. It's just, you don't have to buy their work. You don't have to go stand in their lines, but to pretend like they're not who they are is crazy.
Okay.
He spit on my book.
He spit on my book.
Sage is this great comic that is like the most expensive, like it's just the most coveted comic ever because it's so beautiful, right? And the guy who made it was a real dick. Is that comic cover then going to suffer because of it?
Like an actual dick? When you say real dick, you mean like a real one? Like DJ, like the one that's out the back window? Like a real one?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Shout out to my view in the backyard.
You got a neighbor that just has like a 3-foot plush dick sitting by their sliding glass door.
is not 3 foot. It's life size. Well, that's not life size.
Whoa!
It's not life size. It's like about like 5.5 feet, 6 feet. So you remember This Is the End?
That's life
When-
size, all right.
I was gonna say life size.
No, it's not that. I had to think about it.
I hate to see the woman that can accommodate it.
And This Is the End when Craig Robinson is just like, when they're rearranging the furniture, he's just like, "Oh, you want me to move the dick? Can I move the
Yeah.
dick?" So it's like that, but just in red.
I got this dick.
Yeah.
I guess my point is though, like just because somebody makes something great, you have to go into the rest of their lives and determine if they're a good person or not to appreciate
Absolutely
their
not.
art.
DJ's been collecting Hitler paintings for years now.
Yeah, and I still rock Diddy. Hey, nice shirt. Oh, Mrs. Link's rocking the DJ Link
5
shirt.
foot life
How are you,
size.
Bo?
I feel so insecure now. What is going on, Chicago Schultze? Marvin, which one was that he hasn't fulfilled yet? I don't really do too much Kickstarters. Like, and speaking of that, I think I've done like 5 Kickstarters in my life, and 2 of those were yours, Marvin. I just got the I don't know what it is. It's the Edge. I know it's the Edge, but I don't. It because I get the trade paperback or whatever.
Although, wait a minute. Back to Madam's point. Like, you're talking about separating the art from the artist, right?
Yes, thank you, DJ.
Yeah, I try to do that because I mean, not all the great artists ever in life were great people.
This is true. I don't think anyone is ever a great person. Truly, I think we're all mixed bags.
Yeah, 1,000%. I agree with
So
you.
Marvin there in the chat is the creator and writer of this. I don't do floppies. Like, that's a lot to keep up with or do, but this is his book. I got the first one, and I think I got the floppies for. I bought a bundle for the first trade paperback. I got a lot of stuff, but this just came in and came with I guess like postcards, but they're like character cards or something. I didn't know what was in here, so I opened it, and day before yesterday, I haven't got it all out and dove into it yet, and some stickers too. But yeah, cool stuff. And Marvin will be at Heroes Con.
Nice.
So yeah, make sure y'all check him out.
He says it was Brigade.
Okay.
Speaking of Liefeld-esque properties, did you see the Mark Spears exclusives
Youngblood.
for Youngblood?
Oh my god.
Fuego.
Yeah.
That means
Mark
fire.
Spears, that's an
I don't think
artist
I've
I
ever
think
seen
we
Mike
can
get
all
so
agree
excited.
on.
So excited.
We can all agree Mark Spears is amazing.
We can all agree that he's the flavor of the month. Yes.
Rob, you are outside.
Can you
your
show me
goddamn
some
mind.
Mark
I don't
Spears?
know.
I have to
Rob,
look up
can
Mark
go ahead.
Spears.
Rob, show
Rob,
us
I
some
think
Mark
you need to
Spears.
shake your fist at the sky, Rob.
No, I mean I do like his
Oh.
work. I do like his work. I'm just saying that he's currently the flavor of the month.
He's been the flavor of the month for about 9 of them straight now.
Flavor of the month implies that he's not going to last.
Not
Yeah.
necessarily. It just means he's hotter than normal right now.
I think oversaturation will be his downfall.
Yeah.
Bingo.
It's just the same thing. Like, you can take other artists who've been the flavor of the month, that where they still are good artists and they still put out good art, but it doesn't, it just became like, oh, this is hot. So all of a sudden it's like, get you to crank out 1 billion things. And now all of a sudden it's like,
Dang.
okay.
It's not bad. Not bad.
Nah, he's
Also
amazing.
pretty good. Pretty good.
Okay,
Little
not
dark-
bad is an understatement.
Yeah.
Well, this is
I
funny.
mean, like, good
How are
for
his
him.
wrists?
That one I'm not really into as much. Yeah, that one's a little convoluted. I don't know.
Yeah, this is a subsequent. This is a third print, which they typically get away from like more classical stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, I did.
I just
I have
don't get it.
traditional superhero covers of his stuff, but they're already put up.
That's
Like,
that Superman. I don't know what it was. The Superman with Wonder Woman. What? Superman and Flash on the cover or something?
yeah, that one I've already mailed off. I picked it up, but I did it as a giveaway and mailed it off already.
I mean, I was,
Dang.
His Green Lantern wrap connecting
So much
cover.
cool.
when I say, again, like I said, all this is not that even I'm not susceptible to it. I picked up the Silverhawks Mark Spears books,
Nice.
Geez, so I mean, it is what it is.
Rob
It's-
hates Mark
Rob, I
Spears.
found you.
all right, I'm curious about this now.
Oh, from Spawn.
What?
I'm not on the big screen.
There we go.
Oh,
That's
shit.
him. Yeah, DJ already knew.
Mm.
He said from Spawn.
Does he have a mustache?
He
I,
does.
I,
He got
I
the whole
think he's
goatee,
missing
Rob.
your mustache, but other than that, he just needs some
I couldn't.
glasses.
I couldn't tell if he had a mustache at all, or if he was
Oh yeah.
just the goatee.
He just needs a mustache and a bunch of comics behind him.
Yeah, okay. There could have been worse directions you went with that. I'm fine with that.
He's missing the mustache, but shares the same dry
Got it.
wit.
So there was a large bald man with gray goatee. Got it. Therefore, Rob. I got you.
No,
I'm just teasing.
more than that.
I'm teasing.
What the shit?
No.
Are you tired, Bo?
Yeah, man. Been a long day. Can I tell you my Kickstarter? Because you mentioned it, so I just got.
You've
this the
got a
other day.
Kickstarter.
Yeah,
Oh
not my
goodness.
Kickstarter. Just one that arrived.
Then never mind then.
Oh, that's nice. What is it?
This is an actual novel. So it opens like that.
With words?
Yeah, words and stuff. But there's art like behind the novel, like behind the words, I should say. It
Nice.
comes in this nice box. And it's got like this. It's called Invaders, about an alien invasion.
Nice.
Not to be confused with comic book invaders. Got it.
But it's got some good stuff in the background. Yeah, it's got some good
sorry.
art.
That's nice.
It's a lot of words.
Yeah. But
I
it
got
really
I got
really
$4.
spoke to me. And I don't really get books. So I thought, why not? Looks really cool.
I don't really get books, says the man sitting in front of a bookcase full of books.
They're funny pages, Rob.
Very subjective term, books.
I will admit that I was a little jealous when I saw Dr. Von Hoot open up his win from Guess That Key in one of his videos recently.
Young cover has me.
Or I should say I saw it recently. I don't know if it was a recent video or not. I should have paid attention to that before I brought it up.
Private info while you work. What is that in regards to?
I'd be worried.
Not sure.
Where are you, Rob?
Oh, this year's one's great too. Sorry. I approve of this one too.
That was nice. I think the only Mark Spears stuff, because I missed out on the Keen Spot stuff and the Monster stuff, because I was just like, oh, I don't want to add any new books to my pool because my pool is already ridiculous. So I missed out on that, but I got all his Spawn stuff.
He has some good ones.
I am trying to be more cognizant of books when I'm at the LCS going, I don't need to grab that just because it's cool looking. I don't collect it. I don't.
So I was made aware of him through Action Comic stuff he did early in 2024, late 2023, and General Zod, that little mini series that they did, had a couple variants, and it was cool. But I got at the front end of the monsters thing just because there were monsters that caught my attention.
Rob, you can't go around saying words like cognizant. You got to say, I'm aware.
I'm sorry. My vernacular is a little larger than that.
Oh, man.
Whoa.
Where are you, Bob?
You made me big again, Mark, real quick. I'm just going to show you one last thing.
Okay,
really so this is also Spears, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now the only thing I can say about his style.
You know that because it says Spears.
This is what
Oh, shit. Gotcha.
I totally didn't hear what you said.
What did you say? Say it again. Say it again.
I said you know that because it says Spears.
Mark Spears.
Yeah, right. Anyway, I think he might be too detailed in everything. Do you know what I mean? Like there's too much detail in everything, where sometimes it's best to have detail in a spot and fade gently away in certain spots, in and out. But for him, I think his crutch has got to be that he's detailing everything out.
His crutch is what?
To the 10th degree. You know what I mean?
You can see her cleavage through the sheet of the bed.
I'm not seeing a crotch.
I'm not saying the crutch. I'm just saying that
she's a big fan of crutches.
His crutch is that he's giving you all the information
through his crotch.
and that's almost too much. You know what I mean? Like he's putting too many lines in, too much stuff. It's
Crutch.
On the flip side, though, wouldn't we be complaining if he did too little?
No, if he did just a little bit, like I don't know, like David Mackey, like I like him. Like, you need to have like Middleton, like he will focus on a part and like really make it beautiful, and then he'll like let the rest fade out a little bit, and so your eye goes to that and it appreciates that part as opposed to trying to appreciate all of it done.
I can't say I've heard too much detail before.
Yeah, too much.
I really wish this artist wouldn't draw as much.
Well, you can overdo it, Rob.
Yeah, but if you don't go super detailed, then you get like the Liefeld, like big Erexia arm with the tiny wrist and like the baby hands.
Rob, where are you?
Yeah, Chip Getter's right. Leave a little to the imagination. Yeah.
I am in Anaheim.
Oh, what for? Sorry, you probably already talked about this. Just let me know. 'Cause
There is
I
a
don't see the wall behind
comic
you.
book convention called WonderCon.
Oh, are you hanging out with Dave?
I will be, yes.
Sweet.
So that's what I'm here for.
Cool.
We got the Getler.
I mean, originally I came down here just to chew bubble gum and kick ass, but you know.
We have one of our Comic Cons this Sunday. We only have about.
I saw
3
Neville posting about it, some art germ thing or something.
Yeah, Art Germ's going to be there. I'm getting a photo with Superman. Probably the first celebrity I've gotten a photo with in years.
George Reeves?
No. Tyler, you fuckhead. Tyler Cochin, whatever his name is.
Tyler, how do you pronounce the name?
One of those TV show Superman. Got it.
He's a really
George Reeves. I was
Superman,
gonna be like, wow.
Oh, George Reeves was a TV show Superman too, so I guess I should shut up.
I got Tyler's signature on this right here. He was at a MegaCon this year or something like that.
Yeah, you just got shit just lying around, dog. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
but for
best
us
to keep
Australians-
everything in arm's reach.
Australians, it's
I
a
was
big
going to
deal.
suggest say something like everything's within your chairs, you know,
Yeah.
circumference too.
We'll sit here waiting on people to say key words, and I'll just go.
All right. Male.
I feel like it's like, do you guys ever remember that show, Let's Make a Deal with Monty Hall?
You mean
Rob, help me out, Rob.
Monty Hall.
Yeah, the briefcase one.
Rob, do you remember Let's Make a Deal?
I know that I know of the show, yes.
Okay. At the end of the show, he would always go into the audience and he'd be like, all right, I got $100. If anyone can pull out an egg out of their purse, an egg, I need an egg. And everyone in the
That's my kind of show. They're looking like maybe I left an egg in here. I just don't remember.
And then it'd be like a soda can. Anyone, I need a soda can. A soda can. $200 for a soda can. Everyone's just going crazy.
Oh, how about a rib?
Maybe I left an egg in here.
I could totally go for
Hey,
some
Dada, Let's Make a Deal is Wayne Brady now, an absolute icon.
Is it?
I saw him in person. He was funny. Yeah,
Let's make a deal.
he's funny.
Is that a deal or no deal?
I may have to leave soon. I may have to go get some eggs.
Go get some eggs.
It's
Yeah.
gonna let me laugh for a while.
All right, I'm done with this. I have this. Yay! I'm done with work for.
I didn't get to ask you, DJ. You popped on after the conversation. What did you think of episode 5, Bank Heist for Daredevil?
You found out my complete thoughts tonight on In the Mix with me, Mark from Legion of Comics. And now, episode 5 was a complete like filler one shot, taking you from. I don't. That shit was whack. Like I
No,
can't even.
and I told Rob taking it from just as is, like nothing came before it, nothing's coming after.
Yeah.
It's like a one-off. I found it like campy, delightful, if that makes sense. Like it's goofy, it's just, but it was kind of fun. It was a filler episode, but if this was a different series, that would have been a good filler episode. It was kind of counterintuitive to this series, but on its own merits. And I shout out to Disney for normalizing Rainbow Gang just again, because we got the Rainbow Gang in here. We got the Rainbow Gang in Boba Fett. They got this thing with
the
Rainbow Gang.
scooters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But it's
shout out
just-
to them
yeah,
for making
it's-
rainbows violent again.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate the rainbow being violent. I think the dude was cool, the main bank robber from Belfast. Like I think he was super cool. I I'm finding the language refreshing because in a bank heist, you are gonna hear "fuck" a couple of times. So I actually find that refreshing. That it's like a grown up show.
Sure. Yeah.
But other than that,
It
I
was
don't know.
pointless as
Like,
hell.
did it have to be Kamala Khan's dad? That made it could have been anybody. It could have been, instead of it being somebody funny or something like that, it could have been somebody with like an emotional story and like, here's a picture of my kid that I'm trying to get back to, like whatever. But, like, I don't know. I just thought that was stupid. But when Daredevil did jump on homie's leg in the alley, I was just like, ah!
Yeah, they get you. That's their format. Let's put him to sleep for 47 minutes and do something in the last 3 minutes for them to talk about to carry it to next week.
That's what Rob says about AEW.
Yeah. I mean, it's a gimmicky format of writing something where we got to leave them with something because it's going to be the last thing they remember, and this will be their defense when they're talking about this later.
Yeah, but that's super like I find it that it's more like network TV almost, where it's either every episode ends up in a bow or every episode ends almost in a bow and then with a little cliffhanger at the end. That's why I don't really like shows on network TV.
What do you think episode?
I got news for you. That stuff goes on in non-network TV too, especially on the cable stuff.
That never happened on Emmanuel in Space or Red Shoe Diaries.
Red Shoe Diaries.
I fear that they didn't want Punisher killing criminals, so instead they are going to replace criminals with dirty cops. I don't think Punisher is ever intended for the first half of this, or what they're calling season 1 of Born Again, because I think it's a formatting thing. Like Daredevil Born Again was like 18 episodes that when they did they hit the brakes and went in to retool it. Now we have this Frankenstein show of 2 different creative visions. That's why he's only been in like a little cameo. He's probably, I'm assuming there's more Frank involvement in the second half, which is already greenlit despite failing numbers. Like this show, like viewership wise, failed on Impact.
I wouldn't call it failed. That's like one of those things where it's just like, the movie only made 100 million. That's
you don't understand, DJ. If Mark doesn't like it, it failed.
I mean, you can say that, or you can look at the actual metrics. This isn't my opinion. I'm just passing on information in this situation. The show
like 7 million.
It had 7 million viewers, but it cost a certain amount of money to make, which means it has to bring in a certain amount of viewers to make sense. You're either losing money. They canceled everything else that has made more viewers than this because they didn't have enough viewers. We were greenlit for a second season before, like as season 1 aired, because it's already part of the original release plan. They're already invested into season 2.
You ready, Mark? You ready?
I'll try.
We're gonna have to agree to disagree.
Yeah, that means you're allowed to be wrong, and I will allow it.
That's Mark's triggering statement.
Yeah.
It's just hard with like shows to quantify like what success is on streaming, because based on the numbers, 7 million for me, that's nothing too shabby.
Well, and why does it have to be? Why does it have to be? It
just sounds good.
Yeah, 7 million. It sounds amazing.
It's like what?
But why does it have to be that day? I mean, the whole thing of streaming is that can be viewed. There's more views continue to rack up, right? It's not like network TV where it was in the old days where it was aired once and that was your numbers that night and that was all you got, right? This is a streaming service where it's perpetual and it continues to rack up additional viewers as time goes by. As people go, you know what? I'm done watching this show on this network. I'm canceling this one now. Let me go get Disney Plus because they're running a $2.99 special for 4 months. Now I'll go binge these for a bit. And
I think what comes to play into that, Rob, is they have a way on their end where they're going to be trying to collect data to make financial decisions moving forward, because the time that it takes for a producer to put together an idea and say, this made us good money. Let me now start putting money, time, and resources into the next installment of it. They have a format and a time span that you look at. And when it comes to streaming stuff, sure, some people will watch it a year from now, 3 years from now, but that's not drawing any like financial gain in. You need that wave of people that can justify, like, we spent this money as a lot. We got a bunch of money together. We spent it. We need it back. We need it back now so we can make the next thing. We don't need $7 of it back 3 years from now. They have to be able to like all that.
Oh, I understand that there's
That's why.
still some time sensitivity as far as when you go to make when you're making decisions about continuing doing shows and stuff. But there's another element that now does exist too, which is viewership numbers were one thing only when it mattered, when it came about
when
on
it wasn't on demand.
When it was it always mattered in television world. In order to sell ads, to place your rates, you're setting your rates. That's where it mattered, because that's how you made your money. In streaming services, first it was about the streamers, but now you have all these formats now that have gone to the ad-supported version, right? I don't know how many. The question is what percentage of those 7 million are done on ad-supported subscriptions, whereby now they're getting additional. If 75% of those are on ad-supported things, they could be getting sufficient ad revenue from that offsets the fact that the viewership's not 10 million of just straight streamers. Just saying.
I don't know how they expect
ratings are not counted.
Yeah.
And but they need their money back. What they want more than anything is for these projects that they do, whether it be Disney original, whether it be a Marvel thing, a Star Wars thing, they want to see an increase in subscription when they're dropping them. More than anything, they want those subscriptions. The streaming wars thing has been really, really weird. And their primary goal through the whole thing has been to be able to show gain in subscribers, which they like. And it's not limited to Disney, but they've seen like massive reverse effect on all of this stuff.
Sure.
And unfortunately, when it comes to Daredevil, they were expecting this big wave because it's Daredevil. This is an established, beloved character from this Netflix era that's held in high regard. And what they didn't see was anyone show up for it. 7.4 million viewers might sound like a lot on face, but unfortunately, when you compare it to other stuff that is a confirmed failure for them, like the Acolyte, a lot of people even hate watch that stuff. It did better than Daredevil's doing, and people like dropped all the way through Acolyte, but Agatha all along was like one of the least viewed out there. It did better than what Daredevil's doing. It's shocking to everyone, like even myself. Like I can't believe people didn't show up. That's what I did. Do it again, Caroline. I did that when I saw the Daredevil numbers. Like, you're kidding me. This is
maybe Daredevil would have had a chance if Ben Affleck wouldn't have fucked it all up.
There you go. You almost made Rob lose his hair. Look at him.
That's Rob. I thought that was the Spawn guy.
Dude, it's going to take about 10 shows for people to start tuning into Marvel again. Everyone's lost faith. So to have Daredevil come out and try to make, whether it's great or not, no one's going to watch it. That's not us, and that's just the truth. You know.
I think there's even a lot of
like 10 shows and 5 movies until the general public go, we need to watch Marvel again.
That's what I've said about DC for the past few years. You got to get the good faith back.
Me too. About Marvel.
Mike puts out a good point in the chat. If you look up the most successful streaming platforms, Disney and Hulu are top 2 by a mile. I think.
Well, except for Netflix.
Yeah, no, they're not. Netflix is killing them.
Yeah.
And I gave you
they're the number 2 and number 3 maybe by a mile.
Yeah, and there's no other competition, but Netflix is crushing them. But I gave that comparison. Daredevil is an extremely popular, established character that just had a brand new show that people have been waiting on. And they pull 7 million while adolescents with no marketing, with nobody knowing what it is yet or even talking about it, pulled 24+ million viewers on its. Like that's a comparison. Like those are numbers they want to see. HBO does like tenfold these numbers when they drop something like House of Dragon or something like that. It's wild, the difference.
No one I know is watching it that's not a comic book fan. Every single person that I talk to that doesn't read comics, that would usually watch superhero stuff still, has not watched Daredevil.
So then I think too with Daredevil, we're kind of doesn't help with the numbers, but why the numbers aren't there is because it's the first like overly violent Disney Plus show. So it's just like who's it? Yeah.
So to address Mike there, he said stream that one too, and then he said the Netflix is third, according to a quick
Google.
search. No, this was actually I asked ChatGTP. Netflix is number one at 302 million subscribers worldwide. Spotify number two at 252 million. Amazon Prime at over 200 million is third. Disney Plus fourth at 159 million subscribers. Then Tencent Video, IQIYI, Max, Paramount, Apple. Hulu is 10th at 48 million.
Now,
That's
Pornhub
Might
has
be
streaming
making
now.
his own list. I like it.
Now-
I'm going with
now-
Mike's list though.
So
If you
not only
com-
did Rob
if
say
you
I disagree with
combine-
you, Mike, I kick dirt in your eye as
If
well.
you combine Hulu and Disney together, like they do themselves,
And
and they,
ESPN until they split.
but ESPN doesn't even make this top 10 list. You're still at 248 million. They still they would move from fourth to third above Amazon Prime if you combine their subscriber counts. But
And Amazon Prime be cheating. A lot of people that have that account, it's built into their they just have it because they're
It's the
doing
Amazon.
the
Yep.
ordering. That the Amazon Video is just a freebie. That's free to Amazon customers. Some people get it just for the streaming service and
Free
aren't
to
Amazon
Prime
customers.
customers.
Yeah,
Damn,
that's what I
evil
meant, yeah.
Mike. They just proved you wrong, dog. My heart hurts for you.
I think subscribers and viewers are different.
yeah,
Yeah.
of course, these numbers are provided by
Yeah,
Earthweb.
Disney
Nuance,
Disney Plus has tens and tens of thousands of subscribers that are government paid for that are not viewers per their deal with USAID to boost their National Geographic thing.
This is true. The numbers do change all the time and depend on who reported when and the date.
And how you report
number
them.
may the, num-
Yeah,
the
it's
numbers
how
may
you-
varies. The numbers may vary slightly and order may jumble slightly.
Netflix had a big head start on everybody too.
Yeah.
They're the OG. Has anybody watched Electric State that's on the panel yet?
I seen
Yeah,
it.
it's in my queue to get around to.
I really liked it.
You so cute.
My pussy.
I've seen it.
I'll go
You
buy
know what?
it.
I can't take this from you anymore.
Oh no!
Just kidding.
Yes, I win. I
Hey,
win,
what did
bitch.
What did you think of Electric State?
I liked it.
I enjoyed it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. It's gotten so much because that's the first Netflix studio film, right? Like where Netflix apparently has their own making movies
Yeah, it's
department.
I didn't
now
know
or
that.
something.
Yeah, it's not something that they just bought and
They're like a
make
fucking
something.
studio now.
And
Netflix.
they
about
come
this
out.
hour?
They come out swinging with a $300 million budget, getting the Russo brothers, and then they earn themselves a 20% splat
They
on
make
Rotten
a-
Tomatoes
you
and a
know,
bunch of negative press.
Here's the thing, right? And maybe Bo can attest to this. It gave me those with a higher budget, like those like Disney or Nickelodeon films from like the early 2000s, just with like a higher budget.
Holes.
Oh, I don't know which holes you was watching. I'm pretty sure I was watching something different.
Pretty sure Holes. was a big
No,
one.
but so it's not like
Shia
for
LaBeouf?
for an adult. I enjoyed it. Like I feel like it's for like a teen audience, like a tween type audience. Like it's not.
I think you might be saying that as well because of the role George Costanza played in it. Because when he came out, it definitely felt like a bit of a Nickelodeon film with his scenes.
I liked Matilda.
1000%. Yeah, it was like that. Like had like Matilda vibes, like
Sure.
the young Shia LaBeouf movie.
Is
vibe.
it appropriate for kids to watch, or is it an adult movie?
No,
I
it's,
think
it's,
kids
it's a
can
kids
watch it.
movie. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know. I'm not familiar with the source material. I just seen the commercial and I'm like, dude, this looks super fun. Like you got giant robots, you got Millie Bobby
Yeah.
Brown, you got Chris
is.
Pratt. They look like they're from the 1980s. This looks cool.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
it'll lean more towards kids, like 15, 16 and under, as opposed to like adults will be like, yo, this is crappy.
Young adults,
It's not for you, dog.
older teens.
Like it gave me it's not in the same vein, but it gave me like Super 8 vibes, like Goonie vibes.
Oh my god, I love
Love
Super 8.
Goonies.
Goonies.
Goonies never say
Oh,
die.
God, Super 8
I
is
heard
so
that my generation, whatever Generation X, is called the Goonie generation.
Rocky Road.
good. We
As
just call
long-
y'all lost calls. That's what we call
As
y'all.
long as it doesn't end up giving me Borderland vibes, I'm
Oh,
good.
Borderlands is
it's not.
awful.
Definitely
I
not.
watched every second of it too, Rob.
No,
It was so bad.
I paid to see that in the theater, man.
Ew,
Late
why?
Chat was in that, wasn't
Dude,
she?
no, I don't want to why Rob for that, because I respect Rob for knowing that this movie is going to be bad. I'm still going to go see it for myself.
I thought,
That's
it,
me
yeah,
with every
I didn't
Marvel
expect
movie.
a lot out of it, but I expected that it might be just be a fun popcorn movie, and it wasn't even that.
Yeah. Like Craven, I went in expecting it to be bad, having no expectations,
I
but I
love
had
Craven, dog.
fun. I had so much fun watching it. Like I thought like the Rhino was cool, the practical special effects were through the roof, the pacing was good.
Rhino was a bit whack.
Had some cornball stuff in there for sure that made it feel like an early 2000s film, but it was fun and I would rewatch it again.
Rhino was
But
a bit.
Borderlands has none of that, and I went in knowing that this is like supposed to be like the biggest flop of the year kind of thing. But it was just it was hard to get through.
I think in
What
Like
were
I-
you think the biggest weaknesses were for it? Was like the shitty plot? Was
For
it bad
which one,
writing?
Craven or Borderlands?
Borderlands.
It's just complete easy.
Tried
way.
to be funny when it
The
wasn't.
story wasn't that good, and it was a movie that looked like it hinged upon action, which would have been fine if they leaned into the action. So it was one of those. They're going to let Eli Roth make this violent, like sci-fi action movie, but then in the
And
witching hour,
comedy, sci-fi comedy action movie.
yeah. So he gets taken off of it. Another director bails out. This all kinds of things happened that they scaled it down to a PG-13. So now all the action is just. It's like there's no impact. You know, the movie has no impact, no emotional impact, no physical impact with the violence. There's no stakes. These characters don't work well together. The actors don't. There was nothing positive to say about it.
Was great.
And with that cast, you would expect that cast
because it was only like a minute and a half.
Well, sometimes the cast can only do so much if it's a shitty script.
Yeah, I
What's
mean,
up, Darth Lopez?
The jokes weren't good. You know, it's like it's just like I don't know.
Mike, I love Mike. He enjoyed Borderlands a lot better than Craven. Yeah.
What about that Adolescent? Does anyone
Mileage
see
may
that?
vary. That's fair.
I've never seen Adolescence.
To Mike's point before about Electric State, it says Mike says no cursing that I remember, no blood, no sex about Electric State. They say like shit a few times, and they say dick like once or twice.
I don't want any F words, and I don't want any nudity. Outside of that, Finn's good.
That's all I want.
Well, I'm saying for Finn to be able to watch it. That's
Finn. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't need him discovering things too early.
Yeah, they say shit a bunch of times and dick.
Shit,
Do I need to watch anything before Reach Out? I feel like was it always a TV show or was it something else before?
No, there's been two feature films starring Tom Cruise that this show does not like piggyback on those. They're just adaptations of books, as well as every season of the show is adaptation of books.
There was a second.
I can watch the show.
I guess I missed the second Reacher.
Yeah, it was Jack Reacher Never Back Down. The first one is way better, but the second one's still great. I love those movies. Tom Cruise is not the physical build of Jack Reacher, but he carries the aura just fine.
So I can watch the show without watching the movie.
Yeah, that first one was badass. It almost felt like an Equalizer film in all sincerity, like down to the big ending at the construction place, you know. And yeah, dude, the Equalizer films too are just
for all the crap that Tom Cruise gets. Like you got to admit that he's a great actor.
Hell yeah, he is. He broke his ankle. He broke his ankle filming this new Mission Impossible. I don't know if y'all seen that, but there's like a God, it's got to be at least 12 to 15 feet gap between buildings, and he's going to run and jump it himself. And he's not aiming to jump it, clear it. He's aiming to jump it and barely catch it to save his life. So he has a wire on him in the event that he doesn't catch himself. He'll only fall so far. But he pulled a Jackie Chan. He ran, he jumped. And, you know, you're coming down to the wall of the building and he has his foot out. And when his front foot hit it, it sent his front foot all the way up. And he broke it on impact. You know what he did? On camera. This is all. He climbed up, got on his foot, hopped through the camera, and asked the camera guy, "Did you get it?" Went straight to the camera guy to make sure he got the shot.
That's fucking Tom Cruise. You get it? You get it?
Tom Cruise.
Come wrestle with me. Come wrestle with me naked. You get it? I love Scientology.
Did you get it? I ain't doing it again.
I love how much masculinity infuriates you.
No, it does.
Let his manliness wash all over you.
I know what real manliness looks like, and it doesn't look like in your face. Like, let me show you how stupid I am by jumping off the craziest shit.
Yeah, Mark, when we go to Heroes, you want to jump across the alleys?
We're jumping across crazy
masculinity, baby.
For us.
And I'm going to be like this. Look at these motherfuckers. Look at these stupid motherfuckers.
And Heroes, I think there should be a lot of trust falling. I think that would be really fun.
No, we dropped
Dear DJ and Mark's wife, this is what they did and how they got crippled.
No.
Fucking parkour brothers.
Like Rob, like you, like take my car, then you drive, and me and Mark got to jump over the car, get it all. Then when we land, just look at the camera.
$1.99 super chat came in from Darth Lopez. Big shout out. Thank you for that. Hashtag Tower of Babel. And remember, that's the way to shut down any conversation dead in its tracks. Drop super chat. We will honor the super chat. But yeah, I'm a huge Tom Cruise fan. I'm not big on Scientology, but I respect his commitment to that because I feel like that's what's gained him these superpowers he has.
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah,
anybody
probably.
anybody gives.
This dude went so clear. He went full on clear. He's making like the best action movies ever. It's amazing.
Dude,
Went-
the
That's
shit,
what happens when you drink
the shit he
wine.
did with Brooke Shields, I was like, this motherfucker's nuts.
Dude,
This
he's
motherfucker
gotten
is
so
nuts.
good at Scientology. He's like leveled up the film industry. You got
He's
James
gotten good
Cameron
at being
behind the
crazy.
camera, and you got Tom Cruise in front of a camera. Everyone else is just, what are y'all even doing?
Rob, for Heroes, are you gonna bring your rods? Your Scientology rods?
Collateral was a good movie.
Are you
Period.
talking about some
I like
dowsing
Collateral.
rods?
That's
Yes.
Michael
Dowsing
Mann
rod?
directing that too.
Yes.
That's why it was so good.
What are you talking about, DJ?
Do you hold the things and you
Yeah.
test to see where your thetan levels are at?
Come on, Rob. You letting L. Ron Hubbard down?
Scientology.
Rob, you got to
Why-
DJ. You have to,
why
Rob
would
doesn't
I-
dive into all this stuff.
He's just fucking with you, and you wouldn't
No.
have any reason to know.
I'm like,
You're in
oh,
California. I just assumed you walk around with your rods.
That's true.
There's a Scientology center in Nashville. They're fucking crazy.
You should go just for fun.
You should go and fuck with them, Caroline.
No,
Then
just
they'll
go.
start
Don't-
following me, dude. They'll
don't
start.
even-
They
Rob,
will.
but
They
we all
actually
need
know
more
that's true. They will
friends.
harass you. They will.
No, I don't need more friends like that, dude.
Yeah,
Rob, this is
you're
what
right.
happens when you wake up at the crack of dawn to jump on one of the lives.
Hey, did anyone else
No, I
watch
don't know. I
Uncharted?
just don't know what I didn't know what you're talking about or what you're insinuating.
You don't
You're
I was
know.
like, oh, we
insinuating
trying-
that you're a Scientologist because you live in California, where Scientology is from, and it's the heartland of Scientology.
I don't
if you
even
will.
know that.
You tagged on it as a kid? Fuck yeah,
How
Darth
would you know
Lopez.
this?
You
You
did
know
your
that,
deed.
Rob.
Why would I know this?
You ever watched Louis Letier's documentary Going
Part of,
Clear?
it's part of,
No.
That's
part
weird.
of our culture. You should know this.
Yeah, what's her
Robert
name?
Heinlein was
I
that
know
shit.
I know of
He
Scientology.
was
I
not
know that it
normal.
exists. I know that it's tied to L. Ron Hubbard and something about like aliens or some such shit.
Dianetics, baby.
L. Ron Hubbard,
Volcanoes, aliens, we doing
Dianetics.
all of it. We doing
Not,
all
This
of
is
it.
the- that
not the-
that and the fact that John Travolta and whoever we're just talking
Everybody.
about,
John-
my
Tom
mind's going
Cruise.
like
Cruise.
Tom Cruise,
Put some
and then
respect on his name.
the kid from Donnie Masterson
That
are all
70s show, yeah.
yeah, and Leah Remini used to be.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, she
you know.
like that's why I assume most people
Annie
would know
Masters.
something about Scientology because of Leah Remini. She's
Yeah.
been
Right.
very vocal, wrote books. been on
Right.
play.
Stacey Carosi.
Aside from like that level of connection, that's the extent of what I know about it. To say that I know about anything from California or that it was part of it, I have no clue.
I would have
I don't
said all
pay
those
attention to
celebrities,
it.
but I would have left off Danny Masters.
Yeah. Now,
Well,
Rob,
I
really
like to
feel
show
you're
a stroke
talking
point
like
of a broad
Scientologist would talk right now. You're really just trying to protect your church, as I feel like. But we're gonna let it slide.
yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
who watched
Laura
that
Prep on
Uncharted
this too,
movie?
huh? I guess there
I
was
watched
something
Uncharted.
special in that fake weed they were smoking then on that show.
Madam
I
Madam
watched
watched
Uncharted.
it. Lady Fantastic said Uncharted was super fun game. Friend, choose.
I turned on Uncharted and in like the middle of the in the morning when I woke up, and I was so enthralled with it. I was like,
It
this
was
thing
fun.
keeps going. I'm
Yeah.
so engaged. This
I
is
got
so
national treasure vibes from it, which I love those movies. It was just
Mhm.
National Treasure minus the
It's like
American.
Indiana Jones to me.
Yeah, it was
It's
fun.
very similar.
I saw
I've
some
never
of-
played the video game
yeah.
though.
I
so
saw some of it in like in the barbershop when I was getting a haircut. They had it on, and I was fully enjoying it.
Yeah.
Possibly the greatest miscast in like human history.
Which character?
Huh? It's Tom Holland and Marky Mark, right?
I'm saying which one was the most miscast in history? Was it Marky Mark or Mark Wahlberg?
Mhm.
So I've seen the pictures from the video game, and Nathan looks like
And
he's
Tom
in his
Holland, too.
40s. He looks like he's in his 40s. He looks like he's 6'3" and a pretty built dude. Like, oh yeah, get us Tom Holland.
So
Like,
Nathan Drake is exactly Nathan Fillion. Like,
Yeah, that's what it looks like him, don't
and
it?
there's a fan film that they made that somebody funded. It's like 10 minutes, so it's Uncharted. It's with Nathan Fillion and with Stephen Lang as Sully. Yo, it is dope. But the game is absolutely is like top 10
Take it
franchises
easy,
for me,
Billy.
maybe top 5 franchises. But the movie was enjoyable. Not as enjoyable as Rob's reaction to us calling him a Scientologist, but it was enjoyable nonetheless.
This is the time normally I would go to Romania, but instead I'm going to go to breakfast
What?
What are you gonna have?
What happened in
Continental?
Romania?
Hotcakes.
because I'm not working. I'm on vacation. I'm on PTO.
Right. So you're choosing to leave?
Oh my god.
I'm
Oh.
choosing to go eat breakfast.
You're choosing to leave us. I hear you.
I'm
I see you.
hungry at
I
7
took-
o'clock in the morning.
Took
Yeah.
all next week off on PTO.
I brought a
bro.
snack. I can eat on it.
I'm
Like,
jealous. I wish I could. Well,
like
I'll
that
take a
lollipop.
I'll take a full week off at the end of next month when I go on my cruise.
Good. Where are you going?
We're just going.
To
Not aware
Romania.
of the
Up
location.
and down California.
Yeah, we're
Rob is going on a cruise to Romania.
northern Pacific coast. So it's
Okay.
Oregon. We go to Oregon, to Astoria, to Seattle, and Vancouver, and then back to San Francisco.
Go look
It's
at all
just
the wild animals
it's
in
just-
Seattle.
It's just a 7-day thing up the cruise.
Oh, I wouldn't get off the boat there.
If the boat is going to Vancouver, do you have to have a passport?
If you get off the ship.
That's weird. A lot of the cruises, like you go to Mexico, they don't make you have one to get off, like for the
So,
the
they
port.
actually-
The relations are a little tense right now.
Here's what the way it actually works is when you get on the ship, part of your paperwork stuff you fill out is you log your passport as part of it.
Gotcha.
And then when you get off, because you're going off the cruise terminal and going back on through the cruise
They do it
terminal,
for
you're
you.
using your cruise card.
It's all on there.
They've already filed all that stuff ahead of time.
Okay.
So, but they still recognize that you should carry your passport with you or a
You
copy
should
of
get
it.
on eBay and get like a
Just
little
case-
copy of a movie prop copy, and when you get to the dock, Rob, just hold it up and say "Lilu down." That's
But-
multi.
But most of these, but you're not going to get your stamp and all that other stuff. If that's your, I usually just use a passport card because
Multitask.
the passport card is good for Mexico and Canada. You don't need to have your full blown passbook.
So it's legit a
I've
multi.
never heard of the passport card before.
Yeah, so
Are you going over there to conduct peace talks?
so essentially
You go to Guatemala?
it's a federal government ID.
Oh.
And it just looks like, and it's issued by government. It's good for entry in and out of Canada and Mexico. But it also serves also because I haven't paid for my real ID for California. It allows me to fly on I use that as my ID for when I fly, when I go to any federal government buildings or whatnot, or a lot of times I use it when I travel outside of California because especially like when I go to North Carolina and stuff for Heroes, when I check into hotels or any place that I need to have an ID for, I use it instead of my driver's license because people just don't view oftentimes think California negative manner, and it's just easier not to have that just to not even have the
California, boy.
exactly.
Oh,
So I just move on past it instead. Just like, here's my federal ID. I'm a
You're
US
Oh,
You're-
Mr.
you're-
Hollywood.
You're
yeah.
ashamed to be
Kicks
from
and Comics-
California.
Next Kicks and Comics wants to see
He's
your
hiding his
ID closer,
Californian
Rob.
heritage. He's hiding his Scientology spirituality. What else are you hiding from?
No,
us?
what he's doing is he's
Nick, I intentionally held it away from the camera so that way the information on the card wasn't visible.
No, but I think this is like an origin story movie where you're like ashamed of your like California heritage, and then at the end you're
I don't
just
have a
gonna
problem.
like bust open your shirt with a big ass Cali map.
I got no
You
problem.
have the
with
bear,
it from
you have the
California.
bear
I
tattooed on his chest.
I just don't. I just choose.
Walking away from like a forest fire.
No problem. I just
slow
choose
mo.
not to have conversations about stupid shit with people who have stupid opinions.
Windmills in the background. I think windmills in the background.
Or no, wait, Rob. Was
Lady
were you
F
talking,
feels
were
me.
you
I
talking
know,
about
yeah.
us when you said that? I feel like you were talking directly about us when you said that
Yeah.
last week.
Who am I? I'm just a stupid man with a stupid opinion. Like that's gonna be my new sign off.
basically define the South. I'm just kidding.
Can I have a consumer warning for everyone real
Oh,
quick?
shit.
Yeah, this is serious. How many of you guys drink Keurig coffees?
Me.
All right.
Never.
Don't ever buy this flavor. This is vanilla
and
lavender
lavender.
edition.
Why would I ever buy that?
It sounds like it would make me vomit.
And I like to try new things. And
If I was curious enough to have that, I'd be doing other things like Mark.
What things am I doing?
Yeah, let me get that. Let me try that vanilla lavender.
This is disgusting.
And with that, I just got myself killed.
I had to make myself a different cup of coffee after I made that.
Like lavender is not a food.
Oh, God.
Yeah. It belongs in essential oils only.
It belongs in a museum.
It belongs in a museum.
And name the dog Indiana.
No ticket.
Yes, dude, I love Last Crusade so much. Man.
Yeah, it's the best.
Oh God, I love it. Name the dog Indiana. The no ticket thing was so great too, because everyone's just like, he doesn't know a stitch of German. No ticket.
Yeah, I like the one where he's fighting the guy. He's in the Middle East, and that big guy with all the swords, is doing his little
pulls out
display
the gun and just shoots him.
I like in the next one when he reaches for the gun and it's not there in the same situation.
And he has
do
the damn thing.
Just running.
Those are my favorite ones. The old school.
Oh God, good comparison. Then he names his son Mutt. Well, he didn't name the kid, right? Miriam named the kid.
But that's not his given name. That's just
the
name he
But
chooses.
still, that's pretty funny. It's
Yeah.
kind of like a low key callback though. That's pretty
It's
funny.
a play on.
It's exactly
R.I.P. Indiana Jones's son that Disney took it upon themselves to kill off screen. God,
Elon Mutt.
I'm a big fan of Shia LaBeouf. I think he did great in there.
I'm a huge fan of Shia LaBeouf. He's on a redemption tour right now, not even making content, but in like real life. He's been on it for a while. But I encourage everybody, like, no matter what you think, this is something that you need to see. And it's when John Bernthal, who has one of the best podcasts out there, it's not like he does it every week. It's not because he's working, but the podcast is called Real Ones because he damn sure is. But he sits down with Shia and talks to him candidly about all that stuff that he went through with the substance abuse, with the spousal abuse, and what happened, what it was like, and where he's at now.
Did he get abused or was he abusing?
I think he was in an abusive relationship where he was the abuser.
He was an abuser.
Yeah.
Oh, now I don't have any interest in him.
He owns every bit of it, dude. And I like it's worth listening to. It's that whole podcast episode is worth listening to. Like, it had me in, like, I had to wipe tears out of my eyes a few times, not because I feel sorry for this dude, but because like it's a very real situations that you don't get to see a lot of the time. People speak so honestly about. And one thing Shia never does, not even for a second, is try to justify anything he ever did. Not for 1 second.
Awesome.
Like
what podcast was that, Mark?
It's called Real Ones with John Bernthal. It's the name of his podcast. If you just
what did you say?
It's the actor who plays Punisher, John Bernthal, who's in The Accountant with Ben Affleck from The Walking Dead. He's one of the best actors we have in the game right now.
And he's a legit G.
Yeah,
like, he's not like acting school.
He's
none
a
of that
gangster.
Shit, like,
yes, Rob. Yes.
Yes. Danny Trejo's School of Acting.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Yo, John Bernthal is he's a straight up gangster, dude.
Well, like Trejo, he was always in gangs, and they straight up went to him and was just like, "You fit the part," and he was like, "All right."
Yeah, one thing.
When he went to
one thing that whole conversation can do for a lot of people, that like a lot of this stuff might be foreign to most people. Things like substance abuse, things like fighting with your spouse, toxic relationships, like you hear about them. But what this conversation does, you actually have an understanding about this one. It's not just like, oh, I've labeled this relationship as this. Now I insert like what that must be like. You understand what it was like, and it's very, very eye-opening.
So in Wall Street, I thought Wall Street.
Oh my God, yeah,
very best performance. When
I said I was leaving
there and he was almost about to cry.
Yo, you know what?
Maybe I'll be back. We'll see. Depends on how long you guys are going.
You know what really stuck?
Go
with
get
me
yourself
from
clear, Rob.
That Wolf of Wall Street sequel that they did with Shia LaBeouf and Josh Brolin, what stuck with me big time was when he was sitting down with Josh Brolin toward the end, and he's finally like, enough was enough, and he was trying to talk to him, and he's like, dude, like, how much is enough? Like, what's your magic number? What will it take? He's like, what's the number? And Josh Brolin just goes, more. Like his favorite, you know what I'm saying? Like legit, like it's not about having a certain amount of money for some people. It's not about a certain, it's just the action of getting
the constant acquirement, right?
Yeah. I have to
Shia LaBeouf in that movie with Carey Mulligan, they were having a scene and he was almost on the verge of tears, and you could feel his, like, it was palpable, like how like emotional.
Have you seen Fury?
I was just gonna bring that up.
Fury's awesome.
Oh my gosh. The dude
he, like, ripped out his tooth.
No, but there's
Man.
I'm a huge fan of physical media. You should get Fury on physical media, and there's extended scenes. And
on Betamax.
You don't know, like, the only people on the tank team that were there from day one is Brad Pitt and John Bernthal. Everyone else is a replacement for someone who's died, because they all have a different position in the tank. And if one of them dies, someone else has to come in. So John Bernthal's character, that's why he was so broken. But there's this deleted scene that goes into even more of that. And like this guy is one of the best actors. I've said it before. Every word he says in character, you believe that's a character. You somehow see past John Bernthal and you see the character he's playing, despite like him being very recognizable of a person. But man, my heart broke watching his character in Fury. It was just
That's such a good movie.
Fury was a great movie.
Super underrated.
The great director. He did that. This is going to be a weird segue. He did that movie for Netflix called Bright with Will Smith.
That was amazing.
Yeah, it's so good. It's insane.
And did Suicide Squad as well, right?
Yeah, David Ayers. He also did End of Watch with Jake Gyllenhaal, and Michael Pena. Amazing. That's how you know that the studio, because that was famously a time era of studio interference at Warner Brothers. They would hire writers and directors come in and work, and then they get nervous and let their marketing team make decisions pretty much, and they'd go in and alter films. Suicide Squad was one of those heavily altered films. There were no neon lights and stuff in the David Ayers original version.
That very first trailer for Suicide Squad was amazing, dude.
Yeah, very dark, very gritty, very End of Watch, very bright, very Fury. It had the same signatures of a David Ayers. You can look at it and say, oh, David Ayers made this. Just like you can watch a Scorsese film and know he made it. Or, just like artists, you can watch movies and tell certain directors made them. And you can't do that with the final product of Suicide Squad as easily as you could with David Ayers' other stuff. Yeah, but he's a great director.
I'm gonna get out of here. Eat before I have this meeting at 11.
What's the meeting about? What's the topic of your meeting?
I have a product demo for a client that I have to do. So it's like a pain in the ass. I've been like super busy. Mark's heard me talk about this. So we developed this new product at my company. I'm the only one that knows how to use it.
It's a shake weight for those that are watching. It's a shake weight that's Bluetooth activated. That's all.
So if anyone is in the market for a Bluetooth activated shake weight, just hit me up. I can give you a demo.
Are you fucking
can you do the demo real quick to show them, like, just a tease what they could be getting?
So you got a vibrator
for your services. How does the shake weight work?
All right, so let's just pretend this is it, right? So it's just like,
dude, hey, AG1 is bunk. AG1 is bunk.
Hi,
I can talk to you about it.
Hi, welcome to the demo. My name is DJ Lynx, and I'm here to talk to you about the shake weight, this new product that we developed in conjunction with Company X. It's very lightweight, works on Bluetooth, and it'll fit great with your collection or your workout stuff. So all you do is go to your phone, go right to your app, click on shake weight, and then all you do is press the button. And there's 3 modes. So you press
hold on for dear life.
Press number 1, and it just starts.
Okay. This is not a clip I think we should be taking out of context.
AGI. And then you go on to number 2, goes a little whatever. And then finally, if you really want to knock your socks off, you go on to high speed. How many do you want?
Wait, speed 3 is called the two-hander for those that don't know. You don't want to try to actually use the product in speed 3 with just one hand.
Yeah. and make sure you have your dental insurance though.
Looked like he took a sip on the hose and never stopped.
Wow. Look at Nick. Look at Nick. Clipped. He's treating me like his index finger.
DJ, before you go, Lady Fantastic wants to talk to you about AG1.
Athletic Greens is not the best when it comes to health supplements. I used to take it and then read studies, and it's not the best brand for complete nutrition.
Dude.
It's not.
I can get you. Well, I'm just saying, dude. If you want everything,
He's trying to put you in there, man.
It doesn't have any biotin or B1 complexes in it.
All joking aside, and this might sound corny, but it's pretty accurate. You might want to look into the one that Chuck Norris has marketed and sold a long time ago. You know what I mean?
So you don't even have to go any further.
Yeah, but he's got the it's not AG1 brand, but he's got like the supplement mix thing, like the all-in-one supplement kind of thing.
Greens and shit. There's some that are really good, but
it's like a mixture of the greens and the superfood stuff. Yeah,
probiotics.
Yeah.
Is he the guy who did the Total Gym?
That was
Both
Tony.
Sorry, I gotta go.
Tony Little was the gym, I think. The guy with the ponytail, with the hat.
He has the red hair. The red hair.
Chuck Norris did the Bowflex.
The Total Gym. I swear to God, it was.
He might have. I remember the Bowflex. I thought.
Chuck Norris is Walking the Texas Ranger.
He's all of those things. He's everything and nothing.
I thought I was leaving on a high note, but then now I find out that I'm not very nutritious with my AG1 stuff.
No, she didn't say that. She said it's not the best. She's saying that she's taken it and looked into other ones. She's found some that are that she prefers over that one.
I mean, it was either this or like a liquefied pizza. It's like
gross.
I'm pretty sure
that just JB. He's like, wait a minute. That sounds delicious and time efficient.
I think we need to heroes card liquefied pizza by jumping over cars and jumping from roof to roof.
I will drink the liquefied pizza while you guys do the jumping. This seems like a
you
challenge
need
that I can do.
Caroline's filming
and everyone
it all.
on the bottom can be drinking.
Yeah, we need Caroline to film it.
No,
Big shout out to the shoppers over on Pop's Attic. I just had big payment come in. Hey, that was all the Bryce stuff that got claimed, plus a lot more stuff. Just had that's nice. So this is a great little thing we have. You know, like all the stuff that I sell, I just pass off. Pop's post it, and he'll ship.
You mean you're flipping?
Not really, but I get rid of a lot of stuff I end up with. You know, like I buy these
hobby.
Yeah, I buy these BTC boxes for the Jang exclusives that pop into them, and then just to support BTC because it's fun. You don't know what you're going to get in them, so it's fun. I can afford to buy them, and it's fun. I enjoy it, but I don't plan on keeping them. I'm not buying them thinking I want this for my PC. So I put the lowest price anywhere on them and just get them out, just to move them. But I did the same thing with the Bryce pack. You know, just played it like a lottery. So I got lucky and scored one of the.
How much the 1 in 75?
The 1 in 75 online, it sells for it sells for $150 all day long at the time, and so I put $100 on it, $50 cheaper than anywhere else, and it sold that day.
Yeah, the shit cost $65.
And then the other book that was in there was like a $45 book, sold that day, and then the other one is still there. And then the Whatnot pack, I sold the Hulk for like I sold 2 of the ones out of the Whatnot pack for like $50. And then all 3 of those sold. So like I legitimately made like if you add those 2 packs together, like $200 profit at least.
Damn. For my my Hulk pack, because one of my Hulks came damaged, it sold for 40, the damaged one. And then the giveaway one, that one sold for like 38. So I still came up. And then one of the Captain Americas sold for $1.
Yeah, I don't do auctions because I'm not on eBay. I just put them up on Pop's Attic for cheaper than they're selling anywhere else. But you know, early on, I'm like, we don't want people haggling with this. We want them to see the price and be happy with it. Like the haggling's been done. We've haggled with ourselves before we put a price on it. And the whole like couple few years that page has been up, only one time someone has ever DM'd asking anything about prices because they were wanting to buy like the page out. You know what I mean? They wanted the whole page.
Oh,
everything
wow.
that was on there at the time, and like, not interested. I appreciate you asking, but there was somebody just looking for inventory or something.
Yeah. And you guys
Yeah.
got great inventory because of the mystery box stuff and BTC stuff and all that.
Yeah, Pops has got like especially like 90s indie stuff. We got that. A lot of the stuff's been ran through, but we're almost to a point where I'm going to be going through my entire PC, and any overlap that I have with the Pop stuff, I'm pulling. So everything up until like was like August of 2018 is when he started shutting down his pool list. So he finished out series, finished out story arcs, and shut it down, and then I picked them up. So it's unbroken. So any books that I've bought over the years that he has, like, there's no reason for us to have multiple copies. Those will start getting added up there as well.
That's dope.
So the page has got a long ways to go before we fully culled the Landrum pedigree PC here.
What up, Biggie Shack? Biggie Shack in the house. Yeah, I said I was going. I got this stupid meeting. Am I gonna have enough time now? You see what I mean? It's all Justin Birch's fault.
I feel like you already did a
One in
little
doubt.
prep sale for us. You know, I feel like that was practice.
That was my practice.
So-
I guess let me tell you. I mean, seriously, what we developed. So we have this AI tool that I developed, and it's so for people that obviously we're past that because we're professionals here on YouTube, but people that have issues public speaking or doing presentations for people, right? So the product is a digital product. So you log on to the website that we have, and you practice with your camera, and you give a presentation, like whatever you're going to talk about. So then what the AI that we developed does, it gives you feedback on not only what you're saying, right? So like filler words like basically and stuff like that, so that you can minimize that. It also gives you feedback on the content that you're delivering, and it also it asks questions. So it's like you're talking to somebody. So it'll legit ask. So if you're talking about Superman, it's going to start asking you questions about like Superman and how can Superman whatever. And it's all like right now the demo that we have, it's basically giving a presentation to like a key stakeholder. So, but
is
it's
this
like
presentation meant for a group to watch, or is this an individual to watch? The one that you have specifically today that you're working on?
So specifically today, it's going to be two people. Well, not two people on the call. So it's from our team. There's 3 people on the call. There's me. I'm doing the demo and stuff, and worked on the AI. There's a marketing person that's on it, and then there's the client relationship manager. And then on the client side, there's going to be 2 clients. So what happens is they're like the buyers for their company, and these are like big Fortune 500 companies. So the buyers are there, so they're just going to see if like what we have is applicable for their audience, right?
Do you
So
think that there's any merit in authenticity? Because like you're in this, like you just mentioned Fortune 500 companies, and you know, like the stereotype for this stuff is like what you're talking about. We're going to practice this speech. We're going to minimize words like a and we're going to do this and that, and all you're doing is catering a fake ass version
no,
of yourself to present something versus like, and I know you said on a call, so it's not in person, versus being in person and just sitting down and talking to these other human beings who don't want to be in this meeting, just like you don't want to be in there, absolutely candidly. Like, let me tell you why this is actually decent for you. You know what I mean? Like, where's the line for that? Where's the balance?
Yeah, I hear you. So what we teach is just soft skills, so basic like soft skills, and I understand
How
the
do you get
balance.
those skills hard?
Oh, you just rub them the right way,
Okay.
and then those skills just 10 to midnight, so it's like always whatever. No, but I hear what you're saying, right? So it's like the company builds in soft skills. So not everything is like one size fits all. It's for different audiences. So you have to play to your audience. So if your audience is Fortune 500 companies, C-suite executives, they're not likely to be appreciative of someone speaking with the ums, the likes, and things like that. They want to get right down to the nitty gritty.
Yeah.
So we kind of like massage that in a way that you don't like say that stuff. So just get right down to the nitty gritty. Here's the facts, the blah, blah, blah. But it's never about taking out your authenticity whatsoever.
Yeah, the fuck it is.
No, it's never about that.
You
So
don't
you
ever
wanna,
try and be who you are. You ever.
No.
You always hide your true self. Never let them know.
Never.
Then you'll really be happy.
You hide your true self with your fucking AG1 bashing over here.
Look, you know what? You just keep taking it, Mr. Placebo, and tell me how you like it.
You know what? Now I'm just gonna go eat fucking handfuls of
Beans.
bacon because of you.
You know what? Go fucking eat a taco.
Oh, I
Biggie,
will.
I sent you the link if you're free to hop on, homie. Just throw that out
Yeah.
there.
All right, let me try to get some fucking something other than juice in my system.
Corn muffin.
Nah,
Big fist.
Juice in your system.
Over.
I'm due for a corn muffin next quarter.
Next quarter.
Well, we all know that Caroline is like the resident
that's-
MCU stan. She sees every Marvel movie before it comes out and everything. And I know she's seen and kept up with and memorized the entire casting lineup for the next Avengers film that they just teased. What did you think of
I'm out on that note.
the announcement, Caroline?
It was good.
A lot of people.
When was it? And who was it? When was it and who was it?
Oh, go ahead, DJ. Promote yourself.
Corn muffin out.
Corn muffin out.
Hi, TJ.
No, they announced the cast for Avengers Doomsday is what it's called. There's a lot of folks up in there. Good morning, Biggie.
So Biggie.
Fucking hey, you guys are maniacs. Fucking you can't tell DJ to go eat a fucking American sandwich or whatever the fuck you said. I'm not even gonna repeat what you said. You're an animal, lady. What is wrong with
Go
you?
eat a taco? Is he Muslim or
Yeah.
something?
No, he doesn't eat tacos.
That's why I
You ran him to fuck off the panel.
No, he was heading to his meeting, but yeah.
Holy
DJ
shit.
DJ claims he's never eaten a taco in his life, which is very hard to fathom for me.
That's hard to
Get rid of
believe.
him. You just mentioned taco and he's out.
Yeah. All right. I'm over it. It's okay. You can do what you want. Whatever.
We got someone backstage. Pop the camera on for a second, make sure, and then you can pop it back off. It looks like the camera's not working.
Am I the only one that don't like the I've missed the whole Avengers Doomsday shit with y'all, but am I the only one that don't like the fucking way it's looking? Am I the only one?
No, not at all. It looks like pure desperation to me.
It looks fucking dead. It looks like we're gonna be like there's 50 stories going on. I don't even want to get started on any of them. Like I don't like the way it looks.
Yeah, you know, when we did something similar with Infinity War with a large cast, and you know, you had this story over here, this story over here. There was some precedent for it because we had those movies that were pretty cohesive to that point. Now we don't have any cohesion in the MCU whatsoever, and they're going to attempt to do it again. So.
Jesus Christ. Let's have a Black Panther movie with FF, with X-Men, with the Avengers, with Dr. Doom. It's like, who in the fuck put this together? I want to meet that guy.
Yeah, it's going to be wild. Don't forget that we got the Thunderbolts in there as well.
How could we forget? They're all alive.
Minus one of them. So I felt like that was kind of like a spoiler. Like all the Thunderbolt cast was confirmed for Avengers Doomsday, except for Lady Taskmaster was not listed in the lineup. Hey, sorry. We just have to do I have to do a face recognition confirmation to make sure.
Listen, I completely understand.
Oh, it's Cliff.
It is Cliff.
What did you think of the announcement?
I was like, who is this?
You know what? Although I partially disagree with Biggie, I feel like if we have if we have talented people, you can have a giant cast and tell this phenomenal super crossover because we did it with Infinity War and Endgame, right? We did it, right?
Nah, not to this level. Like they all came in at the end. It was pretty much the Avengers.
Listen, I know, but that doesn't mean anything. These announcements, just because they're in the movie, it doesn't mean the whole movie's about them or not, right?
They can be cameos. They can be split up doing different things.
Maybe we'll see. I don't know what the hell's going on. Yeah, okay.
Maybe my dream Kang Dynasty movie was the Young Avengers go to battle Future Kang with Iron Lad.
Oh, that'd
the
be awesome.
FF go to the past to battle Ramatut, right? And Shuri and her sister-in-law go and form a team just to go and chase down the kid, right? And like that was like my dream Kang Dynasty film, all of it resulting in the end much.
Yeah, well, that never happened. We're talking. You brought up the Infinity Gauntlet, and okay, at the end of it, we were like, oh, it could be like a chick Avengers team. That was the most we had to be like, oh, we could have got something out of that. This is like X-Men are coming. The FF is coming. It's crazy, bro. These are all big hitters.
The point that I made about Doomsday and Infinity War being different, like, because this is very similar to Infinity War. We got the large cast bringing in a bunch of people, and it's going to ultimately feed the Secret Wars movie. You know, it'll be even bigger there. But with the Infinity War movie, we had the cohesive movies that led to it. Where this one, a lot of these characters,
exactly,
have a left field.
Yeah. So I wanted to say, like, all right, if you think about us, like, while we read comics, these stories they're all occurring on Earth at different locations, but in the same world at the same time. So a lot of them, we have to assume, at least when we read comics, they're all around, just in different places, you know? And so it would be cool to see a film that focused it, like, zoom back on just here's the world, and then here's all these different teams that are trying to fucking do shit. Even though you could stay focused on one, you sort of side view all of these others, and that gives you a branch. So you've got a tree.
Like the older Marvel comics. Like, do you remember, like, in older issues of Spider-Man, Spider-Man gets knocked across the city by a villain, and then like the FF are like, "Are you okay, Spidey? Like, what's happening?" Like, you know, or like the Fantastic Four, you know, the Fantastic Four are like standing there in front of Galactus, and there's like the Avengers are like, "Yo, what's going on over there?" Or like when Dark Phoenix ate that planet, and the shockwaves were felt by Doctor Strange and Silver Surfer, like there was, and Spider-Man's spider senses went off. Those panels were all there, you know. So like, I like that, and we could do that in a movie, but I don't know if they have what it takes right now.
You can lose
the difference in medium from comic book to film is going to have different limits and different advantages. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do. Ultimately, at the moment, I'm thinking this is a lot of move of desperation. You know, they're super nervous about their brand. There's been a lot of reports that came out about Feige being verbally nervous about what's going on with the Avengers stuff and with the Russo brothers. He's going to be overseeing it very closely. The timing was kind of suspect to me. I feel like this is not something that they wanted to announce before the Thunderbolts released or before Fantastic Four release, because an announcement alone is spoilers in nature to those films that have not released. Listing the Thunderbolts without Lady Taskmaster implies she doesn't necessarily make it through the film. Listing the Fantastic Four with them implies that even though we're marketing this movie as a different world, a different time that the Fantastic Four exists in, well, now we were already telling you that ultimately they're ending up here. Like we're giving you their next step before we even do their first step. So some of this is unfortunate that their brand's in a place where they have to make these calls or they feel they have to make them. But very desperate.
Legion, dude, the vibe kind of looks like a Lord of the Rings medieval time too, and I'm not into that.
Those leak photos and stuff.
Yeah, well, just I mean, I guess there's a trailer I saw too.
They haven't done a trailer, but Kevin Feige shared out concept art with what you're talking about. It's like medieval times.
Yeah,
with all the.
It makes me not want to watch the shit at all, honestly. Yeah, like the Doctor Doom looks good, but the way they're setting it up, it looks like a shitty Lord of the Rings movie.
With
so
I'm
hanging good.
Out with all the young Avengers in a old cantina and the Hulk standing there in like little tunic robes in the middle of the town.
To be fair, that environment looked like New Asgard.
Not to me. It looked like something in the past.
No, hell no.
On a planet far away. New Asgard has a bunch of fishermen that are drunk going to work and stuff, right?
I think what it does, like,
New Asgard also has the Infinity Dip.
Asgard's beautiful. It ain't dirty and grimy.
Not Asgard. New Asgard that looks like the fish.
New Asgard.
Yeah, it looks like the fish.
Well, New Asgard probably ain't dirty and grimy either.
It's like an island above Kansas. No, I think it's true. It is. That's New Asgard for real.
Above Kansas.
It is. It's like
not in the MCU.
Not in the MCU though. It's its own little.
It's just a fishing village. It looks like where Aquaman was at in the Snyder stuff.
Oh, okay.
It's
sorry.
Pretty,
well, Yeah,
And
in
less
the
depressing.
comics, it's like literally
Less
floating.
depressing. Isn't that where we went and found Fat Thor and Korg depressed playing video games?
Oh, you could. You
So,
know
well,
damn
no.
well you could be depressed in pretty places.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want. I'll say that like Biggie has a good point in that when they try to get ambitious, the product tends to suffer. The storyline tends to suffer, and that's what I would worry.
And that's the part I absolutely agree with Big
E-Man,
on.
if that's you backstage, pop your camera on, man. I've seen the person backstage with no video. Yeah, I think the ambition pays off when you've already done a lot of the work ahead of time. Again, with Infinity War that led to Endgame, so much of that story work was done in advance in the independent movies and the solo franchises. That they were able. We weren't showing up for the story of Infinity War. We were showing up to a finale. You know, they treated the Avengers films up to that point were just finales to story arcs, which were playing out in small pieces in the separate films. But it just wasn't working out.
Eman.
Hey, E-Man.
Oh, smoke bomb.
A well-lettered smoke bomb.
Yeah.
Oh,
All I got is a
well-lettered
black
smoke
screen
bomb.
from E-Man. He says my camera is on. Doesn't look on to me.
Yeah. I'll have to check it out and see what I think because I haven't. I've been so busy, but I've got next week off, so I can indulge in my pop culture mishmash.
Wouldn't it be something if we're not talking about the time era look, you know, not talking about sword and sorcery, but if they can just like pull off a Lord of the Rings style thing, you know, like ignore the fact that these
Marvel's
characters,
not Lord of the Rings.
just ignore the fact that these characters should have had these independent films and stories that lead up to it, but just start the story right here at Avengers Doomsday. Focus heavily on a central character and let this character, by way of the story, meet the Fantastic Four. Now they're a part of this amazing journey, and some of them can tag along, and some of them will have to go back to the Baxter Building to get on the science equipment, and then that equipment will lead. You know what I mean? If they don't try to throw it all in at the front end and just let it focus on one person and just unfold. And maybe that one person that we focus on should be Dr. Doom in this situation.
It looks like Doom has Reed hemmed up. He's about to execute Reed, and everybody's scraping and scrambling to save time in the fabric of existence altogether. So you got the time police. It's kind of like a knockoff Deadpool thing, and you don't have Deadpool and Wolverine, and it's set in fucking Minecraft, Lord of the Rings. Like I don't know.
It just came to me. I bet you that's Latveria. I wonder if that's in Latvia. If it's looking Lord of the Ringy, are they going to have a Latveria?
That would make sense because it's Dr. Doom, but I just don't like the way it looks. I don't know. I mean, it could be great. It could be fucking fantastic.
And we know concept art translates poorly, you know.
Yeah, very much so. But the time era did look up. It didn't just look like it was like an Eastern country. It looked like it's still a time era where you're taking a shit in the cobblestone streets.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. With like mugs of beer that smell like shit and
piss,
lambskin skirts and stuff like that.
It looked like half the population was dying from polio tomorrow.
Thank God
Dude, it was a bar with people drinking. Like y'all are reading into.
Well, no, there's about 13 photos. Nothing can be like Lord of the Rings because Tolkien wasn't writing a story. The story was simply a byproduct of the necessary history to explore fictional language development.
He was into writing languages, so he created people who could say these languages. And so he ended up making an entire universe.
Yeah. Yeah, Lord of the Rings is, I still don't think, I mean, I don't know if I'll be alive when that gets dethroned. I don't think anything, I don't think anything can really, because you're going to have somebody come around you're going to have an anomaly come around and write something. And then you're going to have to let that something become a life of its own to one day be made into a movie or something else. And you're going to have to get lucky enough that the person that makes it is on the creative level of Peter Jackson at the time. You know, like there's so many things that went right and so many things that were just.
But
like, I don't know.
Well, then we have
Super-
Martin, who did all the Game of Thrones stuff. Like he came along and
Yeah, George
served that-
R.R. Martin.
served that purpose.
Yeah, but I mean, Game of Thrones is it's fantastic. It really is. Like every time I hear Game of Thrones, I think about the Battle of the Bastards episode.
Oh,
Where Jon Snow's just was an inch away from saving his brother, and then just gets off his horse, looks at the entire army, and he doesn't just take his sword out. He takes his entire sheath off and throws it because he has no intention of putting his sword back in it ever again. And you're just like, oh my God. And just as they're approaching in slow motion, he just squares up. In the last second, just his entire backup is right there with him. You're like that's got to be one of the best moments in television show history, easily.
I think the Red Wedding was awful good too.
Oh man, that was rough.
That was not expected. If you were not reading the books, you were.
Martin is a hack. I've never read the books. I'm talking purely about the show, the television show. It's not just TV; it's HBO.
I read the books.
How much money are they going to spend on acting in this movie? Like, it's got to be a $1 trillion budget. Like,
Yeah, I was about to say the budget's $1 trillion, right?
is it?
God, I hope not.
It's got to be over $1 billion.
Yeah, Disney's cooked. I don't. Something like this coming out now is like, it's so unfortunate timing for them. Like the announcement of this, the announcement of Secret, all these announcements back to back. When they dropped them, they're hoping to get people excited. And we're seeing from release after release, Captain America 4 underperformed. The cartoon Spider-Man show doesn't draw viewers in. It's just Daredevil's not drawing viewers in. Like, despite it being good, bad, or indifferent, it's not drawing people in. So it's going to be crazy for them to invest in a project of this magnitude without their built-in audience since they once had. They're bleeding an audience. They're not gaining right now. It's wild.
AR, I want to say something to you about there. There's still plenty of time to catch up on the book version on the Game of Thrones. Yeah, I saw the first season, and after that, I had to start reading the series starting from the second book because I had to know what was going on. And so I do know where you're at. I've read the entire thing to the end, and we are on a cliffhanger, and it's a great one.
George R.R. Martin's on my shit list.
Who is Sanderson?
Mr. Sanderson.
No.
E-Man, you there? For E-Man being a tech guy, which he is a tech guy. He's having an awful lot of problems.
It happens, man. It happens.
I don't give him any slack. When I think E-Man, I think of Best Buy. I think of Circuit City specifically.
Cliff, are you in your usual backdrop there?
It looks like he's at the office.
Yeah,
I am at the office.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was gonna say.
Well, in that case, a double thank you for hopping on and hanging out with us today.
Yes.
Is this your office attire?
For Friday, it is. Yes.
Lucky. Yeah.
Did you get a chance to catch up on Daredevil this week? I know there's 2 episodes, so assuming everyone had an
No, I didn't. But basically, everybody's lackluster energy is really like
not having it,
bringing me down. And I gotta be honest with you. Like, I brought it up in a chat, and sometimes when I bring things up in chat, I'm super critical because I feel like I have enough problems trying to make my point when I'm speaking than when I'm writing is worse. But like, as someone who actually has sat in courtrooms with people with real issues, I don't hate that it's a courtroom drama because that's Daredevil. Like, I'm okay. I'm here for that. I hate this rendition of it. It's really bothering me. I don't know what kind of message they're trying to send with this, but I feel it's awful, and I just like, I don't know. It just was really upsetting for me, and I feel like it misses the mark hard.
I just made Mark's day. It's just now.
It didn't make my day. I just, the phrase comes to mind some sooner than others. That's all. Like I've said the same thing. Like, there's nothing about these courtroom sequences that'll have. There's some fantastic films and shows out there that have like amazing courtroom sequences. Not just because they're in a courtroom. but
Mike has a
amazing moments of dialogue writing, of performances that resonate, that you would suggest to a friend to check it out. Hey, you got to check this out. This was good. There's nothing about this show that rises to that simple.
And Mark, you want to know something really? You want to know something really sad? Like, and then I want you to address John's Comics for Kids.
Okay.
But what's something really sad for me is like I've sat in courtrooms, like sit in a fucking courtroom and get inspiration. Like that's it.
Cliff, I too have sat in a lot of courtrooms, and nothing about it is, and what got me too is the messaging of this show. I've said this about not this week, last week's episode with Caramel Corn Guy. Mm-hmm. The fact that we did the White Tiger courtroom thing, you did it. You as a writer, you successfully embedded motivation for Matt via his job. So all of this on paper makes sense. So why didn't you motivate Matt? Why are we moving just straight onto another random case, which now we've ignored for 2 episodes, like it was a nothing burger also. But when that guy sat there and he dressed Matt down for offering him what he could offer him, then Matt goes and does a miracle that would never happen and comes back and says, dude, I've talked him down to 10 days. That we're confirmed that this is no less than his 12th charge. We have confirmed that he will not report to community service. We have confirmed that he does nothing he's supposed to do to hold himself accountable for his crimes. And instead of them messaging that, like, they try to spin it into like, this is, can you believe society would put him in jail for 10 days for stealing caramel corn? Yes, you piece of shit. Yes, we can, because and it doesn't matter the dollar amount. It's called a misdemeanor. So under a misdemeanor, you can go to jail for 1 year, 365 days, and or $1,000 fine included. So yes, you dumbasses, he should get 10 days. He should get more than that for abusing the justice system, stealing from taxpayers, and stealing from small business owners over and over again. But their messaging was, look how bad the system is. They are so blind to the realities of these things that it's doing a disservice to the people who do get trapped in this system.
And Mark, to be honest with you, I don't even know if that was the thought that they put into it. It comes out as such horse poo-poo that I just cannot. I cannot, like, it is just upsetting to me. In the meantime, I have real life people who I sit in court with, and you have to sit there and pray for the best because they stole for the 5th or 6th time. But guess what? Because they don't even know where they are at the time. Right?
Are you a victim advocate or a mental health advocate?
Well, sometimes you're just the advocate because there's nobody else, right? Because the situation is, right?
His clientele is different than an average.
So, like, but the thing is, like, I'll sit there in court. So even when I'm sitting there in courtrooms, I'm listening to other people's crap. Like, there's nuance to it, and this show lost all nuance and
didn't bring any nuance to work with it.
Right, and I was like, I do not understand. Like, and I kept thinking, did this happen because of the alleged Kevin Feige watched the episodes and thought this was terrible and this was part of their rework and this suffered as a result? I don't know. All I know is it's really bad. I don't like the very twisted messaging coming from, like, I have to wonder, did AI write these courtroom scenes? Like, I just don't understand.
They should give us the common courtesy of, after this airs, going back and every time something is on the screen and it's the original stuff before the reworks and rewrites, there should be like a dot that appears just so we as the viewers know, like, okay, this is original stuff, this is rework stuff, because you can feel and you can easily see when you're watching it that it's multiple creative input overlapping and clashing at times with the consistency thing. I think it was Izzy that pointed out, like, getting hit in the head with a sledgehammer, the episode 5 that is this, everyone has deemed it a filler episode when episode 2 through 6 has really been filler episodes, but it's just completely disconnected and disassociated with the rest of the show. And Matt goes to get a loan and gets denied because that's a Disney trope. An MCU trope is MCU superheroes cannot get a loan. We're doing it again, but Kamala Khan's dad's working there because we have to push Kamala Khan. And the whole episode, Matt is not, he's have a different personality. You know, he's upbeat, he's happy, he's just regular old Matt, not the one that's still mourning Foggy, who's questioning his existence. Am I Matt Murdock? Am I Daredevil? Is it really a part? Like, none of these character elements are being pushed as a narrative. They're just mentioned. And this is
In
none of
fairness,
that.
in fairness to the Matt Murdock character, he's excellent at compartmentalizing, and I can see that. I can see him going into Matt Murdock bank mode because that's what Matt would do. You know, so like I could let that go. Did we waste way too much time there? Yes. Did I think it was stupid to come back to the whole bank thing? Yes. Here's a man who can negotiate like nobody's business in the courtroom, which they shove down our throat, but then he cannot negotiate for a loan.
I have a question. How much screen time does D'Onofrio have?
Plenty.
Not enough. And
plenty, not enough.
I say plenty because they're doing this like formatting wise of the show. They're trying to do like kind of like a lot of parallel storytelling where you're following Matt and you're following Kingpin and how they're trying to Kingpin's not trying to be a storefront criminal. He's trying to get power through the politician thing. So you're having to see him in some situations where he's having to listen to people talk instead of just telling them how it's going to be while Matt's trying not to get too sad. And so like they're doing a lot of this parallel stuff. And so there's for a Daredevil show, there's plenty of Kingpin. For a Kingpin show, there's not enough Kingpin, if that makes sense. There's a good bit in there. There's a lot of Kingpin in episode 6, Cliff, because that's obviously, I'm sure everyone's aware, that's when Daredevil puts the suit back on. And
how many episodes total?
We're up to number 6. I think there's 8 or 9.
I thought there was supposed to be 9.
Yeah. Originally, what it is, Caroline, is it was 18 episode show that they had. And then they fired their showrunners. They were very unhappy with it. And they brought in new showrunners that came in and retooled it. And they busted it down to 9 episodes. So what it looks like, because that's why it was already greenlit for a season 2 as soon as episode 1 dropped. Because I think there's still 18 episodes, but they've just cut it in half so that they can try to spread out the viewership stuff. So it really should be like season 1A and 1B with a break in between is what it's looking like. Yeah, and Perlmutter clearly was the secret sauce because unrestricted Kevin Feige has done nothing but got diminishing returns the entire way. But let's go back to John's comment here. If you want to talk disappointed, I finally watched Ant-Man 3 Quantumania, and it was horrible. Facts. I loved Ant-Man 1 and 2. Facts. This was a disaster. Triple facts. Yeah. Couldn't agree more. They saved the day with the power of communism. Like, it's the craziest shit I've ever seen. Like, again, the messaging. Literally, Caroline, they even say it in the movie.
I don't even remember that.
Oh, yeah. I do, because it's about the ants. And honestly, I didn't take that too far. I thought that was just funny.
Oh, no, just working as a collective.
I'm not taking it too far. It's just funny when
teamwork.
Their messaging is so on the nose that they actually even say it. Like the phrase in the movie was literally, communism is really a hot button word, but if you really look at it, I'm like, oh my God, these motherfuckers are out of their mind. Like you're not even doing it in the messaging. You're just putting it out there. You're a communist. That's cool. Go do communist shit somewhere else. There's fun parts to it for sure. I like Jonathan Majors as Kang. There was one of those unfortunate things where they're building up the next big villain, but you let him get beat by like your quite literal smallest superhero. So a villain's only as good as his first loss, and they kind of let him get got. I think they would have been better letting our heroes escape versus letting our heroes beat Kang. It was also cringe watching his daughter just tell him how the world is the whole time too. Yeah, Michelle.
Mostly it was about Michelle. I'm with Lady F. It was all about Michelle Pfeiffer. Michelle Pfeiffer and Jonathan Majors on the screen was absolutely
liquid hot magma.
Every moment, I was like, "This bitch is like, let me remind you,
Catwoman is back, bitch."
Yeah, she is that, and the fact that she still practices with the whip for just any occasion makes me love her more.
I like how they made the original Ant-Man and Wasp like important. You know, like I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, my bad. Socialism. Yeah, same thing. Yep. Yeah, there's some fun aspects to it. I like the designs of being inside of the
quantum universe.
It was fun getting to go in there. There's some funny stuff. The Ant-Man stuff is slanted toward comedy, and I think that would have played a lot better if everything MCU didn't have to slant so far comedy, and this could have been established as our comic relief character movies. You know, like if Cap, the Cap trilogy is a Cap trilogy, and it has that all American, that spy thriller vibes in some of it. Iron Man stuff is just your like machismo action, weapons, guns. Thor's your sword and sorcery stuff. But by the time we get to Ant-Man, like that's our comic relief. Scott Lang was hilarious. Michael Pena was hilarious. Everything about it was fun, lighthearted, funny, and even in the sense of danger.
Comedy. Ant-Man knows exactly where he stands in the rung of Marvel.
Yeah, and even in the big finale, even in our big finale where our family's life's on the line, we're throwing Thomas the Tank Engine toys at each other, and that's an actual danger. Like it was played so well, and I like the second one a lot too. I love Kate from Lost. She's fantastic as the Wasp. And Walton Goggins was great in that. And getting to see him be Giant Man for the first time and getting Black Goliath in there. There's a lot of good stuff about that one. Watching him as Giant Man grab the truck and scoot down the road like it was a scooter. They played with what they had so perfectly. And by the time we get to Ant-Man 3, all that's played out because that's what we do in every single MCU movie now.
I thought Michelle Pfeiffer was baddie. And
Are you gonna put Eman's backstage? I heard.
Do y'all think Majors is going to be able to do a career comeback? I know he's got a movie out, but I'm not sure.
Check. Can you hear me now?
He could do. You know what? I think he could do a career. First of all, Eman, you look fabulous.
You do.
Second of all,
why? Thank you.
I think he could do a career comeback because I don't feel like there was anything we saw that was like world ending. It looked like, wow, both of you were pretty toxic in that relationship.
And I like the part where he's running for his life to get away from her.
That's a total abuser there.
Like 50 different security cameras, just him zooting by. Like,
Yeah, I kind of feel like
I was like, if we need context, right? Like why we should give him a chance, right? And like where someone else shouldn't. How about he is literally running away from this woman
from a crazy white chick?
Did he punched a woman in a hallway in his towel and dragged her by the hair through the hallway?
And
if we need a point A and point B, like there's our point.
Yeah, man.
Iggy with the big boy book.
Is that recent?
Ooh,
You've been talking about getting one. You're on mute.
I can't hear y'all. I just wanted to show my Luke Cage. I'm gonna head out. I might come back in a minute.
Take care.
My Bluetooth died.
Okay.
Okay.
Matt.
What up, Matt? Good morning.
Matt, the next guest on Guess That Key, the premier comedy game show this side of the Mississippi. And I want to remind everyone the Earth is round, so every side.
Graham Norton show or something. You're all sitting on the couch.
I gotta say, listen, I'm so glad I watched the last episode of Guess That Key.
I just thought I'd come
because I was watching to support Boggs, and then at the end, it's like Heroes for Hire Club will be here, and so will Cliff, and I was like, "That's right, I am."
Yeah, dude, I cannot express to you how, I don't want to say proud because he's not a child, but how proud I am of Boggs's showing on that show. He not only did a fantastic job, he kept the show on the rails without even trying to. Like, that was an absolute pleasure having him on there.
I love Boggs.
Yeah.
He even set up his camera and his laptop properly. Like, I was just like, yay.
Oh, he wasn't on his bed again?
He was right next to it. He showed it.
I love the Boggs on the bed.
We're good. It's
I
still
know
there.
Boggs on the bed.
Boggs casual.
Yeah, that's actually a chair in the corner of the room. He was on the couch to the side of it.
Yeah.
Boggs on the bed.
Yeah, I always make fun of the chair, as we know. But no, I was like, no, so a few weeks earlier, he mentioned to me, we talked about it, and I said, don't tell me what book it is, right? Just of the books you have, just choose the one you know will keep them on their toes, right? So, like, and I was just like, yay!
It's wild.
Like, he did great.
Some people can get it, it's like I can name that
he
tune
was
in
about
3
to
notes.
tell me the book. I said, tell me the book.
Another
Yeah, no, he chose a great book. That Green Lantern was a newer surprise to him. I forgot who said it to him, but he was like really excited. He's like, and then I knew that was a book he was thinking of for Guess That Key, but like that was as far as my pre-game conversation I went with him. But he did great.
I
Hey,
get
Kevin.
if I go on that show, I know everyone will be able to figure it out. It's some Transformer book. It's
No, something's
I
for
mean,
the
like,
children.
you know, it's really funny even because
You got a
I'm
very
just like,
eclectic collection, E-Man.
Thank you, sir. Why, thank you.
Oh, it wasn't a compliment.
Why, thank you, sir. Thank you.
even you have an eclectic collection. You could bring a non-Transformers and shake it up.
Everybody
You know,
good today.
like did you? So on the last episode, AR, they were like, "Is it a Star Trek book?" And AR loves Star Trek. Yes, is it a Star Trek book? He goes, "No, I made that mistake last time," and I was like, "Yeah."
What would be a trip is if I bring up something
Well, I'm
crazy
going in there and,
like a Batman book from the 80s. Like, what? You don't miss that.
Exactly, and there are many like him fighting the KKK. Like that's a great one to throw people off.
Black Panther.
No, but see, there's several ways to guess Black Panther fighting the KKK. Less so than Batman fighting the KKK.
That's so very true. Nice. He's got to catch them all.
Oh, Kevin, did you
Well, I
go
go in there
shopping? Is
and
that
they
from, so? Kevin, is that straight from the
Yeah,
store or
Joe,
straight from the vending machine?
Happy together.
Did you fight someone at the vending
Journey
machine for
together.
that right there, Kevin? Did
Yeah, I
you
had
prevent
to,
some?
I had to beat some old man up.
I was gonna say
Pull my gun out
at the
on a
vending
couple of
machine.
little girls. And, no.
Cool.
The only way to
Actually,
do
I was
it.
the only person at Best Buy. I had my run
nice.
of the show. Not a single person was there to pick them up.
Look
I'm
at
like,
you.
what?
There
You know
was
why? Because that Best Buy hasn't had any cards in like a year.
There was
And
a
I just-
Costco over here by my house where they were actually handing out tickets to people, and they were
Yeah.
letting them in like little by little, like, and you only get one, and we're keeping these behind the store or behind the cashier because
People get weird
you
about these
dumbasses
cards.
can't,
talking about
like, you guys
Pokemon?
can't
They only
behave.
let me
Yeah.
have one booster, one pack,
Yeah.
and one blister.
What is everyone chasing with
I
Pokemon?
have no
why,
idea.
why is it?
For the
Because they're
past-
not playing the game. They're
People are buying
collecting and
their
looking for
childhood
their
again.
Charizard, right?
For the past 3 releases, it's just been crazy, and there really isn't big hits in them.
Boggs is back.
But why?
Jump on, Will.
Birch came back for the Pokemon talk. That's the only thing
Yeah.
he came back for.
Yep.
Like that, I mean, like I'm not gonna go out there chasing Pokemon. Like my kids have old
Here-
Pokemon from the '90s still, right? But what is it about these new generations that they're chasing them so hard right now?
Kevin, are
where
they
it's-
reselling them sealed on
Yeah,
like
you have a lot more
whatnots and
stuff.
stuff like that?
Yeah,
Or these are
but
just people getting inventory for reselling.
yeah,
Yeah.
but they're reselling it because people are opening up these packs for a specific card, aren't they, Kevin?
Yeah.
Like,
Somebody's
what is
buying it because they're chasing something.
yeah? What is the chase now?
Kevin
Like,
doesn't know, man. He just gets them because it's fun. He's
I
like,
get 'em
people are
because
chasing them. I'm chasing them.
I get them so I can open them on my channel and get subscribers and views. And I'll find out what the chase is, but there
Yeah.
hasn't been a big chase. The big chases are still in the older stuff.
yeah,
Which
like
you can't
all the
either.
Charizards, like
I'm
Isn't-
not buying you new Pokemon. We have Pokemon at home.
Isn't the big chase from the Prismatic set?
The evolutions, okay,
Yeah,
those
the
are a big
Umbreon.
chase, yeah. But those are so hard to get. Everybody gave up.
I'm still stuck on the fact there was 151 Pokemon. Like, I
And now there are
assume there's a more, right? I'm assuming there's a little more than 151.
There's it's not a little more. It's
There's
many
billions of them now. So,
It's like the chart of the periodic table of elements. They just keep adding shit.
Man,
Listen,
what's
when I saw
The original list, and then you've got the mutations of all those. as
Them
they
just throwing
evolve.
neutrons into the nucleus and destabilizing them.
All right,
Yeah,
so it's
those are
the
the
addition of the
radioactive.
neutrons with the protons, the neurons, and the voltrons is what I'm assuming.
I
it is.
like
That's what's-
the episode of
Forget the
South Park. where
dendrites.
Remember the episode of South Park where they were the Pokemon cards were brainwashing the kids so they'd go bomb Pearl Harbor?
Yeah.
What do you got?
Matt, how are you this morning? I feel like you haven't heard from me very much.
Well, I got some medical problems.
Oh,
Kidney. I think I got kidney stones. Something wrong with my kidney. I got
It's all right,
the-
just,
the
you know,
doctor
shock
ping-pong.
waves.
You know how they go to one doctor, and then now you got to go to a urologist. Oh, now you got to go get a CAT scan. So it's like ping pong. You know?
Bouncing back and forth.
I am so sorry. Are you in a lot of pain right now?
No, it's not that bad right now. I think it might be. I'm hoping it goes away naturally, but yeah.
Well, just make sure you're drinking orange juice.
Well, it's a wake up call because I had another wake up call with the cardiologist, so I quit drinking pop completely. It's my third day of no pop.
She blinded me with science.
For you.
Pop.
I will put it out there. Everyone
Soda.
on the panel and watching, none of y'all should be drinking soda.
We call it pop here in Kentucky. We call it.
Now you know why. Just
What,
pop the
soda?
Yeah.
See,
Yeah,
I'm
we
Tell me
Mex-
how to live my life.
See, I'm half Mexican, so everything is Coke for whatever reason.
Yeah, I'm
Growing-
saying right.
I'm Southern. Everything's
It's a
Coke.
Southern thing.
Me
Yeah,
and Mark are in
Mexican
Georgia.
thing.
It's all Coke.
It's all
Yeah.
Coke.
I'll take a Coke, and
Did
that's
it-
like Sprite, Diet Coke.
Have y'all seen that? Have
But I
y'all
meant
seen that
Coke.
movie Slither that James Gunn did years ago? It's
I love that movie.
Yeah,
It's in the South, and the mayor of the town. There's a scene where they just get away with their life from the little alien stuff, and they're in the car. They take off, and he's grabbing the cooler next to him. He's flipping around. He's freaking out. He's like, "Where's the Dr. Pepper? I need Dr. Pepper." And Nathan Fillion goes, "We don't have any damn Dr. Pepper." He goes, "Well, why not? It's the only kind of Coke I like." It says it right. It's the only kind of Coke I like.
Only kind
I
of Coke
hear
like.
what you're
That's all
saying
it
there.
is.
Yeah.
Well, like there's obviously you hear stuff about like Coke, like the state police will keep 2 liters in their trunk to clean blood off the highway. That's what it does because it's got that acidic, whatever.
There's all kind of.
Isn't that a trip that Coca-Cola is the only one that you can use as a cleaning agent, yet people drink that like left
Yeah,
and
I mean,
right?
why are we drinking this? Jeez.
You can put a penny in
Because
it.
it's delicious.
It's gone.
I mean, is
It's
one
all-
Coke really better than the other?
Cocaine
Did you
is
guys
always
do a
better.
Pepsi challenge
I mean,
before? Do
oh.
a Coke and Pepsi?
Coke
And
is
what was your favorite?
Coke's a hell of a
one?
drug.
I'm drinking some grape juice like a good boy.
Rob is in SoCal today, huh, Rob?
I
Hey,
know I'm
Rob. cheating
on you.
How dare you?
Come down to the dark side of California.
You are tripping. I'm not. I have friends down there. Actually, I'm kind of jealous that you're at WonderCon. So WonderCon today's the first day, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Is it like preview night or was last night preview night?
Last night was you could check in and get your badge up until 7 p.m. But I already had my badge, so I didn't.
What are you expecting to see at WonderCon? Let me say, no. You're expecting to see a lot of shit. What do you want to see at WonderCon?
I'd like to see.
Boobs. Rob's there for the boobs.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a boob story for you.
I'd like this. I'd like to see at least more than 5 comic book vendors.
There's gonna be some good creators there. I know Jang's
Wow, Rob.
Yeah, no, Jang's on my list to go see because I have an extra copy of that Transformers with Ultra Magnus on it. I had picked up 3 copies.
Yes.
And so I'm taking 1 copy with me to have him sign for Comics Curing Cancer because he usually will sign the books for Comics Curing Cancer for me at no cost.
Well, in that case, tell them to remark it.
Yeah.
I'm being serious. Jang can throw. He throws remarks.
Jang's remarks.
Yeah,
And look, he left this space up here just to do it.
We'll see. But yeah, that's that. I mean, so I'm gonna get that done from him. But other than that, that's about all I'm gonna see.
He still has one of my books, man. He's held on to that thing since November.
I gave him a blank. I'm not going to say what, but I gave him a blank last year at Heroes Con, and I'm hoping / expecting just to be able to just pick it up from him this year at Heroes Con.
Could be worse. We've got. I'm dealing with 2 different people from 2023 that are still waiting on stuff from C3 artists. That now I'm going and having to get a different artist go make up for people.
So check this out. I'm not going to name the artist, but in 2023, I paid an artist $250 for an 11x18 original Transformer,
oh wow,
piece of art in their style, and I really enjoy their style and stuff like that. And I haven't seen this person post since like November of last year. So like I'm thinking the worst. I'm thinking something actually happened.
Yeah, we kind
to
of
this
thought about
person.
that with Brand Flakes, because that's an artist that we've kind of followed and stuff, and just went to look at his social medias, and he stopped. He's gone. His website, his social media, and I'm like, oh no, I hope he's okay. That's unusual.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to
that's who
get
it is.
backup.
That's who it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It was Brand Flakes.
Sometimes it's
I'm
also
hoping
good to
he's
get
okay.
backup
Seriously.
contacts, because like I had that same issue actually with James Pascoe, who was doing last communication I had with him. He said he was done with the Flash Gordon piece he was doing for me, and that he was going to send it, and then that was it. Then I hadn't heard anything for a bit, and also I guess he was doing a piece for us for C3, and his piece never came in. And so I went to go reach out to him, and all of a sudden, like, his social medias weren't just there; they were gone. It was like, oh, what the hell? Fortunately, I had his email address as well as a backup, and I reached out to him via email, and he goes, "Oh yeah," he says, he starts telling me how his brother died. He's been focused on being the executor of the estate, but then also his social medias got hacked and then got deleted. So well, okay. Well, I'm glad that
It was a good thing you had that backup.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I flip it a little bit? Can we talk something nice, good news? Can I?
Sure. I suppose.
Okay.
Do we
Mark.
have something like that in the world?
Yes, Mark.
I'm just offended that you're asking, to be honest.
He's pregnant.
I'm pregnant. Yeah. So there is this gentleman's club here in San Francisco.
Yeah, we call them strip joints.
Gentleman's club, right? And this specific club was famous before the pandemic for having one of the best valued lunches in all of the Bay Area. Literally,
let's go.
$5 all you can eat fried chicken, and it is some of the best fried chicken ever. This club had to shut that down, pandemic stuff. Well, we got news recently. They're about to start the $5 chicken lunch again at this gentleman's club beginning next week.
So why are you going, E-Man?
What was that?
He goes there for the fried chicken.
I go there for the fried chicken.
For the chicken or for the other cutlets?
I'm definitely there for thighs and legs.
Not for breast.
You know what? I'm a thigh and leg guy. Breasts are nice.
Oh, I bet you're a thigh and leg guy. I bet you are.
Yeah, it's the Latino in me.
What is it, Matt?
You remember that episode of Parks and Rec where they're at the strip club and Ron goes in there and he's like, I come here just I don't come here to see the ladies, but I come here for the breakfast bar.
I saw that one, yeah.
It's the modern day version of picking up Playboy for the articles.
You read them for the articles.
I read it for the articles.
Yeah, they are great articles, right?
Fascinating reads. Fascinating. Lovely. So yeah, it starts next week. So like I mentioned in the chat, if you guys come to the Bay Area, I'll take you to some of the best tacos and
there's
some
more
of the
jokes
best
here.
chicken wings.
Yeah, there's more jokes.
They interviewed Jimmy.
We want video.
In Madison, Wisconsin, we had a great breakfast place called Bennett's, and it had Bennett's had basically really good breakfast and a lot of stuff on the TV you could watch.
A lot of stuff on the TV that you can watch.
There's watching porn and eating food. That's so weird.
I know, isn't it weird?
That'll be an interesting position.
We're only selling hot dogs today. What do you have?
Getting that breakfast sausage.
So weird eating every bit of it.
Get the hard-boiled eggs.
Can I
and
have
some
some
breakfast
extra
sausage.
foam
I don't
in
want to
my
get any crumbs on
cappuccino?
my bits and pieces.
I mean, honestly, after your first time, it's not even weird anymore. The only time it's weird is when you're having ribs and it's going on, because if you make eye contact with the wrong person, it can go south real fast.
The real question is, what kind of cream comes with your coffee?
I've heard them all because for 20 years we had a club, gentleman's club like that by the interstate here in Middle Georgia. I forget what it was called, but it was it got to be so big. It was like a truck stop across the street, big giant club. They had the breakfast bar and the strippers 24 hours a day.
and the adult store next to it. It got to be so busy, and I don't know, I forget what happened, but Jerry Springer came down and did a show from the club. Jerry Springer actually had a show about the people that worked at the club.
Because they're good people.
Today's Friday. Let's grab.
Yeah,
make sure I grab the right pills.
Is Jerry Springer still alive?
Pills.
Welcome to being old.
I could have
Rob.
shared some antidepressants with you earlier if you want some.
Rob, do they still have Vietnamese coffee houses in San Jose?
I know of what you speak. I was never one to attend, so I have no idea.
Coffee house.
Do you remember?
Is that mean brothel, E-Man?
No.
it's like-
No. They're scantily clad waitresses, models serving you coffee while you watch horse racing.
Dental floss wearing.
Oh,
something.
I see. Okay.
I don't really know.
This
I've
is
never.
like some Sodom and Gomorrah
I go to
stuff
get
here in
coffee.
the
I
Bay.
want coffee,
gotta
and
get
I
out.
want that's all.
Doesn't sound
And
very
you know
hygienic,
my
does
coffee
it?
is
Black.
simple and black, and I don't need a lot of frills with it. So
You know,
He
it's
likes
really
it
funny. A
strong
friend
and
of mine,
black.
keeps talking about this gentleman's weekend he's having with his son, and I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, but gentleman's weekend with your son sounds awful.
Do
You
they
know,
make
and
beef jerky? Do they go on riverboat gambling trips?
is it a NAMBLA father-son outing?
But I was
pee with the
telling him, I
seat
was
down?
like, dude, this sounds dirty. Anyhow, he kept
Is
using
Jared
that
gonna be
language,
there?
But in reality, he just didn't want to use the language bachelor party. And I was like, are you crazy? Bachelor party sounds far less sketch than gentleman's weekend with my son.
Right.
You know what? Actually, yeah. Say it like that. I guess that's the tone, though, Cliff. It's not what you say; it's how you say it.
Well, it sounds kind of fucking
Every
incestuous.
time he says it,
When you
Yeah,
It's like
I'm
just
with
say
Lady,
bachelor party.
Yeah.
yeah, you know, because I hate
Stag
saying
party.
this, but obviously the women in his family have made the word bachelor party sound like bad, and I was like, let me tell you something. Give your wife the option: bachelor party versus gentleman's weekend with my son. Let it roll off her tongue, and I think she'll come around to bachelor party real quick.
I think she'll tell her friends they're going to a bachelor party. She's not going to want to say
tell her
they're
friends
off on a
having a
gentleman's weekend.
I am in
Well,
the
Tom Hanks'
Jonathan.
party kind of got out of hand. They had like a donkey and everything in that movie.
Jonathan, I am in the Hilton right next door to the convention center as we speak. I made the jump down the 5 yesterday. It's a 6-hour drive. So
6 hours, man, you drive slow.
no, you don't understand. It was an hour and 42 minutes to go to the last 32 miles.
Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot 405.
No, the 5. I just went.
Oh, 5?
It was 5 all the way through. And
You
so
silly man. You got there during the gridiron, didn't you?
no. Well, no. I left San Francisco Bay Area at like 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
So I was going through. I hit LA proper like at 2:00. So I thought it would be earlier. Given it was a Thursday.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't have imagined if I had hit it like at 4 or 5. That would have been even worse.
Yep.
'Cause I got to the hotel at like 3:15, but it was it was almost 2 hours to go 30 miles. So it was nuts. All right, see you later, Justin.
Bye, Justin.
Justin.
Double smoke bomb from Justin today.
I was just gonna say that was his second.
He's smoking a lot, man. That guy.
Smoke bomb? What? I mean, smoke bomb?
Yeah.
Smoke bomb's a spare.
Yeah, I see what you did.
Yeah.
This guy right here.
California knows how to party.
All right, you guys, I'm gonna take off too.
Arizona
Weekend.
Madam.
is
Bye,
leaving the
madam.
party.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, look at E-Man like doing the fancy
Bam.
hearts.
What the
Dude,
hell?
this is part of my raver days. Back in the day, we used to do this long before like the.
Right.
I always do it wrong. I end up like that. Remember the Van Halen one where they go?
It was love.
That's just self high five. I
love-
can do that one.
Oh no, shit. Oh, love, peace, and unity. That's the plur. That's what.
Yeah,
the
no,
plur. That's what the kids. Yeah, I know, right? Just shaka it.
Double join it.
Give you the fuck you,
And then you got the blood. Remember? When
Screenshot. Take it time.
Uh-oh.
354.
So they're doing the crip walk.
I know not what you speak.
What's happening?
Every kid in the 6th grade tried to make that blood thing.
Yeah,
It's natural.
There's a rite of
Why
passion.
can't you do this? It's easy. I know. Just as a disclaimer, I am not associated with any gangs or affiliated with any gang.
Officially.
Affiliations. No gangster shit here.
Oh, but at the same time, he does keep long sleeves on, so we can't see his arms. That's all we're saying.
No, it's full sleeve. Jailhouse tattoos.
Yeah.
You know, I actually have makeup over like my 4 teardrops right here. That's why I'm covering with my hair.
He's got a little pitchfork on his hand right
Don't
here.
worry
like,
about my life is
my
know
dad.
what's going on.
But do you have the Punisher?
The Punisher tattoo?
Oh my god. Yeah, do you have that like on the back of your truck, or do you have
I
truck nuts?
got VL right here on my hand. Tres puntos like spider.
I don't have truck nuts, but I have a bike uterus.
All right, I gotta dip out. I got a
bike
meeting
what?
to head to.
You know, truck nuts, bike uterus. You can have like
Oh my goodness.
I love it.
Well, that's graphic.
Have you ever not I mean
I know what you're talking about. Can people hang truck nuts on their Teslas now? Now that Teslas are like super, or the Cybertruck is a part of the
A
GOP
rolling
now.
joke that I can rip apart with my bare hands.
I like how people are like, oh, this is a Mazda MPV now. They're rebranding their Teslas. I bought this Tesla before Elon said he was a Nazi.
It looks like a Samsung refrigerator. What it looks like with wheels.
I don't want to talk about.
No, it was somebody said it looked like a.
Looks like a block in the kitchen.
That Cybertruck just looks like
the Pontiac Aztec made love to a Honda Ridgeline or something.
No, it looks like it came out of that game Star Fox, the old '90s game Star. Like it's not finished rendering. Like it's almost there,
like
guy.
a toaster on wheels.
Yeah.
It looks like a truck that made it with a DeLorean. It looks like a truck hooked up, like a Ford F-150 hooked up with a DeLorean.
Like when I see that,
don't you do that to the DeLorean, sir? How dare you?
DeLoreans get around. They're kind of slutty.
There's coke-filled nights, E-Man, of DeLorean.
Yeah, Coke, soda, pop.
I remember one time I did cocaine with John DeLorean. He had the best stuff.
Man, we hit 88 miles an hour.
Mark's not here to regulate this chat.
Yeah, it's not a good looking vehicle. What was more interesting was that James May of all people actually likes it.
Oh yeah.
I just thought it was funny when he like threw a rock at it and like the window definitely.
Yeah, he said it was like bulletproof or shatterproof. He was like, yeah, look.
And then he was like, "Do it again, but throw it less hard," and it broke again.
and so then all his little minions went out and bought them. And now they're surprised to find out that they have all been recalled.
All right, I got a meeting. I got to get going.
Recalled. He hadn't had a chance to cancel the vehicle highway protection agency and stuff yet.
Love you guys, peace.
That was an oversight on his part.
Well, he just hadn't gotten around to canceling all the consumer Overwatch company, divisions of the government yet.
Yeah. So now it's a really good car because
Yeah, exactly. Because nobody's saying shit about it. Because he can come in and get rid of all the consumer Overwatch, and then at the same time help Trump to put 25% tariffs on all the non-American cards.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I heard he's going to.
But sorry, I won't go into politics anymore. Sorry.
I heard he's going to try to disband GI Joe next. I can't believe it.
GI Joe, maybe.
Yeah.
Cliff, how you doing?
It has been a brutal week, and my emotional discord is at about an 11 out of 10.
I'm sorry.
But as usual, I love seeing your face. I meant
thank
every
you.
beautiful word I said about you for MJ, and
I appreciate
every
that,
day,
sir.
Rob, you restore my faith in the words I say about you.
I have my moments. Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, Cliff, I hope that your rest of your week or your weekend, I hope turns this week around and gives a little bit of a
I'm
smile
going to
on your
CliffCon
face.
on Sunday.
Well, there you go. There you go. I hope you find something good.
I will get some comics. I will see the other Cliffs and try to rejoice in our mutual Cliff energy.
There you go.
But I am. So my one big struggle of the week, mentally, above everything else, number one is why won't my pizza order go through? But
I can relate to that.
Are you ordering through Pizza Hut? If not, that's why.
Yeah, no, it's next door.
Nobody out pizzas the hut.
Yeah, well, we don't. We have 2 Pizza Huts, but they're in a 60-mile radius. It's a whole thing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So and it's like the kind of thing where we all hate it, but we all love it one time of year. It's really fun. That being said,
life says.
So my struggle of the week has been, and I want you to know that rationally, I'm not like blaming myself for anything, right? But I feel very powerless emotionally. It's the fact that I do a suicide awareness class every freaking month. I've been doing it for 3 years. And that I should still lose a friend to suicide. It really is messing so hard with my head.
Yeah, I saw your post, man. I'm sorry about your loss.
Sorry about that, Cliff.
And then Mark goes and advertises Guess That Key and uses Jumper as the music for Guess That Key. And
Brother John did that phenomenal song selection, and I just reposted John's post.
In that case, Brother John has to be the one that I go and take this out on.
Yeah,
I will take it out on him. So I am just in bed, just being peaceful, just thinking about comics, and I see that, and when I see it, I send cry face, wounded heart to Mark, and Mark's like, "Yeah, the song's great," and I was like, "Ah."
Well, the song slaps on me.
Cliff.
Well, I'm not going to lean into the sadness with you, man. You don't need sad. So I'm like, I'm like, Third Eye Blind slaps.
Cliff, I was
I don't know what to say.
I'm very aware what the song's about. I'm like, damn.
Cliff, I would say,
Trying to keep it positive.
I know it's difficult to think of other things because those things can weigh on you and everything, but try to think about instead of the loss, the number of people that you have helped because of your classes and stuff. I'm sure far exceeds the loss. I mean, it was sad and it's unfortunate and stuff, but know that you're doing good work, man.
I also had to obviously a lot of my friends are really frustrated, and I kind of had to reframe for them what that depression means a lot of different things, Anyhow, it just no one wants a tragedy to be their learning experience, right? So I've just been very sad. I've just been sad about it all week, and obviously some moments more so than others. And this is not somebody who I literally see all the time, but it's someone who I have had vast interactions with, right? And we both perform wedding ceremonies for our friends. So that's usually where we're crossing paths with each other, is weddings that we are performing for our friends.
And Cliff, other thing, not that I taught a class or anything like that, but I've been in recovery before, and or I had to go to certain facilities. I won't go into any details. You can just garner that what you want to. But the one sad thing about it is all these groups you're in with people and stuff, like you lose people. It's just like, it's a hard thing. It's never easy to take. It's like, I know everybody's like, oh, it's expected. Like you'll go in a place like that and go, half of you people won't make it, right?
I was about to say that.
It never gets easier to, like, when you hear like, oh, this guy you went here with, or was in this treatment center with is gone. He left and he's not coming back.
Oh.
And it's not that he just left. He left and did something he shouldn't have done.
It shows how important the work that Cliff is doing because it's still going on. It needs to be done.
Right. It's like Rob said, Cliff. Just remember all the people you've helped.
Yeah. No, and listen, it's one of the things I feel good about. And let me tell you, we've had some doozies when we give that course, right? Like one lady stayed on to talk with us after, and we always leave time to speak after, right? So one lady stayed on with us after, and she was talking about the importance of exorcism, and I'm like,
can't be overstated. Cannot be overstated.
Behind that.
Right, and I'm like bugging out, and I'm like, oh, and I'm looking at, and thank God I wasn't alone for this one. I'm looking at the woman who was co-chairing with me that night, and she handled it like a pro. But when it was over, I was like, how did you even know how to handle that? She goes, I didn't know how to handle that. She was like, I was flying by the seat of my pants. I saw the panic in your face.
All right, I gotta go. I'll see y'all.
Hey,
Bye, Caroline.
You have yourself a stellar day, lady.
All right.
Yes, you do.
You deserve
getting
it.
close. Counting days of Heroes Con.
Yes, sir. And I got next week off, so I'm gonna be particularly sassy.
Oh snap!
See you guys.
Sassy lady.
Sassafras out.
I gotta send money to Izzy. Let me start moving money from the Heroes account.
I'm excited to see everybody, but there's a handful of people that I'm particularly more excited to see, just because we make relationships and friendships with different people on this platform. I'm extremely excited to meet Caroline.
Yeah.
Mark, I just hope you could survive meeting me.
I can survive. I can.
I don't know. I mean, after I inhale you, I don't know like what's gonna happen after that.
You're going to be surprised. I'm like, oh my God, how is Mark a quarter of my size but gives better hugs than I do? You'll see.
Oh no.
Mark gives Cliff. He gives full body hugs.
I give full body.
You got a lot of body. You give full body hugs because you're typically 3 times taller than the person you're hugging. It's all skill.
Don't pick on DJ like
Mark.
that.
Mark will climb you like a tree. He's gonna be like he's like a baby koala. He climbs up and hangs on arms, legs. Yeah, he got that cleared up.
Will that picture of pint-sized Mark and giant-size Durs is still roaming the internet, even though it's highly inaccurate?
What's great is there's 2 of them. So the first year, like when I seen Durs for the first time, like that's what I did. I just leaned. Taylor went to take a picture, and I just did that because I do stuff to entertain myself. And then last year, we thought about it and just reversed it. He got short. So there's one where I look short in the picture. There's one where he looks short in the picture. That first year when Durs posted that photo, people legitimately were like, "Oh, I had no clue you were that tall, Durs." And
I was one of them. Yeah, I was one of them. I was like, "What's this?"
What? Dude would have to be like 9 feet tall.
And he didn't even have to Photoshop it. Imagine that. Practical effects.
And the thing is, he's got those long ass arms. So I was like, of course he's tall. Of course he's a tall, skinny white boy. Like,
Durs, I think, is 5'10". Me and Durs are about the same height, I think.
I don't know. I think in reality, you might be taller.
Not by much. Me and Durs are close to the same height for sure.
That's okay. I'm waiting for my 2 biggest challenges.
That's another person I'm extremely excited to get
my
to see.
2 biggest challenges of this Heroes Con will be 1063 Shane and Chris the Comic Vet.
Nice. I don't understand the challenge.
3 challenges.
Explain the challenge.
Also David.
Explain the challenge, Chris.
They're all tall, so it's like I got to be extra prepared for tall guys.
I don't think they're taller than you though.
No, but they're probably as tall as me. And if I'm trying to get two of them into an Eiffel Tower, I really need to put in the work.
What about Matt? That'll be a bit of a challenge, won't it?
Matt's a teddy bear. I'm not worried about Matt. Matt and I are going to have a teddy bear.
I'm going to bring a wagon to the back of my wheelchair. So if anybody needs to ride around the pond, just hop in the back. We'll do a little choo-choo train around
He's going to be like an Uber.
He's going to be my Uber. I'm going to be like on the back of Uber. Like, come on. And that's going to be like dry.
Cliff, how tall are you?
6'3".
So you're like
you're
you're
slightly
up,
taller than Chris, yeah.
yeah, you're up there with Pops then.
So it'll be good. I'll have some gravitational powering around.
Pops, aka C3 Boots Security.
Yeah, the problem we have with Chris and his height is that it's metric and it's all screwed up. You know?
Yeah, no one knows what it really is.
Do you think they'll have
what's going on, Paul? Yeah.
Do you think they'll have electrical outlets around the floor where I can, if I need to charge the chair?
Probably not.
I don't know about on the con floor. Most of those will probably covered up by tables or have stuff running to and fro them. Maybe up against the walls, like near the how the bathrooms convent. But outside the con floor is a whole convention center. You know, like there'll be outlets.
I'm sure if you were to stop by the guest services and you ask them or told them, hey, you know what, partway through the floor, I might need to do this. Is there a place that I can do this? They probably would be able to help and facilitate that for you.
Yeah.
And Matt, the concierge at the hotel might act right because they're giving you a concierge, right?
Yeah.
Right. They may actually already know because part of their job is to know all the abouts of the area.
They're going to meet us when we get there.
I think they're going to take very good care of you. I'm not.
Are you at the Westin?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, they're going to
Look
take
at that. You guys all give me grief. I show up in my black car and all this shit. And I don't get no fucking
This dude's
personal
got a
concierge.
butler.
All I needed to do is get a
He's
wheelchair.
on the lowest floor. Got a concierge at the West. Man,
I'll tell you what.
That's
I've been living wrong this whole time.
I'm hoping I have
Kevin, where are you staying at?
In his room.
Kevin said, I'm piggybacking on all the amenities.
For the stay in the Westin because it's a nice hotel as I am to go to the con.
I got
breaking my
I got
diet.
upgraded in this one. I got my my couch and my.
I hope you use every bit of it, Rob. I'm going to be breaking my diet for Heroes Con for God. It's been over a month now. I switched to only eating between 6 and 8, 6 p.m. and 8 p.m.
Oh, so you're fasting now? Intermittent.
Well, I don't
fasting?
even consider it that because like I'm just eating between 6 and 8. That's all. I don't even know
I'm
that.
sorry. Are you dieting for Heroes Con? Is that what I'm hearing?
No.
He's trying to look pretty for you, Cliff.
No,
I just should absolutely.
I just wanted to feel better. Like so, I did 7 years as a vegetarian, and when I switched back over to eating meat, February was a year ago. It's just been like it's free for all. You know what I mean? Like not watching what, just enjoying food. And I'm like, yeah, I could start to feel the same side effects of like just a diet like that. So I'm like, I love food. I enjoy food, and I don't want to change anything. So I'll just only eat once a day because realistically, the amount of food that you get, the amount of intake you have in any given meal, in reality, is enough for more than one day most of the time.
Yeah.
Like what you actually should be intaking. So like if I just switch down to one meal a day, I'll be fine and I'll eat whatever I want. And that has made a hell of a difference.
I disagree. I just paid way too much money for 2 eggs and 2 pieces of bacon.
Right.
Mark always knows how to say things.
$28.
Right when I have to leave.
I mean, there were some potatoes.
What is it, Cliff?
I said Mark always knows how to say things that give me great concern just when I have to leave.
What part of that concerns you?
You should not be eating once a day, and I don't have the time to talk about metabolics right now.
I mean, you can attempt to be wrong, but you can just assume it and keep moving. It's however you want to do it.
I consider this.
I'm just gonna assume
I don't see how
because you love to make yourself right even when you're wrong. So I'm not even gonna.
Then you better come correct if you're gonna show up. Come correct, my man.
Hey, well, hey, when my dad was in Vietnam, he said sometimes if they're in the bush, they were lucky to eat twice a day.
Right?
You know, so.
And
But
sometimes, what was that shit they were eating that wasn't bread?
Heroin.
Yeah.
Sometimes when
What,
you're
the ration?
sometimes when you're in the bush, you only eat twice a day, and that's what she said.
Yeah, awesome. I
Well, they
did
have
not mean to say
pork
awesome.
and
I
biscuits.
meant awful.
Yeah.
Awful. All right, folks, I gotta go. Love you guys. Have a great day.
I've been considering the next couple of months are spring training for.
Yes, Led said he's been
judo
doing one
class.
meal a day for about 20 years. Hey, it's a simple concept. Like like a lot of the stuff that we do has nothing to do with what's good for us or what's bad for us. A lot of the stuff we do has to do what we have been told we should be doing, and we do it for no other reason other than that's what we were taught. Not because we're right or wrong, but just go back to the example of breakfast. The idea of breakfast being a big meal with eggs and bacon, that's all fucking fabricated by food industries and stuff. That's not a fucking thing. If you look at simple things like you're a human being, you're a biological organism that starts off with basic math and it gets more intricate as we're all individuals, but intake versus outtake. How much are you putting in and how much are you using? If you're putting in more than you're using, typically you'll gain. If you put in less than you're using, you'll lose. If you find a happy balance in the middle is what you want to look at. For me, I love food. It's fun, it's enjoyable, it's delicious. So if I'm eating a good bit on all these meals, I'm not just eating little snack sized meals. That's too much food in one day. But if I work most days and I work through lunch a lot of the time anyways, just have a good big dinner, there's no reason why I should be eating like damn near a 4,000 calorie meal. That's beyond enough for a day when typically on average a 2,000 calorie diet is what most people want to aim for.
Yeah.
So how does that make any sense? I'm not the guy that'll be able to break down a 2,000 calorie diet into 3 meals. That's not me.
Well, like the big breakfast thing, that's probably back in the day with the lumberjacks and stuff. They probably had to have a big breakfast because they were burning fuel off.
No. Like the big breakfast thing came from literally bacon, the invention of bacon. So it was an act. You can look all this up. This isn't hidden history. It's not conspiracy. Yeah, they hired this guy who's a propagandist. Like that was his job to do like propaganda stuff.
They did,
and they advertised and created the concept of a big breakfast because they wanted to be able to sell bacon, because bacon hasn't been around forever as bacon as a breakfast thing. But they created it to sell bacon, and it became just a normal thing. It became a money making.
It's just like giving diamonds for an engagement ring. That was a completely
and they're not even rare.
Years.
They're not even rare.
Valentine's Day. They hold them back to make them rare, right? They hold them back to make them rare.
Yeah, they control. It's a tightly controlled commodity.
Yeah, they don't even hold them back. They're everywhere, but they're able to control the prices because they control all the diamonds.
Well, that's and I guess that's the way it goes.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I had a really serious talk with my doctor about. We were talking about the food, but like, so no, I'm not eating no processed foods at all anymore.
Yeah, I avoided it.
Everybody should do.
Yeah, I mean,
like the regular lunch meat that you get, like not from the deli that's prepackaged. The lunch meat has been like a scheduled carcinogen on the American Cancer Society's website for like a decade, but they still sell it. Like they tell you that this is known to cause cancer, but it's there. Most people buy that to make sandwiches for their kids and shit. It's fucking crazy.
But I still love salami.
Yeah, but Rob, I love like salami. I get Finn's favorite shit is turkey. I won't buy anything unless it comes straight from the deli and like get it deli size. Yeah. Like it's all like the nitrates and the preservatives and all that shit. Like it's that none of that should be in food ever.
I read this great book about it by a couple of doctors that it really centered on the amount of sugar and all the stuff we eat. I mean, you'd be amazed at the amount of sugar in potato chips. You don't even think about sugar being in potato chips, but it's loaded with it.
Yeah, everything.
And how it affects the brain and the thinking center of your brain is affected by sugar. It actually makes you stupid. They've got proof that sugar lowers your ability to process information.
Your immune system affects your immune system.
Yeah, my mom was saying it yesterday. It affects your immune system too.
Yeah, well, sugar affects a lot of stuff. But
have trouble healing. You know,
fascinating.
I know my uncle's diabetic, and he would get like a wound somewhere, and it would take forever to heal.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's common, but
that's part of diabetes. Yeah.
Yeah. My cousin has diabetes. She has the intravenous, the automatic thing now that monitors it all. But all her life, she doesn't eat meals at all. She doesn't eat any meals. She snacks throughout the day.
Oh, in order to try to maintain a consistent.
Yep. That's what she has to do to keep things constant.
I was told I was at risk for. I already have muscular dystrophy, so I'm at risk for stroke now. So,
dude, our diet has like
I'm trying
our
to change
dieting has so much to do with like our standard well-being, and not like dieting, but like just the basic stuff that we take for granted that we put into our body, not assuming the damage it causes. Because up until recently, it hasn't even been like a popular conversation. But why would these foods be on our shelf if they're this harmful for us? And the answer is people don't give a shit. They're selling stuff and they're allowed to do it. So why would they even look beyond that? Like, it's not even I don't even think it's nefarious on like a large level. It can be for sure, but I think it's just apathy.
It was nefarious because a lot of them were they funded the research.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
suggested that we should
just
do
like
this.
the tobacco did with the cigarette.
Isn't that why we have all that high fructose corn syrup? We had like the corn syrup. They didn't know what to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
They fund the research, and then
they're paying for the results of the research.
It influences the results.
You know, some of the research centers that they got their results from are a PO box. They don't even freaking exist, and have no employees.
It's a straw man, basically, like a straw company or whatever.
There's a movie about how the tobacco companies did that.
You remember
that?
All of them have done that. The tobacco company, the food industry. The medical industry, like I'm finding out so much stuff. If you look into like medical history, like the history of medicine and the formation of our medicines and our vaccines, like the things that they categorize as stuff and then change definitions of and move the goalpost on, it's absolutely insane. I didn't realize it, but in the 1970s, I don't remember what the company. There's a vaccine company about to go out of business because of all of the lawsuits from the vaccine side effects. That they started their whole lobbying thing back then, and got that whole bill passed where they're not held legally liable for any lawsuits that come from vaccine side effects. The government will pick up the tab on it, and it went into effect in the 80s. And so that's why, like, what's crazy is how you're not supposed to talk on these things, and you're fringe if you call it out, and all these people that assume all these medicines are safe. Just Google how many medicines are recalled every year in the standard set for a recalled medicine, and then just look at the known facts of recent vaccines that have confirmed death rates that should have been recalled, and they're still not. It's absolutely insane.
Well, if you want to go back to another area, it's like the chemical companies. You know that show Neil deGrasse Tyson did? It was like they remade the Carl Sagan in the old
Cosmos, a Space Odyssey.
What about the guy that discovered there was lead, carcinogenic leads, and the lead's paint, and like the lead paint and the lead in gasoline, and it was poisoning everybody. And he shouted for the rooftops, and all the old companies had their own little researchers.
Yeah,
there were companies that had they're like, no, we can't switch. Lead's okay, because ExxonMobil just did a survey. It said lead's okay to be in gasoline, and he's like, and he told everybody, look, it's killing the environment, it's killing the ozone layer, it's killing us.
They directly correlated like the whole polio epidemic with like hard metal stuff and like arsenic in your medicine, lead in your medicine, mercury in your stuff. That's why polio was running so rampant back in the day, because these things are considered safe. Like people would be told to put arsenic on your cigarettes because it's good for your lungs and stuff. And even in countries now, if you look where there's still like cases of like polio stuff, they're still using a lot of those things.
Don't forget uranium and radium infused water.
Yes, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Even though it's not like raw processed down, it's still mad.
People would go out of their way for that stuff, and it was killing them.
Yeah, this is
feel energized with
if you
uranium.
And like I'm very cautious of the medical field, and like a lot of that's happened from working with animals and seeing what stuff is prescribed to dogs, which like Prozac for dogs. I've seen human grade Prozac prescribed by vets for dogs. It's crazy. Yes, it's crazy. Makes no sense. But if you have high blood pressure, don't fix your diet. Take this pill that causes 8 other things so I can give you more. Like if your doctor doesn't immediately start a conversation about, well, what are you putting into your body just to gain knowledge to properly diagnose you? But doctors are kind of pushed to not
I'll
talk.
tell you I'll see you, John. My doctor, because I do have these issues and I do take pills for all this stuff. My doctor has on many times said, "Hey, this is how we can treat it.
Yeah,
A couple different ways. The best option is for you to make changes to your lifestyle and everything else. But if you're not going to put in the work and you're not going to do that, my job is to keep you alive. And this is the next best option. But ultimately, I would rather get you onto this other stuff."
But they know 9 out of 10 people ain't gonna do what they have to do to change their lifestyle. So
I have to now.
The drug.
My problem was trying to lose a little weight so I can move more, because if I go somewhere like at Heroes Con, I have to use the chair. But if I could lose some more weight, it would be easier to exercise. So I'm trying to start out with like a base. You know what I mean? Like maybe take a few pounds off, eating right, and then I could exercise more.
Not even saying this jokingly, you need to look into the DDP yoga like that Diamond Dallas Page did, because a lot of that, the people he work with start in chairs, completely not walking. You know what I mean? He's got like just resistance stuff where you're just, and clearly if you want to change the program that he has, it will affect change.
And I have to do something because Mark, was the last 2 years ago, I had like 2 falls. If I got up from here right now and said, guys, I got to go to the bathroom. If I stumbled and fell on the way to the bathroom, my muscles are so weak in my legs.
Game over.
I have to call EMTs to come get me.
Yeah.
And so I want to change that, dude. I'm tired of it. I sit here not doing anything, and I do. Like
Hey man, there's this phrase like that for 8 years of my life. It was part of something I participated in 8 years ago, and it stuck with me. And I think about it all the time. Like when I was switching over this 1 meal a day thing, I wanted to feel better physically, just feel better about myself, and like challenge myself to do this thing. And it was one of those things I was thinking about for a while. I wanted, like, I don't want to like lose weight to get fit, anything like that, but I wanted to lose a little bit of pounds. Cause I put on a couple of pounds while I was going on my little meat tour. But it's a simple phrase: when the pain of staying the same is greater than the pain of changing, you will change. If you truly are tired of a situation, it's easier to change than it is to remain the same. It's that simple.
That's almost straight out of the big blue book I used to read.
When you hit rock bottom, you'll either find your way out or you'll die. Nice.
All right. Good job, man. Hey, they told us up there too, like there's an old time used to come in these meetings and he'd be like, God can move mountains, but you have to pick up a shovel and help him.
Yeah.
And, you have to get out of your own way. And like every time that we had a counselor up there, one of my favorite guys' name was Tony, it's a black guy from Chicago. He was like the head counselor. And he would tell you, look, you can come in here for your old lady or your wife, your girlfriend, your kids, but if you don't do it for yourself, you're going to be back here next year. You're going to be in a body bag somewhere in a morgue somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I got that couple of Jesus moment, but like I got to do something because I'm not going to be around much longer if I don't. So
it's one of those things, and that what you're talking about goes straight to a principle that I live by. It's about action, and how Rob had a great example with his doctor. He said you can adjust these things in your life, you can put forth action to change, or you can remain the same, and I can simply stop you from dying a little bit sooner. Like nothing changes, but I can try to keep you alive a little bit longer, or with some action, your situation can improve. Nothing matters but action. Doesn't matter how you feel. Doesn't matter what you say. Doesn't matter what you think. It's where your feet. What are you doing?
Actually, I feel pretty good now that I haven't drank pop or soda for like 2 days.
Yeah, I have a sip of soda once in a blue moon. Like if the kids have whatever. I haven't drank soda in over a decade. I haven't bought a soda in more than 10 years.
Water, black coffee, and bourbon. That's it.
I'm on Rob's diet there. I and see, this isn't a thing where I'm like, soda's bad for me. Yo, I'm thirsty. I want something to drink. Never have anyone. If you find someone who just got out of the desert, almost died, been out there for 48 hours, put a Coke and a water in front of them, what are they going to grab?
I know that. I honestly believe that a lot of my issues, my diabetes is due to the ineffectiveness of the insulin. So it's insulin resistance.
Yeah.
And so I'm firmly of belief that when I was younger, when I was a young adult and through my 20s and into my 30s, I drank almost exclusively soda. One day a week, I would drink like a shit ton of water. The rest of the time, it was either coffee or it was soda. And then I eventually switched to diet. I switched to diet soda because then I'm not taking all the sugar in. But the problem is that your body still gets sweet. And so it triggers the insulin response, but there's nothing for it to actually break down. And so I believe that contributed to me because I was literally drinking 12 to 16 cans of diet soda a day, and then switched eventually to diet iced tea, whatever, still the same thing. That is a big contributor to where I'm at with my insulin resistance, is because my body was cranking out insulin trying to deal with all the sweet that wasn't actually there and stuff, as well as my weight gain early on when I was drinking it with just straight sugar. So now it's just nothing but water, coffee, and like I said, bourbon. The once in a blue moon, I'll have a little bit of like root beer or something. And when I do, oh my God, is that shit sweeter than fuck? Holy cow.
And I used to drink the bad ones too, like Mountain Dew and Dr. Pepper. It's just like pure sugar.
Mountain Dew is one of the worst. Most caffeine.
Yeah, and Mellow Yellow is not.
Don't say that, our homie Dirt lives on them.
I know a couple guys that live on Mountain Dew. I lived on Dr. Pepper. Like Rob said, I drank 12 pack of Dr. Pepper a day for 20 years.
Well, I've learned the stuff I learned about stuff like those kind of drinks and stuff is that's a young man's game. You can do it for a while, but it catches up with you eventually.
Yeah.
And I was at that point, so it's time to.
I did swap out the
pop thing too, but that's aspartame can cause cancer.
Yeah.
A lot of
problems. I did swap out the Dr. Pepper for 12 packs of beers for quite a few years.
I got to go pick up Monkey. Finn has a field trip today. He's at the zoo that we're members of. So Kyle was excited to go chaperone that. My mom went, and luckily they don't have to pay to get in because we've already paid. We're annual members, so I'm going to go pick up Monkey and take her to Target or Walmart and let her go ransack the toy aisle because she was super sad that she didn't get to go on the field trip. And I appreciate all y'all coming and hanging out. Rob, you got the stream or you dipping out?
Yeah, we'll call it here in just a moment. Actually no, just call it now. Because I
got to go plant stuff in my garden.
Yes, sir. Riverbanks Club. And see, I didn't really stress not getting to go. I kept telling the wife I'm busy that day because she was trying to get me to pick up Monkey and ride up there. Let's stay. And I'm like, no, let Finn participate as if he's a student with his class at the field trip and come home, because we'll be right back there in a couple of weeks as we go for Kyle's birthday every year, and her birthday's next month. And she doesn't know it, and she doesn't watch this channel, so no fear for hearing this. But I'm going to do the they have different stuff you can do. I'm going to do the Galapagos tortoise thing, where you can go a little bit early, and instead of just doing the view like a commoner, you go back with the staff, and you help tend to take care of and feed the turtles and stuff like that. So we tried to do it last time, but it's one of those things you have to really plan it a week or so in advance, But I'm gonna try to get that so we can do that this time when we go. That'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
Harlem Globetrotters are at the what? I saw them years ago back when they had the large in them.
Yeah, I can't do anything that close to Masters.
I'm going to a signing on New Comic Book Day with Mark Spears. He's going to be in my area.
Oh, nice. Well, we're gonna kill this thing real quick. I appreciate everybody coming and hanging out. Appreciate you guys coming and watching. See y'all all
Bye,
later.
Hey guys.